moves and start charging a toll. This caused the Iranian leadership that was in Switzerland.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. From a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous.
I have a request to make, guys. Hit subscribe, like this video right now, subscribe to the channel, and join the membership, most importantly, because we need to keep independent journalism alive. We are just 29 members on this channel right now. We need at least 1,000. We are far from our goal. Please join the membership right now. It is just $9 a month. And this way you can support us and we can keep the great work alive. Subscribe to America Facticity, guys. Let's go back to the topic.
Barack Obama destroyed Donald Trump on live television this week, and Donald Trump's response was so unhinged that it tells you everything about the man currently sitting in the Oval Office. Today is Friday, June 19th, 2026. This morning, Obama sat down with NBC's Today Show co-host Craig Melvin, and in his calm, measured, professorial way, the 44th President of the United States took apart the entire foreign policy of the 47th President of the United States in about 3 sentences. We've now fought a war, spent billions and billions of dollars, put enormous strain on our military, Obama said. A lot of people have died, and it feels like we're back where we were before we started the war, except maybe a little bit worse off. Worse off. From the man who in 2015 negotiated the original Iran nuclear deal that Donald Trump tore up in 2018. From the man whose deal kept Iran from developing a nuclear weapon for years, until Trump pulled the United States out of it and started the chain of events that led to the war, the $100 billion, the 13 dead American service members, and the humiliating surrender deal Trump just signed at the Palace of Versailles. And here is how Donald Trump responded to Barack Obama's measured criticism. 2 days ago, at the G7 summit in France, Trump stood in front of the world's press and called the former president of the United States by name a stupid son of a bitch. His exact words, "You know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and said he's a stupid son of a bitch." The President of the United States, at a multilateral summit on foreign soil, calling his predecessor a stupid son of a bitch because Barack Obama had gently pointed out that Trump's Iran war accomplished nothing. Think about what it means that a sitting president would say that out loud into a microphone in front of the assembled leaders of the world's largest democracies. There is no precedent for it. Presidents have disagreed with their predecessors. Presidents have criticized their predecessors' policies. But standing at a G7 podium and calling a former president a stupid son of a bitch, putting the obscenity in the mouth of the Iranian regime as cover, but saying it himself on camera for the world is a breach of every norm of presidential conduct. And it happened in the same news cycle in which Trump threatened to drop bombs right smack in the middle of their head, in which his own Republican senators called his deal the worst foreign policy blunder in decades, in which his vice president was publicly warning Israel not to criticize him. The whole thing reads like the behavior of an administration in freefall. And the calm voice of Barack Obama, cutting through all of it on the Today Show with a simple, "We're worse off," is exactly what made Trump lose his composure so completely. That is the contrast. Obama, calm, factual, devastating. Trump, raging, profane, unhinged. Obama destroyed Trump with 3 sentences on the Today Show. Trump went nuts in response, and the whole exchange is now in the historical record for everyone to see. We're going to walk through every piece of it. Pull up a chair. There's a lot here. If you appreciate this kind of breakdown,
to lodge a formal protest against the United States. Iran made it very clear they will not be talking about the nuclear file at all at these discussions in Switzerland. Iran will only be discussing how the United States intends to restrain Israel to implement a full ceasefire in Lebanon as required by Article 1 of the Memorandum of Understanding, and to release all sanctions and provide all necessary waivers to Iran. The head of the IAEA wasn't even attending these talks in Switzerland. Then Donald Trump had Lindsey Graham and other MAGA stooges go on the various networks this morning to also threaten Iran and say that the United States would take over the Strait of Hormuz and start charging tolls. Lindsey Graham also told the people of Lebanon, don't you worry, help is on the way. The same message that Donald Trump told the Iranian people in January, which again I interpret as yet another threat by this Trump regime. The status of the Strait of Hormuz right now is that it is closed. Iran has shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is able to move its oil tankers.
Those extreme views were not in my White House. I wasn't embracing them. I wasn't empowering them. I wasn't putting the weight of the United States government behind extremist views. And that is when we have the weight of the United States government behind extremist views, we've got a problem.
Marco Rubio wants J.D. Vance gone. Marco Rubio wants J.D. Vance humiliated. Marco Rubio wants J.D. Vance destroyed. The headlines are not doing it justice right now. I mean, there are headlines like this. Rubio lets Vance take the fall as Iran deal questions mount. Or this headline, Rubio gives Iran deal the silent treatment by the Washington Examiner. But let's examine this more closely. The job of the Secretary of State is to literally be involved in these types of high-profile negotiations, and Rubio doesn't want to touch it. It's not simply an abdication. It is a trap being set for J.D. Vance, knowing that Donald Trump can comply with any agreement at all. So as these negotiations are now taking place on the so-called technical details to implement the Memorandum of Understanding in Switzerland, the entire crew that's there on behalf of the United States is now J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, like the three biggest losers. And the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that's quite literally what your job would be.
the membership is $9 a month, less than a coffee. No corporate parent, no FCC license to renew, no merger to negotiate with this White House. Just us and you. Jump in if you can, share the video if you can't. Let me start with what Obama actually said, because the precision of it is what makes it so devastating. Obama gave 2 interviews this week, both timed around the public opening of the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago, which was dedicated on Thursday, June 18th. The first interview was with ABC's Robin Roberts on Good Morning America, taped at the Obama Presidential Center, which aired in part on June 13th and June 17th. The second was with NBC's Craig Melvin on The Today Show, which aired this morning, Friday, June 19th. In both interviews, Obama was asked about Donald Trump's Iran deal. And in both interviews, Obama delivered the kind of calm, surgical, fact-based assessment that only a former president with actual foreign policy expertise can deliver. On Good Morning America, before Trump's deal was even formally announced, Obama told Robin Roberts that he was doubtful that any deal the Trump administration put forward would be significantly different or a significant improvement from the 2015 deal Obama's administration had negotiated. His exact words: "It is doubtful that any agreement that arises is going to be significantly different or a significant improvement from the deal that we had in the first place and had worked for a long stretch of time before we, the United States, pulled out of it." Read that carefully. Obama was saying, I already made this deal. It already worked for years. And then Trump pulled out of it for no reason, started a war, and is now scrambling to negotiate his way back to roughly the same place I already had us, except now with a war. $100 billion spent, 13 Americans dead, and Iran more dangerous than before. Then Obama delivered the lesson. On a lot of difficult foreign policy problems, he said, the notion that we can just bully our way or bomb our way to solutions may sometimes seem appealing. But the fact of the matter is that taking the time to explore diplomacy and exhaust the possibilities of coming up with deals that don't solve 100% of the problem, but solve 80%, 90% of the problem while avoiding the necessity of going to war, that, Obama said, is the actual work of foreign policy. Then the kicker. You'd think we would have learned that lesson by now, but it seems like every so often we have to relearn that lesson. You'd think we would have learned that lesson by now. From Barack Obama. About Donald Trump's entire approach to the world, delivered with the patience of a professor explaining something to a student who refuses to do the reading. Subscribe and share the video if you appreciate this kind of breakdown. And then this morning, on the Today Show, Obama went further. He laid out the entire timeline in a way that makes the failure unmistakable. Iran had agreed not to develop nuclear weapons, Obama said, referring to his 2015 JCPOA agreement.
Out from Karg Island, and it has been able to move out somewhere in the range of 20 to 30 million barrels. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed to the United States and to other countries at this time. The Iranians also refused to pose for the photo op that J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, who were in Switzerland on behalf of the United States, wanted. I've never seen the United States look so weak and pathetic on the international stage before. So what happened was there was a press conference that was taking place before the negotiations were set to take place in earnest. And at the same time, Donald Trump started threatening to kill and destroy Iran and kill the negotiators who were there in Switzerland. The United States was there in the room first, which is always a sign of weakness in the negotiation, waiting for Iran to show up. And then Iran's like, we're not going to take photos with J.D. Vance and Witkoff and them, so they can do it on their own. And so just the level of weakness to see the U.S. on the international stage. We're also getting a statement from MB Ghalibaf that was just released in response to
belief in the intrinsic dignity and worth of all people, and that no one is above the law or beneath its protection. A belief in checks and balances in our government and an accountability that comes with an independent judiciary and a robust free press. A belief that our military and law enforcement owe allegiance not to any president or political party, but to the people and our Constitution. A belief in the peaceful transfer of power after the people have spoken in fair and free elections, recognizing that in a large, complicated society like ours, no group or faction gets its way 100% of the time.
Refuses to show up to it, refuses to join J.D. Vance. On behalf of Iran, you have MB Ghalibaf, the most important civilian figure in all of Iran, along with some of Iran's top technical experts and leaders who are just there getting ready to outmaneuver J.D. Vance, Kushner, and Witkoff. I mean, Kushner and Witkoff said, a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, they were going to visit some nuclear facilities in the United States to try to learn how nuclear dilution and enrichment and downgrading works. And it was like out of a bad sitcom script or like a bad movie script. Two guys go to a nuclear facility to learn how to negotiate in the first place. And so Marco Rubio, I think, wants to see J.D. Vance get completely outmaneuvered in these technical discussions because I think Rubio sees that J.D. Vance would be a potential opponent in an upcoming 2028 Republican primary, and he wants to see J.D. Vance get humiliated.
This administration, or a prior version of this administration, pulled out of it, which caused then Iran to develop more nuclear capacity. That is the whole story, told plainly. Obama made a deal in 2015 that stopped Iran's nuclear program. Trump pulled out in 2018. Iran responded by building more nuclear capacity. That expanded nuclear capacity is what Trump went to war over in 2026. The war that Obama just described as leaving America worse off than before it started. Trump created the problem, he then went to war to solve, and the war made the problem worse. Obama laid it out in chronological order, calmly on morning television, and the logic was airtight. We've now fought a war, spent billions and billions of dollars, put enormous strain on our military, Obama continued. A lot of people have died, and it feels like we're back where we were before we started the war, except maybe a little bit worse off. Then, characteristically, Obama added a note of grace. I am very happy to see a ceasefire, and I'm hopeful that it holds.
Watch what salt does to blood pressure.
See this branch of arteries right here? The Mayo Clinic calls it the left anterior descending artery. I call it the widowmaker. It's where the majority of plaques form over the course of your life, and where almost half of all heart attacks take place. But when you do this for 7 seconds, all those plaques flush out. I'm going to show you something about your blood pressure that might surprise you. Everyone knows your heart is made up of valves and blood vessels, right? But what nobody talks about is this specific Y-shaped artery right here. Doctors call it the left anterior descending artery, but I call it the Y-trap. See, arteries are responsible for moving blood through your body, and this Y-trap, it's the busiest blood highway in your body, which on the surface really doesn't sound too scary, right? But here's what nobody tells you. This isn't just another artery. More blood flows through the Y-trap than any other vessel in your body, and because of the high blood flow, the Y-trap endures more damage than other arteries over the course of your life. When an artery is damaged, your body floods the site with white blood cells and sticky plaques. In an attempt to seal the damage, these plaques cement themselves to the walls of your arteries. But over time, they build up, stiffen, and narrow your blood vessels. And according to the Cleveland Clinic, the Y-trap is known for dangerous levels of plaque buildup, leading to high blood pressure, organ failure, and fatal heart attacks or stroke. What's worse, the Y-trap is famous among doctors as the widowmaker because of its high risk of death. Watch what happens. Because of the sheer amount of blood flowing through, and because of its unique shape, the Y-trap becomes a traffic jam of plaques that slows everything. And once plaques are formed, the pressure from the backed up blood flow causes more damage to the Y-trap, which means the buildup that's already there grabs onto even more plaques, slowing down the flow, increasing your blood pressure, and making the walls of your artery dangerously narrow. It's a lot like trying to force water through a rusty, clogged pipe. And once these plaques are stuck in the Y-trap, they accumulate fast, until one day your chest hurts, your arm tingles, and the blood in your Y-trap has nowhere to go. And here's the worst part. The Mayo Clinic confirms blood pressure meds don't reduce plaques. Cutting out salts can actually increase your blood pressure. And even with medication and diet changes, 70% of arterial plaques will stay put. Nothing actually clears out the trapped plaques, and the longer you wait, the worse it gets, especially as you get older. That's because the buildup starts well before you're even 40, which means by the time you're 50, 60, 70, you could have significant damage to the lining of your arteries and not know it until it's too late. And that Y-trap that might not have given you trouble when you were younger, it's still trapping more and more plaques. And even if you intensively change your diet, a Harvard study found that while you might be able to soften and flush newer plaques, it's impossible to clear out the old calcified plaques. Meanwhile, all that old sticky plaque makes you winded, exhausted, and like you're carrying around a weighted vest. So what actually works? To fix the problem, you need to clear out all those stuck plaques. That's why Miami heart doctor Dr. Luis Martinez developed a simple yet powerful 7-second artery flush that finally solves the Y-trap problem. First, it flushes out even the most stubborn plaque. Then your blood pressure naturally restores to normal, without having to give up your favorite foods or resort to expensive drugs or risky surgeries. The result? A healthy heart that lets you get back to doing what you love. Dr. Luis has made a short video where he'll show you exactly how to use this 7-second artery flush from the comfort of your own home. It's easy, it's natural, and it works. Click below now to see exactly how to flush out the plaques from your Y-trap in just 7 seconds a day. It's just a quick video that shows you exactly what to do. You won't have to put in your email or anything like that. So if you're tired of stressing over every dash of salt, if you're frustrated with restrictive diets that don't work, and if you want to address the real cause of high blood pressure, Tap the button below to discover the 7-second artery flush that's already helped thousands of people finally clear out clogged arteries and achieve near-perfect readings.
That's my wife in the truck right there.
Yeah.
14 million views as of this morning, if you can believe that. The comments are exactly what you'd think they are.
Yeah.
So I let her take the truck to grab groceries that day. She'd been driving it for 7 years without a scratch.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't see the Lamborghini in front of her. The thing's hood is 6 inches off the ground,
Mm-hmm.
and we've never even owned a sports car.
Mm-hmm.
She ran into it like it wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
The guy parked next to her was filming. He caught the whole thing. That's how it went viral.
Mm-hmm.
So for the first 24 hours, we thought we were just going to file the claim and write it out. Then the messages started. My wife got over 100 DMs in 48 hours, and I got my own pile too. And the messages were brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you have good coverage, lol.
Mm-hmm.
Your wife just totaled my dream car. Bro, your premium is about to look like a mortgage payment.
Mm-hmm.
And the worst one was just, prepare for the worst. Friends I haven't talked to in 10 years suddenly resurfaced with the same question. What's the bill going to look like on that? Coworkers texting me at 11 p.m.
Yeah.
3 different aunts forwarded me the clip like I hadn't already seen it. And the Lamborghini, get this, was $139,000 to repair.
Mm-hmm.
Our liability cap was $300,000, technically covered.
Mm-hmm.
But our carrier called us 6 days in. They said, we're going to need to talk about non-renewal. And she quoted me $864 a month
Mm-hmm.
for a new policy under their risk pool.
Mm-hmm.
$5,000 collision deductible.
Yeah.
Almost triple what we'd been paying before the accident even happened. So that night I tried 4 other big name comparison sites. 3 of them wouldn't even quote us. Once I disclosed the at-fault loss,
Mm-hmm.
the 4th one came back at $812 a month. So I sat at the kitchen table with the laptop open,
Mm-hmm.
trying to figure out how to break that number to my wife on top of everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And out of all the messages we'd been getting, one of them was different. A guy I actually went to high school with.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't talked to him in 11 years. He DM'd me at 9 p.m. He said, bro, it happens. My wife had something similar 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Different car, same idea.
Mm-hmm.
There's a site that saved us.
Mm-hmm.
So I called him
Mm-hmm.
and he told me about it. Apparently some guy built it for himself.
Mm-hmm.
He made it run way more carriers in the country at the same time. Then his neighbors started using it.
Mm-hmm.
Then thousands of people.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's word of mouth only, doesn't show up on Google, and barely anyone is using it because of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked him, how could it be lower than 812 with a viral at-fault claim attached to my name?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, look, there's more than 300 carriers in the country, and the big comparison sites only check 1 to 3 of them. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
There's also 47 different discounts you might qualify for, and most of them only apply 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
This site checks much more carriers and applies every discount you qualify for. He said the best way to see your real rate is through the tool.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked him about the lapse and the claim, and he said rates can go up 5 to 10% every year automatically anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Even with no claims at all. Over 5 years, that can be quite significant.
Mm-hmm.
Long-term customers could be paying more than new customers for the same coverage. And the big comparison sites can't fix that.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, this thing can fix it for you. He told me to also check my mileage on the new quote
Mm-hmm.
because most policies have it wrong,
Mm-hmm.
about 60% of them. And I was skeptical.
Mm-hmm.
I had a 6-figure at fault claim, a viral video with my wife's face in it, and a non-renewal notice on the way.
Mm-hmm.
There was just no chance this was coming back lower than $812 a month. But I typed in our info, the new claim, everything. And it quoted me $156 a month, $156.
Mm-hmm.
With the Lamborghini incident on the record. I wasn't even chasing savings at that point. I was just trying to keep us insured.
Mm-hmm.
And, I was still skeptical until they actually called me. That's when I knew it was legit.
Mm-hmm.
A real person walked me through my rate, my coverage, every detail of the loss. They asked questions about the claim
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't flinch.
Mm-hmm.
No pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Just, here's your number. Do you want to switch? That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Proof of insurance was in my email before I'd even finished my coffee that morning. So I went out to the porch
Mm-hmm.
where my wife had been hiding from the internet for almost 2 weeks. She had a baseball cap pulled low like she still didn't trust the world. I sat down next to her and I showed her the new policy on the screen. She just stared at it for a while, not saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
She said, 156?
Yeah.
For both of us? And I said, with the Lamborghini. And she didn't cry.
Mm-hmm.
She'd been crying for a week straight already. She just put her head on my shoulder and she didn't move for the longest 4 minutes of my life.
Mm-hmm.
So I forwarded the link to my brother that night. He hadn't been in any kind of accident, switched anyway,
Mm-hmm.
went from $246 a month down to 59. And my coworker who'd been complaining about his bill for a year, I sent him the link the next day. He called me at lunch, had been paying $298 a month. Now he's paying 71. But the one that really got me was the dad of one of the kids on my son's baseball team. Guy's lived in this town his whole life, same insurance company for 18 years, switched anyway, texted me the next morning. He said, I've been overpaying for 18 years. That one hit different, you know?
Yeah.
Here's what you actually get on this site. You get your real rate, not a range, not an estimate, the actual monthly number for your specific cars and your specific driving record. Every discount you qualify for already applied. Much more carriers in the country competing for your profile. Same coverage you have right now.
Yeah.
Takes about 2 minutes. You don't cancel anything first. You don't give a credit card. You just see your number on the screen. If it's not lower than what you're paying right now, just close the tab. Nothing happens. That's it. Look, so many drivers are paying some of the highest rates in the country, and most of them don't even know why. If you're a safe driver paying more than $150 a month, you're probably missing discounts you qualify for. Click below to see your real rate. Comment your number after you check it.
Even in destroying Trump's foreign policy, Obama expressed hope for peace. That is the contrast in temperament that defines this entire story. Obama criticizes the policy while hoping for the best outcome for the country. Trump responds by calling Obama a stupid son of a bitch on foreign soil. Hit subscribe if this kind of breakdown is what you're here for. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect any of these dots. Now let me give you the full context of Trump's meltdown, because it is genuinely one of the most unhinged moments of his entire second term. On Wednesday, June 17th, at the G7 summit in France, as the entire world was turning against his Iran deal, as Republican senators were calling it the worst foreign policy blunder in decades, as Iran's own parliamentary speaker was calling it a record of America's failure, Donald Trump tried to make his deal look better by attacking Obama's 2015 deal. He tried to bribe his way out. I didn't do that, Trump said of Obama. Nobody mentions that. $1.7 billion and hundreds of millions of dollars, they tried to bribe their way out of it. And you know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and said he's a stupid son of a bitch. The projection in that statement is staggering. Trump attacked Obama for the $1.7 billion that Obama's deal unfroze, which was Iran's own money frozen in U.S. accounts. Meanwhile, Trump's own deal, according to Iran's Revolutionary Guard, gives Iran half of its $24 billion in frozen funds up front. And some estimates put the total figure being discussed at $300 billion. Trump attacked Obama over $1.7 billion of Iran's own money while signing a deal that hands Iran vastly more. He called Obama a stupid son of a bitch for a deal that worked while defending a deal that his own Republican senators say accomplished nothing. The conservatives who wanted Obama impeached over the $1.7 billion are now silent about Trump's far larger concession. As the New Republic put it, if Obama had done what Trump just did on Iran, he'd be crucified. And the experts who actually negotiated the original deal have been blunt about what
Trump's threats to kill him and to kill the entire Iranian negotiating team. Ghalibaf just wrote, "Don't they think to themselves that if their threats had any result, they wouldn't have reached today's desperation? We do not take the Americans' threats into account at all. It would be better for them to watch their statements carefully. Our armed forces are ready to respond to them in a different way. No matter how much they talk, it is we who act." This is what the United States has become on the world stage under the Trump regime, incredibly weak, and the Strait of Hormuz remains closed right now as a result of Israel continuing to strike inside of Lebanon, killing over 100 people in Lebanon, and it was innocent women, children, and people who were a lot of the casualties that have been there, by the way, in Lebanon. Meanwhile, Netanyahu says that he has no interest in ever leaving Lebanon. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, says, nope, we're going to keep on blowing up Lebanon right now. And so Israel's saying, we don't care about your memorandum of understanding, Donald Trump.
And a belief that qualities of character, honesty, integrity, kindness, compassion, a sense of duty and honor, those things matter in our public dealings, just as they do in our private lives. These are not, these are the values and traditions I believe in. And they are not Republican or Democratic values. They're American values we can all share, regardless of party. Values every president here today, as different as we are, has tried our best to uphold. Values that John McCain and Mitt Romney believed in no less than I did. It is our greatest inheritance, the story of America at its best, because...
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to your exact address in just seconds. Imagine pulling up your neighborhood, spotting your roof, your street, even the landmarks around you, all in real time from an aerial view. It's like having your own personal window to the world right on your screen. This tool is simple to use. Just type in an address and instantly explore detailed satellite imagery with incredible clarity and precision. Whether you're curious about your home, checking out a vacation spot, or just exploring places you've always wanted to visit, it's all right here. Discover the power of seeing your world from above. Don't just hear about it, experience it. Try this free satellite Earth Maps tool today and see your world like never before.
It reflects a basic faith in the decency of our fellow citizens and the possibility that, despite all of our differences, we can see each other and understand one another and make common cause together. That's what I hope every visitor to this center takes away from their experience.
You have J.D. Vance getting on this small Gulfstream C-37 all by himself. I mean, just think about that. I mean, this isn't even the vice president's plane. He gets on a small Gulfstream C-37 to go to Switzerland. I mean, just even the optics of it look horrible. But J.D. Vance realizes what's going on here. As J.D. Vance was getting on the plane, he kind of blamed Marco Rubio for the fact that there was not a ceasefire that's really been able to be effective in Lebanon. And J.D. Vance tries to blame Rubio for that, as Rubio tries to set up J.D. Vance for the memorandum of understanding. They're both kind of going after each other, not necessarily so overtly, but it's pretty obvious if you pay attention to what's going on. I'll give you this example. So J.D. Vance, as he was getting on the plane, he blames basically Marco Rubio and saying, well, Rubio's the one who's dealing with Lebanon. So I'm going to go and I'm going to try to negotiate two narrow issues. Listen to what he says. I'm going to try to deal with some of the nuclear issues, and I'm going to try to deal with the Lebanon issue. That's what I'm going to focus on. But I'm only going to be there for a day or so because I know Rubio's going to be the one. You see how they're like trying to pass the blame back and forth? Let's take a listen to what J.D. Vance said. And hat tip over here, this Ryan Rosani account, try to lift up J.D. Vance's voice because it was in front of all the turbulence of the plane. Listen to what Vance says here. Listen very carefully. Let's play this clip right here so you can hear for yourself.
Robert Malley, the Middle East Program Director at the International Crisis Group, who helped negotiate the Obama-era Iran nuclear deal, said Trump's decision to pull the U.S. out of that deal in 2018 was a completely reckless and absurd one. Malley pointed out that the Trump administration is now renegotiating many of the same issues it walked away from, and worse, pushing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran did not previously control. Think about that. Before Trump's war, Iran did not control the Strait of Hormuz. After Trump's war, controlling the Strait of Hormuz is one of the concessions Iran extracted. Malley's conclusion: we should never have been in the position we're in now. Trump took a working deal, tore it up, started a war, and ended up in a worse position than the one he inherited. That is exactly what Obama said on the Today Show. The expert who negotiated the original deal and the president who signed it are saying the same thing. America is worse off, and the comparison between the two deals is devastating for Trump. Under Obama's 2015 JCPOA, Iran agreed not to develop nuclear weapons, submitted to International Atomic Energy Agency inspections, and the deal held for years. Trump, in his first term, withdrew from it, calling it horrible, defective at its core, one-sided, a road to a nuclear weapon, and one of the worst and dumbest agreements ever made by the U.S. He spent years telling the country Obama's deal was a catastrophe. And now, 8 years later, Trump has signed a deal that even the Washington Post notes is still an early outline, with key questions yet to be addressed. A deal that reopens the Strait of Hormuz and commits Iran to no nuclear weapons development, which were, as the New Republic pointed out, 2 points that already existed before Trump went to war in February. Trump fought a war to get back to roughly where Obama already had the country. Obama said it plainly: we're back where we were, except worse off. And the same morning Trump was raging about Obama, he was also threatening to drop bombs on their head if Iran didn't comply with the deal he had just signed. A reporter at the G7 asked, "Is the text of the agreement final?" Trump replied, "No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head. If they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head, because they've misbehaved for 47 years, all right? Bombs right smack in the middle of their head." From the President of the United States, about the same deal he was, in the same breath, calling a historic peace agreement. Obama talked about exhausting diplomacy to avoid war. Trump, in the same news cycle, threatened to drop bombs on people's heads and called his predecessor a stupid son of a bitch. The contrast could not be more total. Now bring it to the present, because the news from the last 24 hours keeps proving Obama exactly right. Trump signed the U.S.-Iran agreement Wednesday night during dinner at the Palace of Versailles with French President Emmanuel Macron. Iran's President Pezeshkian signed remotely from Tehran. The MOU was signed in both English and Farsi. At Iran's insistence, Iran demanded
we're going to continue to move forward and continue our invasion of Lebanon. And here's what Donald Trump posted. Let's just go bring out the receipts. Trump writes, "Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon from causing trouble. If they don't, we will hit Iran very hard again, just like we did last week. Only harder, Donald J. Trump." This again, as the Strait of Hormuz is closed right now because of Israel strikes inside of Lebanon. And Donald Trump posted that right as the negotiations were supposed to take place in Switzerland. I mean, Donald Trump seems intent on causing a global depression, right, and destroying these negotiations. Donald Trump then called up state regime media, which calls itself Fox, and then Donald Trump told one of the Fox correspondents the following. He said, "You close the Strait of Hormuz, you ain't gonna have a fucking country, Iran. You hear me?" I mean, Donald Trump is so unhinged. Here's what he said. Let's play it.
President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, "You close it and you won't have a country." He went on to tell these officials, "You won't even make it back to your effing country."
It's what we can achieve when we embrace our shared responsibilities as citizens. And since we're a few weeks away from America's 250th birthday, it is worth remembering just how radical the whole idea of self-government really was back in 1776. To that point, human history was a tale of conquest and caste and rigid hierarchies. A world where the strong dominated the weak, where power and wealth and status flowed through lineage, and the many were ruled by the few. But out of the fire and steel of a revolution, a different story took flight on this continent. A declaration that we are all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that in the newly independent United States, there will be no kings or lords, no serfs or subjects, but only citizens, each of us free to pursue our own version of happiness.
We were planning our anniversary trip. Someone tried to open a loan in my name in a state I've never even been to before.
Retirement is just around the corner. I don't have time to deal with identity theft. Fortunately for me, LifeLock caught it fast.
Identity thieves work hard, but LifeLock works harder, monitoring threats, alerting you fast, and jumping in if something goes wrong.
Now we can get back to planning that trip.
Threat averted. Thank you, LifeLock.
Start your free 30-day trial at LifeLock.com.
Look forward to start technical talks with the Iranians, the Pakistanis, and the Qataris. Our understanding is that the Iranians just landed, the Qataris and Pakistanis, and some of our technical negotiators have been on the ground. But look, we'll have a couple days of talks. We're going to get this thing kicked off in the right way. There's a lot to discuss, but we're going to go through it all.
Sir, fighting in Lebanon seems to upend the entire process. What do you plan to do about that?
Well, Marco and the entire team have been actively managing what's going on in Lebanon despite the headlines. Things are actually getting better there. Things have calmed down a little bit. It's going to be something we're just going to have to continuously manage to ensure that, Israel and Lebanon are both safe and secure. That's fundamentally the goal of this, to make the whole region safe and secure. The big problem is that you have somebody will shoot and then somebody will respond, and you kind of have a chicken and egg problem where you've just got to stop for long enough to get the fires to hold. That's what we're going to try to do. We'll keep on looking at it. Things have got better.
Sir, what if you can more specifically about your schedule or something like that? What would get you success in check for you?
Well, I think it's number one, just getting things set up in the right way and getting the actual structure of the negotiation in place. So the way that we're going to do this is that we're going to have a principal level political leadership at the top, and then obviously expecting teams to stay on the ground. As much as I like to stay in what appears to be a beautiful place, I can only be there for a day or two. I think we're hopefully making progress on the nuclear issue, make progress on the Lebanon ceasefire issue. Those are the two big things that I think we're going to be focused on. Obviously, Iran is going to have this
parallel Persian version for transparency, because Iran did not trust the United States to honor the English text. The agreement does not eliminate Iran's nuclear program, does not deplete Iran's ballistic missile stockpile, does not end Iran's support for regional proxies. A former Israeli consul general in New York, Alon Pincus, told CNN, "I fail to see even one of the 14 points that makes America, Israel, indeed the entire region, better off than we all were on the 28th of February when the war started. Not one of the 14 points. Exactly the assessment Obama delivered. Worse off." Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, a Republican, wrote, "This is the worst foreign policy blunder in decades. Reagan is rolling over in his grave. Before the war, the Strait was open, Iran was being crushed by sanctions, and 13 service members were still alive. Now 13 Americans are dead, families have paid billions at the pump, sanctions will be lifted, and the bombing has stopped." Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, also a Republican, told reporters, $100 billion has been spent since the first kinetic strike. We've lost 2 F-18S, several other airframes. And the contradictions keep multiplying. Vice President J.D. Vance is now taking flack from conservatives after criticizing Israeli opposition to the deal. When asked about reports that Netanyahu was angry over the deal, Vance said, "Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world." The Vice President of the United States publicly warning Israel's own cabinet not to criticize Trump. The same J.D. Vance, who once called Trump America's Hitler, is now the enforcer demanding loyalty from America's closest ally. Today, Trump's pick to be acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte, showed up to work a day early and asked for a list of every employee in his office so he could decide who to fire. He caught everyone off guard, including the outgoing director, Tulsi Gabbard. Pulte had alarmed intelligence officials the week before when, in his only prior briefing with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, he asked if he could bring the president's daily brief, which contains sensitive, classified national security information, to his house. This is the man Trump put in charge of America's intelligence community. Meanwhile, Trump canceled the Senate confirmation hearing for his other intelligence nominee, Jay Clayton, via a Truth Social post hours before it was set to take place. And the cultural vandalism continues. A federal appeals court ruled Thursday that the Trump administration will be allowed to replace an exhibit on slavery at George Washington's home in Philadelphia. An exhibit documenting the lives of the people Washington enslaved, torn down to comply with Trump's executive order on restoring truth and sanity to American history. The 6-panel display had been unveiled in 2010 after years of community advocacy.
Then Donald Trump told the Fox host, "We're going to bomb the shit out of you. I'm going to blow the shit out of them." You understand? I mean, just think about Donald Trump. He's in Camp David right now, panicking around the room. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. We're about to hit tank bottom on oil, and he's out there cursing to a Fox host. Here, play this clip.
An important point here is what the president is leaving on the table as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz. He says, "We may take over the strait if we have to. I'll blow the S out of them."
Then Donald Trump said, "You know this deal, this MOU, it's not even a deal at all. You see, it's an option. And after 60 days, I think I'm just going to go and return to blow the shit up out of them." This is what Donald Trump is saying this morning. And by the way, the optics of what's going on in Switzerland tells a very different story right now about the weakness of the United States. But let's play this clip.
And also, President Trump talked about the broader memorandum of understanding, indicating this is just a ceasefire extension. This is not the final deal with the Iranian regime. And the president says he holds the cards and maintains a variety of options if the Iranians don't make these serious commitments at the negotiating table. He said, "I have a 60-day option, and I can do whatever I want after that option." So again, President Trump
Now, you saw Marco Rubio's face at the G7, right? Marco Rubio was there as Donald Trump was signing the MOU in Versailles. But Rubio, tried to remain basically emotionless and try to show visually his displeasure. So, look at Rubio behind Donald Trump as Trump was talking about this. Let's play this clip.
Iran's waiting for them. They're waiting for them. And they never saw them. 1 o'clock in the morning, they never saw them. They're stealth. And we just ordered 22 more. The newer, upgraded version, which I guess is better. I don't know how the hell you get better.
And then Rubio leaked to the press, along with John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, the following. Ratcliffe isn't the only skeptic in Trump's team. Secretary of State Rubio and Hegseth expressed concerns and raised questions about the deal in internal discussions, while VP Vance and U.S. envoys Witkoff and Jared Kushner advocated for it. And of course, you know who they went with. They went with Barack Ravid to share that story.
Trump's National Park Service tore it down. A lower court ordered it restored. The appeals court just said the administration can keep it down. The Senate, meanwhile, buried in its annual defense authorization bill, is moving to officially rename the Department of Defense as the Department of War, changing the titles of the Secretary of War, Assistant Secretary, and Undersecretary, and rewriting every law and record that uses the word defense. And Trump said this week that the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool, the historic pool where Marian Anderson sang in 1939, where Martin Luther King delivered the I Have a Dream speech in 1963, currently filled with algae and going viral, will probably be drained. The erasure of the slavery exhibit at Washington's home, the renaming of defense to war, the draining of the reflecting pool where King spoke. This is the America Trump is building while Obama's presidential center opens as a reminder of what America is. The contrast is the entire story. One man builds a monument to civic responsibility. The other tears down the exhibit about the people George Washington enslaved. If you're getting value from this breakdown, the membership is $9 a month. Less than a cup of coffee, and it fuels independent journalism while the corporate networks settle lawsuits and cancel the hosts who tell the truth. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Now let me give you the deeper Obama-Trump history, because this week's exchange is just the latest chapter in a feud that goes back 15 years. The Obama-Trump feud did not begin in politics. It began with the birther conspiracy. For years, starting around 2011, Donald Trump was the loudest public promoter of the racist lie that Barack Obama was not born in the United States. Trump demanded Obama's birth certificate. He sent investigators to Hawaii. He claimed they couldn't believe what they were finding. It was a complete fabrication, a racist conspiracy theory designed to delegitimize the first black president of the United States. And Obama, in 2011, got his revenge in one of the most famous moments in modern American political history, the White House Correspondents' Dinner. At the 2011 WHCD, with Donald Trump sitting in the audience, Obama roasted him to his face. He joked about Trump's birther obsession. He joked that now that the birth certificate issue was settled, Trump could get back to the real questions like, did we fake the moon landing? He showed a fake image of what the Trump White House would look like, a gaudy casino with women in bikinis. He mocked Trump's celebrity apprentice decision-making, deadpanning that on a recent episode, Trump had to fire Gary Busey. And these are the kinds of decisions that would keep me up at night. Well handled, sir. The entire room laughed at Donald Trump. The cameras caught Trump sitting there, stone-faced, humiliated, furious. Many historians and journalists have argued that the humiliation Trump suffered at that 2011 dinner is part of what drove him to run for president in the first place, to prove Obama and the entire Washington establishment wrong. Obama destroyed Trump on live television in 2011.
Then, pursuant to the Memorandum of Understanding, Iran is not required to completely give up enriched uranium. The MOU, if you want to look at the provision, specifically paragraph 8, talks about down blending, which, by the way, was in the JCPOA, although the JCPOA had enforcement mechanisms. So naturally, Iran's president, Pezeshkian, says we're not going to give up our right to enrichment. By the way, that's in the Memorandum of Understanding, that they don't have to give up their right to enrichment. They said no nuclear weapons, but they can enrich. They just have to downgrade. I don't know, Donald and Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance, I don't know, maybe you want to know a little bit about the way nuclear material works. I don't know, before you go and you do these deals. Then Donald Trump says he better watch his mouth because we're going to take over the rest of the country. Here, let's play this clip.
It's also reacting to that. Take a listen.
We will not give up our right to enrichment, and they, too, will be forced to accept it. You all know what the so-called President of the United States was saying. He had made a complete 100-degree turn. He was saying that Iran must surrender unconditionally. Iran has no right to do this. It has no right to do that.
This is the latest polling data, though, right now, and Rubio's paying attention to this as well. That Rubio, his polling is increasing while J.D. Vance right now is decreasing, just as J.D. Vance is more associated with this Memorandum of Understanding. Here, let's play this clip.
This is the general electorate, but Vance's net favorability rating in Ohio, you go back to the 2024 election, he was at plus 5 points. Even in Ohio, in J.D. Vance's home state, among the electorate overall, he is underwater among independents. Look at this. He's 27 points underwater. J.D. Vance, not so popular in the Buckeye State.
Problems at home.
Yes.
How about his net approval overall?
Yeah, how about his net approval rating overall? There's all this discussion. J.D. Vance writes essentially, the childless cat ladies, right? That was the thing he very much regretted, almost regretted more than anything else. You might say, okay, how's he doing among women, among men? Well, he's underwater with both of them. Among men, he's slightly underwater at minus 2 points. Of course, if you're a Republican, you need to be popular with men if you're going to win a national election. Among women, he is way underwater. He's 26 points underwater. And the gender gap in the Quinnipiac University poll, when you matched him up against other Republicans in the Trump cabinet, the largest gender gap, it actually belonged to J.D. Vance. He doesn't need to win women if he's going to win in 2028, but he can't be this unpopular among them.
And Trump has spent the 15 years since trying to undo that humiliation. And the birther story matters because it is the origin of everything. For years, starting around 2011, Donald Trump was the single loudest public promoter of the racist lie that Barack Obama was not born in the United States. He went on every television show that would have him and demanded Obama produce his birth certificate. He claimed he had sent investigators to Hawaii who cannot believe what they're finding. He tweeted about it relentlessly. It was a complete fabrication, a racist conspiracy theory designed to delegitimize the first black president of the United States, to suggest that a black man could not legitimately hold the office. Obama eventually released his long-form birth certificate in April 2011, in part to put the lie to rest. And then, days later, at that correspondence dinner, he made Trump pay for it in front of the entire Washington press corps. The dignity of Obama's response, releasing the document, then calmly mocking the man who demanded it, versus the ugliness of Trump's original lie, is the entire Obama-Trump dynamic in miniature. One man operates with grace and competence. The other operates with conspiracy and grievance, and the grievance has never gone away. 15 years later, Trump is still calling Obama names on foreign soil. And throughout Trump's political career, Obama has been one of his sharpest, if most measured, critics. At the 2020 Democratic National Convention, Obama broke the long-standing norm that former presidents don't directly attack their successors, delivering a sober warning about Trump. I did hope, for the sake of our country, that Donald Trump might show some interest in taking the job seriously, Obama said. But he never did. He's shown no interest in putting in the work. He never grew into the job. At the 2024 Democratic National Convention, campaigning for Kamala Harris, Obama delivered his most cutting Trump material yet. He mocked Trump's weird obsession with crowd sizes, and, in a moment that delighted the crowd, made a hand gesture suggesting Trump's insecurity about a certain part of his anatomy. The crowd roared. It was Obama, the master of the measured cool, allowing himself one perfectly deployed moment of mockery. He talked about Trump's childish nicknames and crazy conspiracy theories and the endless, exhausting drama. He said Trump had been whining about his problems since he left office and warned that the other party is counting on you to be exhausted. He warned that a second Trump term would be worse than the first. He was right. He was completely right. Everything Obama warned about at the 2024 DNC, the chaos, the cruelty, the drama, the incompetence, the endless, exhausting spectacle has come to pass in the 18 months since. The UFC birthday party, the Versailles dessert menu signing, the Meet the Press meltdown, the Madison Square Garden booing, the falling asleep on camera, the calling his predecessor a stupid son of a bitch. Obama described the second Trump term before it happened, and the country is now living inside his prediction.
President Trump, during our call, responded directly to those comments by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. President Trump told Fox News he better watch his mouth, he better shape up, or we'll take over the rest of the country. And so clearly the president reacting directly to these comments from Iran's President Masoud.
As I noted before, then Donald Trump had Lindsey Graham show up, and Lindsey Graham said, this deal's going to fall apart, and then we're going to take over the Strait of Hormuz, and we're going to invade Iran, and then we're going to do this for Israel. That's what Americans want. For Israel, everybody. No, we want for America right now, not to be in these catastrophic and unlawful wars. Here, play this clip.
I spent 4.5 hours with President Trump Friday. Here's what I think will happen next. If this deal fails, President Trump is going to take the Strait of Hormuz over by force. The United States will control the Strait of Hormuz. We'll charge a fee for all those who go through to pay for the operation. And we're going to expand the Abraham Accords in calendar year 2026. We're going to get Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords, and which is the biggest change in 5,000 years in the Mideast. And if Iran contests control of the Strait of Hormuz by the United States, we'll obliterate.
Now let's talk about what Rubio's focus, though, has been. Rubio's focus has been invading Cuba. Rubio's focus has been trying to maintain and project imperialistic dominance over Venezuela. And one of the things he's also been focused on as well is trying to tamper with and manipulate with other elections in the Western Hemisphere. The latest story about Rubio, memo, this is New York Times reported, a memo by Marco Rubio approved the detention of a high-profile Colombian immigrant who criticized one of Donald Trump's allies. Marco Rubio said that Beto Corral's criticism of Donald Trump's right-wing candidate in the Colombia elections undermined U.S. foreign policy to try to get Beto Corral to be deported. So this past week, this hasn't gotten enough attention.
And now, in June 2026, with his presidential center opening and his legacy being celebrated, Obama has returned to public commentary at exactly the moment the country needs to hear from someone who actually knows how to do the job. The Obama Presidential Center on Chicago's South Side, a project years in the making, a museum and library complex meant to inspire the next generation of civic leaders, was dedicated Thursday, June 18th, and opens to the public this week. Obama told Craig Melvin that the center is a reminder of what America is. He acknowledged the moment honestly. There's no doubt that we are going through a period right now of disruption, polarization, and that people feel as if our democracy, our civic habits and virtues, our shared understanding of how we treat each other has started to crumble. But he framed it with hope. He said he was glad the center reminds people not of the past, but of what's inside all of us. And then the line that captures the entire difference between the 44th president and the 47th, we all have the capacity to feel a civic responsibility to make sure our government works. That is the Obama temperament. Honest about the crisis, hopeful about the country, focused on civic responsibility, the exact opposite of the man who responded to his criticism by calling him a stupid son of a bitch on foreign soil. The broader collapse around Trump continues. On June 3rd, the House voted 215 to 208 to pass a war powers resolution constraining Trump's military authority over Iran. 4 Republicans crossed the aisle: Massey, Fitzpatrick, Barrett, and Davidson. Senate Republicans stripped funding for Trump's $250 million White House ballroom project. Senator Tillis said, Pete Hegseth demonstrates how incompetent he is. The nationwide average gas price has reached $4.53 per gallon. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve has been drained 14%, the smallest amount since January 2024. Trump said this week that the oil reserves would run out in 4 weeks without the Iran deal. On June 7th, Trump stormed off NBC's Meet the Press after Kristen Welker pressed him for evidence of his rigged California elections claim. You're either crooked or you're stupid, he told her, before crushing his microphone underfoot. He admitted, I didn't guarantee no war. On June 8th, Trump became the first sitting president ever to attend an NBA Finals game at Madison Square Garden, where he was thunderously booed. The Knicks lost. On June 14th, Trump celebrated his 80th birthday with the UFC Freedom 250 event at the White House. He fell asleep on camera. A fighter hurled a slur at Michelle Obama, Barack Obama's wife, and Trump smirked. George Conway dropped a video June 15th. Hi, Donald. It's me, George Conway. I cost you $88 million and I've only just gotten started. Jackson Lahmeyer dropped out of an Oklahoma Republican runoff after Trump withdrew his endorsement. The Georgia Republican legislature publicly rejected Trump's redistricting push. Trump's history of attacking people is now an open part of the public record. Quiet piggy to Bloomberg's Catherine Lucy.
Also, Lindsey Graham keeps on fantasizing about Saudi Arabia and all of these countries joining the Abraham Accords with Israel. None of these countries want to engage in the Abraham Accords with Israel while Israel's engaged in genocide in Gaza and while they're blowing up Lebanon, Lindsey Graham. And then Lindsey Graham's like, everybody join with Israel, Arab nations. This catastrophic war that you and Netanyahu and Trump got us into pushed people further away from Israel's actually what's happened, Lindsey Graham. And then Lindsey Graham goes to the people of Lebanon. Help is on the way. Here, let me show you what he said. Let's play this clip.
To Saudi Arabia, now's the time to open negotiations yet again for you to expand the Abraham Accords, for you to join. I think this is going to happen in 2026, and it can't happen until Iran's in a box. If we get a deal, Iran will be in a box. If we don't get a deal, Iran will be in a box. To Lebanon, to the people in Lebanon, help is on the way. Hezbollah's been terrorizing your country for a long time. That's about to end.
Senator, I have...
The Trump regime detained Colombian immigrant by the name of Beto Corral, a very well-known, influential Colombian figure who supports the current president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, and he is supportive of the candidate who would be Cepa, who would be part of Gustavo Petro's administration in the upcoming elections that are now taking place. He's been very critical of the right-wing candidate, Abelardo de la Espriella, the right-wing candidate backed by Donald Trump. And so Rubio had Corral arrested for speaking negatively about the right-wing Colombian candidate. And that runoff is now taking place right now. Trump's candidate is nicknamed El Tigre. And so Rubio had this very high-profile immigrant who was here lawfully and then who was going through a lawful asylum process. He was here since like 2015. Rubio had him, is now having him get detained and get deported. We all remember this moment right here a month or so ago at the White House Club Rose Garden, that they call it, where Donald Trump polled the crowd. Who likes JD? Who likes Marco Rubio? Here. And during Marco Rubio's last appearance before the United States Senate, Senator Rosen was questioning Rubio about his refusal to go to like these critical negotiations. Rubio was also not there at the April Pakistan mediation. Rubio refused to show up there. Rubio's refusing to show up yesterday and today in Switzerland. I mean, it's a total abdication, but the whole plan is throw J.D. Vance under the bus. Here's what Senator Rosen said. Play this clip.
I'd like to remind the American people that as the Secretary of State, your main duty as America's chief diplomat is to maintain our relations with foreign nations. This is why I was shocked to see that you were at a party with President Trump in Miami instead of accompanying Vice President Vance to Pakistan for negotiations.
What party was I at? I was at a party?
It's publicly reported, and there's photos there.
But what party? No, but you're going to say that. I'm going to answer it. I'm going to answer that question because that's an absurd statement. I was not at a party.
If I finish my paragraph, he can answer.
People are going to slander me. I'm going to answer it.
Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, both of whom were never confirmed by this body to be America's diplomats, accompanied the vice president in the negotiations. Even Iran's foreign minister was not there, yet was there, and you were not. I just feel that's embarrassing for us, and it's embarrassing for you. So, Mr. Secretary, Congress represents the American people. We have the power to confirm who represents America abroad. We confirmed you to be our Secretary of State. We confirmed you to be in the negotiations that are happening. And it's just unthinkable to me that you are missing high-stakes negotiations or that you're not involved.
A dumb person to MS Now's Kayla Gardner. Hatred in her eyes to CNN's Caitlin Collins. Either crooked or stupid to Kristen Welker. Smirking at the slur against Michelle Obama. And now a stupid son of a bitch about Barack Obama. The pattern is the message. Trump cannot tolerate criticism from anyone, and he especially cannot tolerate it from the man whose competence, dignity, and grace have always been the thing Trump most desperately wishes he had. The Republican defection list keeps growing. Pence, Cruz, Graham, Wicker, Massey, Fitzpatrick, Barrett, Davidson, Bill Cassidy now calling the Iran deal the worst foreign policy blunder in decades. Tillis revealing the $100 billion price tag. Tucker Carlson apologized to his audience in April for misleading supporters. Mary Trump on CNN. Donald Trump has never been fit in any capacity. George Conway running for Congress on a third impeachment platform. The cultural opposition is full spectrum. Whoopi Goldberg, deballed America. Sonny Hostin, beneath the dignity. Rosie O'Donnell, con man, narcissist, psychopath. Robert De Niro, monstrous leaders. Bruce Springsteen, shout loud enough to be heard at the White House. George Clooney, war crimes. Bill Maher, derangement syndrome. Trevor Noah, sexual deviant. Jimmy Kimmel, retreaty of Versailles. And now Barack Obama, the 44th president of the United States. America is worse off. And here is why Obama's voice matters more than almost any other in this entire list. He is not a comedian. He is not a talk show host. He is not an activist. He is a former president of the United States who actually did the job Donald Trump is failing at. He made the Iran deal Trump tore up. He kept Iran from building a nuclear weapon through diplomacy, without a war, without $100 billion, without 13 dead American service members. When Barack Obama says America is worse off after Trump's Iran war, he is not offering a partisan opinion. He is offering the expert assessment of the man who actually solved the same problem the right way. That is what makes it destruction. Not volume, not insults, not profanity, just the quiet, devastating authority of a man who did the job correctly, calmly explaining how the current occupant did it wrong. And Trump's response, a stupid son of a bitch, is the response of a man who knows deep down that Obama is right and cannot stand it. Drop a comment with the Obama moment that hit hardest for you. Was it the June 19th, 2026 Today Show? We're back where we were before we started the war, except maybe a little bit worse offline?
Hello? Oh my God, Dylan. Everyone watching how we shoot our podcast. We shoot everything inside Riverside. I record our show in 4K, even though we're 1,000 miles apart because you won't move to New York. And your crappy internet doesn't matter because it records locally on both sides.
Okay, frickin' Geek Squad, but what about editing the pod?
Dude, Riverside has this. It's like a little AI video editing elf right inside our studio. You can just type what you want and boom! It spits out clips, show notes, title suggestions, and thumbnails.
So we just hang and talk nonsense and it does the hard part?
Exactly. We do the fun stuff, Riverside handles the rest.
Donald Trump just held a disastrous press conference with President Ayoun, the president of Lebanon, at the same time. We know that the Trump regime is currently evacuating U.S. bases in the Middle East. At least a lot of bases are being evacuated, and military equipment and planes are being relocated to Israel because the United States simply doesn't have the munitions or the interceptors to protect these U.S. bases in the Arab nations, and they believe they still have the ability to protect the military equipment in Israel.
Who else do we have from where? Yes? Egypt. Oh, very nice. That's cool. Cool and exotic. Yes. How are things going over there? Just blink if it's good. And blink twice if it's bad. I won't say your name. I won't put you on camera. You can go back. Your president doesn't have to know you were here. Things are good in Egypt.
Thank you so much to everyone who has joined our membership. We are now 60 plus members strong. This is just $9 a month, and our goal is to reach 1,000 members so we can continue running America Facticity as an independent journalism platform without corporate funding, outside pressure, or influence. Your support helps us keep this work real, clean, and focused on the truth. If you haven't already, please like the video, share it, subscribe, and leave a comment so this video can reach more people who need to see this reality. Thank you again for standing with independent journalism.
Trump goes nuts after Trevor Noah exposed him on live TV. The first is built for the age of viral video. A comedian stands beneath the lights of one of the biggest television broadcasts in the world. He delivers a line aimed directly at the President of the United States. The audience gasps, laughs, and immediately recognizes that the joke has crossed from harmless celebrity teasing into politically explosive territory. Hours later, the president responds with insults, denials, and a threat to bring in his lawyers. That story is being packaged under titles such as "Trump loses it after Trevor Noah exposed him on live television." But the second story is unfolding right now, far beyond the Grammy stage. In the most recent 24-hour period, Trump has attended the return of 4 American service members killed in the Middle East, threatened to destroy Iranian bridges and power plants, promoted investment accounts for children at a campaign-style rally in Georgia, watched House Republicans advance a $95 billion budget proposal connected to his war and domestic priorities, and approved a nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia that could eventually permit uranium enrichment inside the kingdom. One story is about the spectacle of power. The other is about the exercise of power. And when the two are placed side by side, they reveal something larger than a dispute between a president and a comedian. They show how Trump operates across every arena: television, social media, military policy, economic messaging, and electoral politics. The tone changes, the setting changes, and the stakes change, but the central character remains unmistakably the same. This is the verified story of what Trevor Noah said, what Trump actually did afterward, what was and was not exposed, and what happened around Donald Trump during a consequential 24 hours in July 2026, the night Trevor Noah decided not to play it safe. The setting was the 68th Annual Grammy Awards at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. Trevor Noah was hosting the ceremony for the 6th consecutive time, and the Recording Academy had already announced that this would be his final year in the role. Noah had become unusually experienced at navigating an awards show containing musicians, executives, activists, television cameras, and millions of viewers who did not necessarily share the same politics. For much of the ceremony, Noah followed the familiar formula. He moved through the audience, acknowledged major performers, teased celebrities, and kept the production moving. His opening political material was sharp but recognizable. He joked about Nicki Minaj's support for Trump, performed an exaggerated Trump impression, and made a reference to presidential term limits while discussing his own departure as host. There was also a joke about the Grammys being transmitted completely live because editing the program might prompt Trump to sue gasped. Noah responded by reminding everyone that this was his final year as host, effectively suggesting that he had little reason to restrain himself. The joke was delivered during a live entertainment program, not as a factual report, deposition, news investigation, or presentation of evidence. Nevertheless, the punchline directly connected the sitting president to one of the darkest scandals in modern American public life. The joke worked by combining three subjects already circulating in public debate. The first was Trump's long-running interest in Greenland. The second was Trump's publicly documented former social relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The third was the vast atmosphere of rumor, suspicion, and unresolved anger surrounding Epstein's crimes, his powerful acquaintances, and the government's handling of related records. Comedy often functions through compression. A performer takes several pieces of information, removes the qualifications, accelerates the connections, and produces a line that lands in seconds. That is what Noah did. He did not pause to distinguish documented travel from alleged travel, social acquaintance from criminal involvement, a political obsession from a literal plan, or satire from sworn testimony. He relied on the audience understanding that they were watching a comedian at the Grammys, but satire does not prevent the target from taking a joke literally or from claiming that other viewers might take it literally. Trump's response arrives after the broadcast. Trump answered after the ceremony through Truth Social. His response was not a brief denial prepared by a press secretary. It was personal, insulting, and overtly threatening. He attacked the quality of the Grammy Awards, described the broadcast as effectively unwatchable, compared Noah unfavorably with Jimmy Kimmel, and called the comedian a loser and a talentless host. More importantly, Trump disputed the factual implication of the joke. He said Noah's statement was false and defamatory, denied that he had ever visited Epstein's island or gone anywhere near it, and argued that even hostile media organizations had not previously accused him of being there. He then said his lawyers might sue Noah and suggested that he intended to have fun pursuing the matter. This distinction matters. Trump was not denying that he once knew Epstein. That historical association is already documented. He was denying the far more specific implication that he traveled to Epstein's private Caribbean island or participated in anything associated with Epstein's crimes. The available public record supports treating those as separate questions. Flight records and other reporting show that Trump traveled on Epstein's aircraft several times during the 1990s on routes between Palm Beach and New York. The men appeared together socially and were photographed at events. But fact-checkers have found no documented evidence showing that Trump visited Little St. James, Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Monday Service is an AI service platform that helps you stay one step ahead. It's a girl, by the way.
With Monday Service, your team is always one step ahead. Now, AI agents resolve requests for you at any scale, handling the repetitive, the urgent, and everything in between, on the spot. While you stay in full control with real-time visibility, built-in guardrails, and zero guesswork. Getting agents up and running has never been easier. Monday Service. Launch your first service agent today.
Local matters. Who you hire matters. The Richard Harris Law Firm.
Donald Trump describes 3 service members that we at least know of, I believe it's more, being killed in the base in Jordan. And there was another service member killed in Erbil, Iraq as well. Donald Trump says, this is how he describes it: Iran slipped something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, that would not have happened. So Donald Trump is blaming it on the operators and something just slipped. Just think about how dangerous this rhetoric is. Nothing just slipped. Every single day, Iran is shooting salvos of these ballistic missiles that are precisely hitting targets day in, day out. It didn't slip. And Donald Trump blames, it's just bad operators. That's what did it. Here, play this clip.
But we are doing very well. We are degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really so seriously. They did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, would not happened, unfortunately. But because we have the best equipment in the world, we've stopped almost everything. But when you let other people do your job, with the United States, we let other people do the job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. But we're going to be going and paying our respects.
The year. Congratulations, Billie Eilish. Wow. That is a Grammy that every artist wants. almost as much as Trump wants Greenland. Which makes sense. I mean, because Epstein's island is gone, he needs a new one to hang out with Bill Clinton. So, oh, I told you it's my last year. What are you going to do about it?
And start to say, this is definitely what happened. But there are lots of red flags here, folks. And no one else wants to talk about it. Here, play this clip.
Very closely with the administration, and we get along very well. Venezuela is a very happy place. I had a tragic incident with the, with the event that took place a week ago. What a terrible thing that was. They had a movement, a shifting of earth that was unbelievable. They've never seen anything like it. A lot of people were killed. So it's all unrelated. But by the way, we were the first ones there to help. We were there to help Venezuela. It was an earthquake, I guess you'd call it. It was a pretty massive earthquake. And we were able to do a lot of good. But they lost a lot of people. Venezuela, the people are so happy that we're there. The jobs, everything's happening, and we're taking out many, many times the money that we spent on the war.
Then Donald
Trump has not been charged with a crime connected to Epstein, and a social relationship or appearance in records is not itself proof of criminal conduct. That is why the word exposed is too strong when used literally. Noah did not reveal previously unknown travel records. He did not produce a witness. He did not display a photograph from the island. He did not present a government finding. He made a joke that stretched a documented association into a much more damaging implication. That does not make the joke insignificant. It makes it satire rather than an expose. The most accurate headline would be something closer to this. Trevor Noah mocks Trump with an Epstein-related joke on live television. Trump angrily denies the implication and threatens to sue. That wording is less sensational, but it reflects the verified record. How a joke becomes an exposure. The modern political content economy rarely rewards qualification. A thumbnail has only a few seconds to capture attention. Comedian makes provocative joke and president disputes its implication sounds procedural. Trump exposed live promises revelation. Trump loses it promises emotional collapse. The first describes an event. The second and third describe a dramatic interpretation of that event. Once the headline begins circulating, the interpretation can become more memorable than the original broadcast. Viewers who never saw the Grammys may imagine that Noah presented a dossier. Others may assume that Trump called the television program in real time. Some may believe the two men faced one another in a studio. A fictional dramatization can then borrow authentic pieces, the Grammy joke, Trump's post, the Epstein controversy, and arrange them into a confrontation that never actually occurred. The result is a hybrid narrative. Its ingredients are real, but the meal is invented. That is why the near-identical YouTube upload describing itself as a fictional dramatization is important. It demonstrates how easily political commentary can be presented with the vocabulary of breaking news while operating according to the rules of entertainment. The title can remain technically adjacent to reality while the narration invents reactions, meetings, panic inside the White House, or conversations for which no evidence exists. A fact-based narration therefore has to keep three layers separate. There is the documented event, Noah's joke, and Trump's response. There is reasonable interpretation. Trump was clearly angry, believed the joke crossed a line, and chose to amplify the controversy through a public threat. Then there is speculation, claims about secret panic, private conversations, emotional breakdowns, or immediate legal maneuvers that have not been documented. Trump's own words are dramatic enough. There is no need to invent additional scenes. Could Trump's lawsuit threat have gone anywhere? Trump's reaction also raises the long-standing tension between defamation law and political satire. A president is both a public official and one of the most powerful public figures imaginable. Under the standard associated with New York Times Company versus Sullivan, a public official generally cannot win damages over a defamatory falsehood relating to official conduct without proving actual malice, meaning knowledge that the statement was false or reckless disregard for whether it was true.
Then a reporter says, "What's your view about the Houthis in Yemen's threat that they will shut down the Bab el-Mandab Strait in a blockade against Saudi ships?" And Trump's like, "There's no indication of that happening at all, but we will deal with it if it happens." There is an indication. If you just look at the VHF radio frequencies, you can actually see and hear the 8 tankers. If you see this, it's not actually all that complicated. You can hear the tankers turning around and being warned by the Houthis to turn around, and then they turn around, confirming on the VHF frequencies. And then you can see on the satellite footage that the ships turn around. That dude lies about every damn thing. Here, play this clip.
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front in the war?
We'll see what happens. So far, it hasn't happened. It might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before, and we haven't heard from them in a while since we did what we did originally. That was about 45 days of very powerful action we took against the Houthis. And we've had no problem with the Houthis. They've had no problem with us for a long period of time, including during this conflict. I think that if there is something like that, we'll just have to take care of business.
America's never been better. We're in a golden age. Everything's amazing. Everybody's rich. Everybody loves me. Goodbye. Here, play this clip.
Thank you all very much. We're doing very well with Iran. We're doing unbelievably with the economy. We have investment. As you know, Toyota is coming in with the biggest plant, I understand, anywhere in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming into our country. It's going to come into Texas, to be specific. We have more plants under construction now than at any time, by far, by many times. We have over $19.2 trillion being spent in America, and they're going to be opening up in a year or year and a half. And there has never been a time like this in America. Truly, it's the golden age of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. What the hell was that?
Satire receives additional protection when a reasonable audience would not understand it as presenting literal facts. In Hustler magazine versus Falwell, the Supreme Court emphasized the constitutional protection given to offensive parody involving public figures when the material could not reasonably be interpreted as a factual description. That does not mean every sentence labeled a joke is automatically immune from litigation. Context, wording, jurisdiction, and the precise legal claim would all matter. A court could examine whether ordinary viewers understood Noah's line as an absurd punchline or as a literal accusation that Trump traveled to Epstein's island. The Grammy setting, Noah's role as a comedian, and the exaggerated Greenland setup would support the argument that the remark was rhetorical parody. Trump, on the other hand, could argue that the line made a concrete and reputation-damaging factual insinuation. That would be a dispute for lawyers and ultimately a court, not for a viral headline, to resolve. The reporting reviewed for this narration establishes that Trump threatened a lawsuit. It does not establish that his threat produced a filed and adjudicated defamation case against Noah. Politically, however, a lawsuit does not have to succeed to serve a purpose. A legal threat can frighten smaller publishers, raise insurance costs, force organizations to preserve evidence, require lawyers to review future jokes, and create a warning for other performers. It can also reassure Trump's supporters that he will not allow an allegation to pass unanswered. Yet the response creates a paradox. Before Trump reacted, Noah's line was one joke inside a lengthy awards ceremony. After the president posted about it, news organizations around the world repeated the line, analyzed his denial, and revisited his old association with Epstein. The attempt to crush the joke gave it a second life. In communications theory, this resembles the familiar phenomenon in which an effort to suppress information amplifies it. Trump's denial may have been important to him personally and legally, but his method of denying it guaranteed that a larger audience would hear the original accusation. Noah controlled the microphone for a few seconds. Trump controlled the news cycle that followed. What Trevor Noah really revealed, Trevor Noah did not expose a secret trip to Epstein's island. What he may have exposed, in a broader and metaphorical sense, was a political pressure point. Trump has often demonstrated that ridicule affects him differently from conventional policy criticism. A long report about spending, tariffs, or executive authority may receive a formal statement. A joke about his intelligence, appearance, television ratings, or personal reputation can produce a direct and emotional response. That pattern matters because comedy attacks the image of control. Political leaders can answer an opponent's policy argument with statistics. They can challenge a newspaper investigation with lawyers. They can dismiss demonstrators as partisan. Satire is harder to neutralize because explaining why a joke is wrong can make the target appear trapped inside the comedian's frame. Ignoring Noah would have allowed the joke to fade. Responding allowed Trump to issue a categorical denial, but it also made Noah the author of an international political story. Supporters could view Trump's reaction as justified.
Then you have Hegseth saying, and here's the thing, we gave Iran every opportunity to comply. They refused to comply, so we will hit them 10 times harder. Hegseth out. Here, play this clip.
President Trump was and continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder.
Okay. You realize what a fool you look like. You realize that Iran right now is surgically hitting early detection, radar facilities, bases, desalination facilities. After you strike their desalination facilities, they're not just going blow for blow. They're going about 10% more than what you're delivering there. And they're hitting precise things so that if and when this escalates more, you don't have early detection. You don't have radar. You don't have the HIMARS. You don't have any of that. And then Donald Trump's like, but here's in conclusion. Losers. They're all losers. Here, play this clip.
Have they considered that the one reason that we care about Caitlin Clark and her safety isn't because she's white, isn't because she's straight, but it's because she's good at basketball?
Yeah. Because
she's a generational talent who has revolutionized not just the sport of women's basketball, but women's sports as a whole, what she's done. Have they considered that? No, I don't think so.
And then Riley Gaines is like, and I have not seen the Kamala Harris video in the locker room with the sparks yet, but they got mad at Kash Patel for being in the locker room, but they praise Kamala. Kash Patel's the current FBI director, okay? And he's drinking beer in the locker room looking like a fool. But okay, this is what you want to talk about? Okay, here, play this clip.
And I hadn't yet seen that video of Kamala Harris speaking to those players, but was there any outrage like there was when Kash Patel was in the men's locker room after the Olympic team won a gold medal at the Olympics? No, I don't think so.
Wow. And then you have one of the Fox hosts, Campagno, and she goes,
from their perspective, Epstein's crimes are so serious that no public figure should be falsely linked to the island, even as part of a joke. They might argue that comedians routinely hide damaging accusations behind laughter and then invoke free speech when challenged. Critics could view Trump's response as an example of presidential intimidation, an attempt by the most powerful official in the country to use the threat of financially punishing litigation against a comedian. Both reactions explain why the moment traveled so far beyond the Grammys. It was not merely a disagreement about whether the joke was funny. It became an argument over how presidents should respond to mockery, where satire ends and factual accusation begins, and whether legal threats from public officials chill legitimate expression. Months later, however, a more consequential Trump story is unfolding. The most recent 24 hours have involved not punchlines, but military casualties, possible escalation with Iran, economic anxiety, midterm campaigning, and nuclear strategy. The last 24 hours begin with a threat to Iran. On July 22nd, Trump used Truth Social to issue another warning, this time not to a comedian, but to the Iranian government. He said the United States would destroy Iranian infrastructure in retaliation whenever Iran attacked a ship traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. His message specifically mentioned bridges and power plants, including facilities in or near Tehran. The statement came amid continuing U.S. strikes against Iran and attacks affecting regional military positions and maritime traffic. The Strait of Hormuz is one of the most economically sensitive waterways in the world. A major portion of internationally traded oil and gas passes through or near it. Any sustained disruption can affect energy prices, shipping insurance, inflation expectations, and the cost of transporting goods far beyond the Middle East. Trump's language was designed as deterrence. The message was essentially transactional. An attack on a ship would produce a clearly defined and visibly destructive American response. But deterrence can also become an escalation schedule. Once a president publicly promises a specific response, an adversary can test whether the promise is real. If the United States does not retaliate, Trump risks appearing to retreat. If it does retaliate, Iran can respond again, producing an accelerating cycle in which each side claims that the previous strike justified the next one. Power plants and bridges can have military value, but they also sustain ordinary civilian life. Electricity powers hospitals, water systems, communications, and homes. Bridges move soldiers and weapons, but they also carry workers, ambulances, and food. Any decision to target such infrastructure would bring difficult questions about military necessity, proportionality, and foreseeable civilian harm. By the end of the 24-hour window, U.S. forces had conducted a 12th consecutive night of strikes, according to the Associated Press. Britain had also withdrawn its remaining staff from Iran as the regional situation deteriorated and Trump's threats intensified. The economic consequences were already reaching American households. AP reported that average gasoline prices had risen to approximately $4.06 per gallon.
So what do you say to that, Donald? And so Donald Trump starts yelling at this female reporter. How do you know that? You know something that I don't know? And the reporter says, well, I'm observing what's happening in the region. And Donald Trump's like, they desperately want meetings. They're begging for it. They're begging for it. You don't know anything. You're fake news. Here, play this clip.
Yeah.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan to just keep bombing until they give up?
There are no signs. What, do you know something that I don't know?
Well, they continue to attack our allies and
You
kill
don't know
Americans.
what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know anything.
So talks are
you know
still
something
possible,
that I don't
likely?
know? Do you know something I don't know?
Well, tell us.
I will tell you, they want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
Then the way I saw the video of Kamala in the locker room, and ooh, it's bad, everybody. It's really, really bad. I mean, can you believe that this is what they're doing on state regime media? Here, play this clip.
I feel like there should be a global policy against having her anywhere near a locker room pre-game, because I can think of nothing more deflating than listening to her and what she has to say. Sophie Cunningham did more for the WNBA in her 2 seconds of being a ring girl at the UFC fight, which was so explosive and awesome, than the vice president. I feel sorry for those women who are actually seeking any type of inspiration from her. But we're not surprised by this. And the unfortunate part to me is that she is still being enlisted as somehow a mouthpiece of the Democrat Party, she continues to flop in all of her speeches. I think fundraising continues to work, which surprises me. But I love this Chiron so much because she just whiffs every single time. I don't understand why the fact that her speeches that lack substance, both in policy and actual ignition, continue.
Nearly 29% above their level a year earlier, while Treasury yields and long-term mortgage rates had also climbed. Those numbers connect distant military decisions with the everyday cost of driving, borrowing, and buying a home. This is the governing reality hidden behind the dramatic language. A presidential post may contain only a few lines, but those lines can affect military planning rooms, diplomats, oil traders, shipping companies, allied governments, families living near potential targets, and American consumers standing beside gas pumps. Dover Air Force Base and the human cost of the war. After warning that Iran would pay a heavy price, Trump traveled to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. There, he attended the dignified transfer of 4 American service members killed in the Middle East. A dignified transfer is among the most solemn ceremonies conducted by the United States military. Flag-draped transfer cases are carefully carried from an aircraft by a military team and moved toward the mortuary facility. Families may be present. Senior officials stand in silence. There are no rally chants, no political music, and no opportunity to turn the moment into ordinary campaign theater. Trump saluted as the 4 cases were carried from a C-17 aircraft. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane, and other officials stood nearby. According to reporting from the scene, the sound of a grieving family member crying could be heard as the 4th case was moved. The 4 service members were First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, 25, from Hawaii, Private Isabella Gonzalez, 19, from Texas, Sergeant Angel Rampersad, 28, from New York, and Army Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, 30, from North Carolina. Feehan, Gonzalez, and Rampersad were connected to attacks in Jordan. Swinton was killed in Iraq during an incident involving an Iranian drone. Their deaths brought the reported number of U.S. service members killed since the war began in late February to 18. That contrast is central to understanding the day. Both realities existed on the same tarmac. The ceremony did not settle whether the war was necessary, whether the strategy was working, or whether further retaliation would protect American forces. It demonstrated something more fundamental. Every escalation eventually becomes personal for somebody. Only hours later, Trump moved from that silent military ritual into the noise of electoral politics, from Dover to a Georgia campaign rally. Trump departed Delaware and traveled to Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia. The official subject of the visit was a new financial program known as Trump Accounts. These are tax-advantaged investment accounts for children. Under the program, children born from the beginning of 2025 through the end of 2028 are eligible for $1,000 in federal seed funding. Accounts can also be opened for other minors, though not every account receives the federal contribution. The program launched nationally on July 4th. The Treasury Department said approximately 6.5 million accounts had been registered, with about 1.5 million children eligible for the federal seed money. Trump said during the Georgia appearance that Americans had already placed roughly $1.5 billion into the accounts. The political idea behind the accounts is straightforward. Instead of providing a benefit that is immediately spent,
there's a lot of other alarming developments this morning as Donald Trump was holding this disastrous press conference with President Ayoun of Lebanon. We know that Iran has been working with the Houthis to basically shut down the Bab el-Mandab Strait to Saudi Arabian tankers. The Houthis said they were going to do a blockade for Saudi Arabian tankers, and we've seen them make good on that threat. At least 8 oil tankers linked to Saudi Arabian oil have been turned around in the Bab el-Mandab Strait. Also, another development, Iran announced, and we believe there's confirmation in the region as well, that it was able to successfully target. And then they start to finally, I guess, talk about Lindsey Graham. And then Mark Levin, who talks like this. Mark Levin, the warmonger. Netanyahu wants me. Right, that's my Mark Levin impression. Mark Levin's like, first he starts off, he's like, what we need to do with the Iranians, we need to bomb the hell out of them, bomb them and destroy, kill them all. And I resent when people say that Lindsey Graham is a warmonger. Lindsey Graham is a lovable guy. What? Here, play this clip.
My thoughts haven't changed for months. Pound the hell out of them till you pound them into submission. No more negotiations. It's our way or the highway. That's the way it works. Use all available options, including arming the Iranian people. That's my view. And as for Lindsey Graham was a remarkable statesman, a remarkable leader. He had 100 senators. He was a standout among 100. And why was he a standout? He was funny. He had a great personality, and all that is true. He was a character. But he was a principled man. And I resent when people call him a warmonger. What's a warmonger?
And then Donald Trump attacks Canada and says they need us to survive. They need us to survive. Here, play this clip.
But their leadership, from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
Then Donald Trump says that he's speaking to Hezbollah, which he isn't, but he just lies about literally everything he opens up his mouth and says. Let's play this clip.
Are you still speaking with Hezbollah? You said in previous interviews that you're speaking with Hezbollah.
I wouldn't say that, but I would speak to Hezbollah, yeah. I speak to everybody. I'll speak to people that a lot of people think I shouldn't be speaking to, and things work out. I would speak to
Mr. President,
I would say this, if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, you know, he's lived with Hezbollah for a long time. And if the president wanted me to speak to
the federal government gives a child an initial investment. Parents, relatives, employers, or private donors can add money. The funds are invested, allowing the child to benefit from long-term market growth. At adulthood, the account could help finance education, a first home, or a business. But Trump's style makes the transition especially visible because he rarely adopts a sustained period of rhetorical restraint. The solemnity of one event does not necessarily shape the language of the next. Supporters can describe that as resilience. A commander-in-chief must honor the dead and then continue governing. Critics can describe it as compartmentalization. They may ask whether the rally atmosphere allowed enough space to confront the meaning of the losses witnessed only hours earlier. The most responsible conclusion is not to claim knowledge of Trump's private emotions. No outside observer can prove what he felt at Dover or aboard Air Force One. What can be documented is the sequence. He warned Iran. He attended the return of 4 service members. He flew to Georgia. He delivered a campaign-style address. And while he was speaking, lawmakers in Washington were moving to finance more of the agenda responsible for defining the day. The House moves a $95 billion Trump package. House Republicans adopted a $95 billion budget proposal by a vote of 216 to 214. The proposal includes more than $70 billion connected to the Iran war, approximately $12 billion in assistance for farmers, and funding associated with implementing provisions of the Save America Act, a Trump-backed election measure. Democrats opposed the package, and some Republicans objected because the additional spending was not matched with offsetting cuts. The vote did not instantly place $95 billion into military accounts. It was a budget framework intended to create a path for subsequent legislation. The proposal still faced uncertainty in the Senate, where skepticism about the process and contents could prevent it from becoming law in its House form. Nevertheless, the vote demonstrated that Trump retained significant influence over House Republicans. Despite their narrow margin, internal disagreements, and traditional conservative concerns about deficit spending, the leadership advanced a package structured around his priorities. This is the point at which rhetoric becomes a ledger. A president can say that Iran must pay a price. Congress must decide how many American dollars will be spent imposing it. The administration can promise help for farmers. Lawmakers must authorize the money. Trump can demand new election rules. Congress must find a legislative route. The close vote also showed the fragility of the governing coalition. A movement built around strong presidential leadership still depends on individual representatives who face different electorates, different fiscal pressures, and different calculations about the midterms. For Democrats, the package offered a political contrast. They argued that tens of billions of dollars devoted to the Iran conflict could instead address problems at home. For Republicans, the argument was that failing to fund the military after American service members had been killed would project weakness and leave forces without the resources required to complete their mission. The dignified transfer at Dover therefore became more than a ceremony. It formed the emotional backdrop to a legislative struggle over how much further the United States should go.
And then I thought this was very noteworthy right here, because then Donald Trump goes, and they're a very happy place since we've taken them over. But they've had this thing happen, this event that took place. They had a movement, a shifting of the earth. That's what Donald Trump refers to the back-to-back unprecedented earthquake that's killed thousands and thousands of people, and thousands still missing. I mean, it's going to be tens of thousands of deaths that's there. Donald Trump's like, I guess you would call it an earthquake. Let me further give you the red alarms that I've been warning about over and over again here. We know that fracking and drilling done certain ways and overloading terrain can actually trigger earthquakes. This was an unprecedented earthquake that took place. The fact that Donald Trump here has to also say, and it was unrelated, and it was unrelated to that, I think is the biggest help. And again, as I've said before, I don't want to veer into a conspiratorial area. They go back to the Jesse Waters segment. College summer break is off the rails. You want to see some college students going wild right now? Okay, let's show you some girls in bathing suits, everybody. Ha 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 ha. This is fun. What are they doing? What is this? Here, play this clip.
What college do you go to?
The University of Tampa.
Marist University.
Rutgers University.
Salisbury University.
Woo! What's your major?
Psychology. I'll pick your brain apart.
Cybersecurity.
Nursing major. Hospitality major.
Finance major.
I hear that voice and you think money.
Summer break, what is the game plan?
Drink a lot. Smoke a lot.
Beach all day, every day.
Wake up around 12 p.m. Sit around, and that's about it.
Don't gain the freshman 15 while I'm at home.
Working all summer long in the emergency room.
Get money.
Getting a little drunk.
What are you drinking?
Water, because my parents might be watching.
Hi, Dad.
So then Donald Trump says, the Iranians, they were killing the protesters back in January like candy. What do you mean like candy? Who refers to people as candy? And 52,000. Didn't you say it was 40,000 last week? The problem with the Trump regime lying about literally everything and then posting AI images of Iranian women and then just going from 40,000 to 52,000 to 30,000, just making up numbers, is that when there's actually a serious thing that goes down and you're trying to analyze actually how many protesters were killed, what's the actual number when Trump promised that he was going to help the Iranian protesters? Remember when Trump said he was going to help is on the way, rise up right now, I've got your back. We don't know what the real number is. The guy lies about every single damn thing. The guy who told you that the reflecting pool was
the Saudi nuclear agreement. Another major development emerged from the administration's Middle East policy. The United States and Saudi Arabia signed a 30-year nuclear cooperation agreement, commonly known as a Section 123 agreement. The framework could allow American companies to help build Saudi Arabia's civilian nuclear infrastructure and might eventually permit a uranium enrichment facility inside the kingdom if a joint U.S.-Saudi study concludes that enrichment is warranted. The agreement is expected to involve multi-billion-dollar commercial opportunities for American companies and will be submitted to Congress for review. The Trump administration describes the deal as a way to maintain American influence. Saudi Arabia wants nuclear power. If the United States refuses to participate, the argument goes, Riyadh could seek assistance from Russia, China, or another supplier. American involvement would provide commercial benefits, create U.S. leverage, and allow Washington to shape safeguards around the program. Administration officials insist that the arrangement will not contribute to nuclear proliferation. The concerns are substantial, however. The agreement reportedly does not require Saudi Arabia to adopt the International Atomic Energy Agency's additional protocol, which allows more intrusive monitoring and verification. Non-proliferation experts argue that domestic uranium enrichment would give Saudi Arabia access to technology that, while usable for civilian fuel, could also shorten the path toward weapons capability if a future government chose that direction. Enrichment does not automatically create a nuclear bomb. Weaponization requires additional material, engineering, explosives, delivery systems, and political decisions. But enrichment capacity changes the strategic equation. That is especially sensitive because Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has previously suggested that his country could pursue a nuclear weapon if Iran obtained one. The United States is simultaneously fighting Iran in a conflict justified partly around preventing Tehran from obtaining nuclear weapons capability. Critics therefore see a contradiction. Washington is using military force against Iran's nuclear infrastructure while opening a possible path for Saudi enrichment. Supporters answer that the situations are different. Iran is an adversary accused of violating international expectations and threatening U.S. allies. Saudi Arabia is a security partner entering a program designed with American oversight. The real question is whether political alignment is a sufficient substitute for the strongest available inspection regime. Congress will have an opportunity to review the agreement, though blocking it could be difficult. The debate will test whether lawmakers are willing to accept proliferation risks in exchange for strategic influence, commercial access, and closer relations with Riyadh.
And very heavily.
Then a reporter says to Donald Trump, do you feel safe? Because, you're not going to be using the Qatari Air Force One anymore because he says it needs to be maxed out with all of this missile defense. Do you feel safe? And Trump's like, why? Why? Yeah. I feel safe. Why wouldn't I feel safe? Here, play this clip.
Say what?
Do you feel safe, especially considering the effects on your life?
I feel safe. Why wouldn't I feel safe?
Then Donald Trump talks about conquering Venezuela and bragging about taking over Venezuela and taking their oil. Play this clip.
I think people are very impressed. I mean, we took over Venezuela. We now have a great relationship with Venezuela. We went to war with Venezuela, and the war ended in one day. And we have now an incredible relationship with Venezuela. We're taking out millions of barrels of oil. They're making more money now than they ever made before, ever.
Was torn up by vandals. That's the guy who's talking about the 2020 election and doing that. No, sorry, don't believe the numbers. Don't believe his numbers at all. Here, play this clip.
It extinguished. But I believe that by doing what we did, by terminating Iran, who's very evil people leaving that country. You saw the number of protesters that they killed, 52,000 plus. I put a couple of them up today, young kids that kill them. They kill them like they're candy. It's crazy what they do. They treat them so badly. They're just killing people just at random. Over 52,000 people, and nobody talks about it. But if I didn't do the attack on their nuclear sites, or if I didn't terminate the Obama agreement with Iran, which was an absolute hit on having them that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And our deal will be a wall. It already is. They can't have a nuclear weapon right now. We'll take them.
Amazon data center in Bahrain, and the IRGC said it will soon be targeting Tesla, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Nvidia, and Oracle are all now legitimate targets in the region as they assist the United States military. We're also seeing Iranian strikes right now against Arab nations, striking U.S. radar, early warning detection facilities, and striking infrastructure in the Arab nations based on the United States striking the infrastructure in Iran. Israel's Channel 14 says the United States is currently unable to protect its bases in the region. Even they're saying there on Channel 14, it's evacuating, and they're saying that's why we're seeing all of this equipment come into Israel. But with all of this as background right now, Donald Trump's been saying during this press conference moments ago with President Ayoun of Lebanon, mind you, at the same time, Israel is striking southern Lebanon in residential areas. Donald Trump.
It may be one of the most consequential decisions of Trump's current term, and it received far less online attention than an old Trevor Noah joke: AI investment and the less visible Trump agenda. The White House also announced more than $5 billion in federal commitments for the Genesis mission, an administration initiative intended to use artificial intelligence in scientific research. According to the administration, more than 15 federal agencies will contribute funding opportunities, scientific data, research awards, and access to federal facilities. The mission grew out of an executive order Trump signed in November 2025 and is being promoted as a whole-of-government effort to accelerate scientific discovery. Because the announcement came from the White House, the numbers should be understood as the administration's description of its commitments. The eventual effect will depend on appropriations, the quality of awarded projects, implementation across agencies, and whether researchers can turn the promised resources into measurable discoveries. Still, the announcement illustrates the breadth of presidential activity hidden beneath the dominant headlines. While television and social media focused on threats, rallies, and political insults, agencies were making decisions about artificial intelligence, energy, scientific data, and federal research priorities. Trade tensions were also continuing. Canada canceled a planned joint ceremony for the Gordie Howe International Bridge after Trump threatened a 50% tariff on most Canadian goods. The cancellation transformed a symbol of cross-border cooperation into another casualty of the administration's confrontational trade strategy. Taken together, these developments show that the Trump presidency cannot be understood through a single storyline. It is simultaneously personal and institutional, improvisational and bureaucratic, theatrical and materially consequential. The difference between the viral story and the real story. The Trevor Noah controversy tells us something about Trump's relationship with media. The latest 24 hours tell us something about his control over the state. In the Noah episode, the tools were a microphone, a joke, a social media account, and the threat of litigation. In the current story, the tools are military aircraft, federal spending, international agreements, tariffs, investment programs, and executive authority. That distinction should shape the way the public consumes political content. It is understandable that people are drawn to moments in which Trump appears embarrassed or enraged. Those stories are emotionally simple. There is a clear confrontation. Viewers can choose a side. One person delivers the punchline and the other reacts. War funding is harder. Nuclear safeguards are harder. A children's investment account is harder. The relationship between oil prices, military escalation, and inflation is harder.
But these service members are in the barracks right there. Also, Donald Trump is posting weird AI images purporting to be Iranian women holding up things that say, "Stop killing us." They may be talking about you, Donald. You stop killing the little girls in Manab. Stop killing Iranian civilians. And you're posting AI images. What the hell are you even doing? Let's get to this disastrous presser that just took place. I wanted to give you all that background so you know what's been happening this morning. Oh, also, there's been another tanker or two that has been disabled in the Strait of Hormuz. I should mention that. Oh, yeah, and gas prices. The price of crude is over $91 a barrel right now, and prices are rising very, very high here in the United States. So a reporter asks Donald Trump, so there are no signs that Iran intends to stop fighting, and all of the intelligence reports that have been leaked recently said that you bombing them is not going to make them want to make a deal with you. Play the clip.
So if we left right now, it would take Iran 20, 25 years to rebuild. Okay? And we're not finished at all. But if we left right now, it would take them a long time, years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now.
Then Donald Trump, you get to see how like reporters just view this whole Oval Office thing like a clown show. They're like, you told the Iraqi prime minister he's handsome. What do you think about President Ayoun of Lebanon? Here, play this clip.
Question, please. Last week you met with the Iraqi prime minister and discussed him or described him as handsome and saying he could become one of the best leaders in the Middle East. How do you describe
Which one are we talking about?
The Iraqi prime minister. Yes. How do you describe President?
Well, I'd say he's handsome also, and I think he could become one of the most important leaders in the Middle East. Actually, if we do this, because they've been trying to do this for decades, right? Decades and decades. So, if I made that statement about somebody else, I would put him in the same category.
Donald Trump says, nobody knows the damage we've done to the Iranians, except the Iranians. Nobody knows but me and Iran. They are desperate. Here, play this clip.
Now, nobody knows except the Iranians the damage that we've done to them. We have done damage that will take them 20, 25 years to recover from. So if we left tomorrow, we had a big success, but we're not leaving tomorrow.
Then Trump's like, if we left right now, it would take Iran 25, 50 years to rebuild because we've obliterated and we're not finished. We're not leaving right now. I mean, you literally sound like Hitler. You literally sound like the worst we're not leaving. You are a predator, right? Is there any doubt why this guy was found civilly liable for sexual assault? He's a predator. He's a sick, disgusting, psychotic predator.
Those subjects require uncertainty, trade-offs, and attention to details that cannot be communicated through a shocked face in a thumbnail. The viral headline says Trevor Noah exposed Trump. The evidence says Noah delivered a joke based on Trump's publicly documented association with Epstein and transformed it into an unsupported implication about the island. Trump denied that implication and responded with personal attacks and a lawsuit threat. That verified account is still revealing. It reveals that Trump believes public ridicule requires an answer. It reveals that a joke can move from entertainment into presidential communications within hours. It reveals that legal language, words such as defamation, falsity, and litigation, has become part of ordinary political combat. And it reveals how a politician's attempt to defeat an accusation can unintentionally distribute it to millions more people. But the greater revelation comes from looking at what Trump did when the cameras moved away from the Grammy stage. He threatened an adversary's infrastructure. He stood before the remains of 4 Americans. He campaigned in Georgia. He promoted a program intended to connect children to financial markets. He pressured voters to support Republican candidates. His party advanced a $95 billion framework. His administration opened a path toward a Saudi nuclear program that might include domestic enrichment. His White House announced billions for artificial intelligence-driven science. And his tariff policy deepened tensions with one of America's closest neighbors. That is not the behavior of a man merely reacting to television. It is the activity of a president whose personal style and governmental power are inseparable. Closing narration. So did Donald Trump lose it after Trevor Noah exposed him on live television? Trump clearly reacted with anger. He insulted Noah, rejected the suggestion that he had visited Epstein's island, and threatened to sue. But Noah did not expose new evidence. He delivered political satire, and the satire touched a subject Trump considered personally and reputationally dangerous. The honest story does not need fictional panic inside the White House. Trump's public response provides enough drama on its own. More importantly, the Noah controversy should not obscure what has happened around Trump in the most recent 24 hours. 4 American service members came home in flag-draped cases. The president promised further retaliation against Iran. The conflict continued through another night of strikes. Energy prices added pressure to American families. Trump moved directly from a solemn military ceremony to a politically charged Georgia rally. House Republicans advanced billions in potential war spending, and a new nuclear agreement raised questions that could shape the Middle East for decades. Trevor Noah's joke showed how quickly Trump can turn criticism into conflict. The last 24 hours showed what happens when that instinct operates not merely through social media, but through the power of the presidency. The viral story is about a punchline. The real story is about consequences, and in Donald Trump's America, those two worlds are never very far apart.
Donald Trump is losing control as yet another poll just dropped showing that Donald Trump is doing something that is the most unpopular in American history. Just 24 hours after numerous polls dropped showing that Donald Trump's net approval is the lowest in American history, worse than Nixon's approval. Right as Nixon was resigning from the presidency, a new poll just dropped about Donald Trump's catastrophic.
Fortunately, the president doesn't take this sort of thing personally. He wrote, I understand artists are getting the yips having to do with their performance, so I'm thinking about bringing the #1 attraction anywhere in the world, the man who gets much larger audiences than Elvis in his prime, and he does so without a guitar, the man who loves our country more than anyone else, and the man who some say is the greatest president in history, the GOAT, Donald J. Trump, to take the place of these highly paid third-rate artists and give a major speech rallying the country forward like I have done ever since being president. Yeah, you know those first-rate artists I announced on Wednesday? Today they're third-rate artists, and I will be replacing them.
Thank you so much to everyone who has joined our membership. We are now 60 plus members strong. This is just $9 a month, and our goal is to reach 1,000 members so we can continue running America Facticity as an independent journalism platform without corporate funding, outside pressure, or influence. Your support helps us keep this work real, clean, and focused on the truth. If you haven't already, please like the video, share it, subscribe, and leave a comment so this video can reach more people who need to see this reality. Thank you again for standing with independent journalism.
Jimmy Kimmel destroyed Donald Trump on live television. And folks, I want to bring you a pairing today that's a little different from our usual celebrity feuds because it involves the exact independent media network that helps break down these stories every single day. When Trump threatened once again to get Kimmel fired, posting that he was next to go and that he hoped Jimmy Fallon got fired too, it was Ben Meiselas, co-founder of MeidasTouch, who stepped up publicly to thank Kimmel directly on the record for continuing to fight back. Today is Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. Let me walk you through that exchange, why it matters, and why the news breaking this very hour, with 3 more American families receiving their loved ones home in flag-draped cases, makes every one of these fights over truth and pressure and silence look more urgent than ever. Because here's what makes this pairing worth its own breakdown. It isn't a staged confrontation or a scripted late-night bit. It's one media figure publicly, sincerely thanking another for refusing to be intimidated at the exact moment the pressure campaign against him was still actively ongoing, a real act of solidarity between an independent news organization and a broadcaster both operating under the same administration's threats. We're going to walk through every piece of it. Pull up a chair, there's a lot here, and it all connects, and it's moving fast. And before we dive in, let me tell you why I wanted to bring you this particular pairing, separate from the usual celebrity versus Trump feuds we cover most weeks on this channel. Most of what we do here involves a comedian, an actor, or a musician taking a public stand and absorbing whatever backlash follows.
An unlawful war in Iran. According to all of the latest polling data, Americans disapprove of this catastrophic and unlawful war in Iran by multiples of what the disapproval was when the Iraq War was at its highest disapproval. Now, it should also be noted that when Donald Trump began the catastrophic and unlawful war against Iran, it started with a significant net negative approval, which is almost unheard of for a war, because usually some effort is usually made to propagandize the public and to try to at least build some sort of support around the war effort, not Donald Trump. So he started off negative, but it's gotten so negative amongst Democrats, Republicans, and independents. It is by far the most disapproved of war like ever right now, and it just keeps getting worse each and every day, especially as we head into the midterms. This is catastrophic for Trump and the MAGA Republicans. That's why their whole thing right now is the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks are going to get you. The communists are going to get you. This is an existential fight against the Bolsheviks. And like most young people and most people are like, what? The what? The Bolsheviks? What are you talking about? You promised me that you were going to make healthcare more affordable and groceries more affordable and gas more affordable and help my cost of living across the board. You were going to bring down inflation and there would be no
Grimace. The only well-known artists who did not back out were Flo Rida and Vanilla Ice, who now need to find another way to make $80 that night. And to make this all even crazier, Vanilla and Flo Rida, along with many of the performers who
you mentioned, I mean, you and I met each other when you were the AG. You know, you had a very successful career as an AG, as a lawyer before becoming the governor. I would love to get your take on this, because when you analyze how Trump litigates, these cases, even when he's in office, but he sues in his individual capacity, when he sues, it's always $10 billion because he needs the headline. A $10 billion lawsuit against BBC, a $10 billion lawsuit against all of this. I was a litigator. When you make a claim, $10 billion, the power of your pen as a lawyer, as anybody stepping into a court is a significant thing. So you do a $10 billion lawsuit, and then what happens? It's the same path for all of these cases. The other side then propounds discovery and says, okay, well, you said 10 billion. Let me see the documents. Let me see your evidence. Trump produces none. He then attacks the judge. He attacks this person. I'm not going to do it. They try to notice his deposition. I don't want to sit for a deposition. In the BBC case, apparently the Secret Service is blocking subpoenas to Don Jr. In the BBC case, not getting a lot of attention, the DOJ intervened in that case like they did in the Trump suing the government for $10 billion, the other case, and they said there shouldn't be discovery about the underlying claims of it. And, to me,
This is a slightly different kind of story. It's about the actual mechanics of how independent media and mainstream broadcasting relate to each other under sustained government pressure, told through one specific, genuine act of professional solidarity between a lawyer-turned-journalist and a late-night host who just survived a real attempt to have him fired. If you appreciate this kind of breakdown, the membership is $9 a month, less than a coffee. No corporate parent, no FCC license to renew, no merger to negotiate with this White House. Just us and you. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Let me start with the actual message, because it's worth reading in something close to full, since it lays out the entire timeline of pressure Kimmel had been facing. Ben Meiselas published a direct public note addressed to Jimmy Kimmel, opening plainly, "Hey Jimmy, it's Ben Meiselas, the co-founder of Midas Touch. I wanted to personally thank you for your courage in standing up for Stephen Colbert and other comedians and hosts. I wanted to commend you for fighting back against Trump despite all his threats directed at you." He then laid out exactly what had just happened. Yesterday, Trump threatened to have you fired again. He posted that you are next to go and that he hopes Jimmy Fallon gets fired also. Meiselas continued, connecting Trump's own words directly to the Colbert cancellation that had already reshaped the entire industry. In his post, Trump said that he hopes he was the reason that Colbert got fired. Any attempt by Paramount or Skydance to claim they weren't influenced by Trump seems to be contradicted by Trump's post. Subscribe and share the video if you appreciate this kind of breakdown, because that's genuinely how it reaches more people.
Never-ending wars in the Middle East or elsewhere. You would end the war from Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 24 hours, and now you're talking about the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks? What are you saying? WTF? WTF? Here, play this first clip.
The Bolshevik takeover of the Democrat Party is in full swing. And communism is on the ballot this November against freedom. Make no mistake about that. The lines have never been more clear in an election.
Then as you even look on state regime media, which calls itself Fox, on state regime media, this is their Fox Power Rankings. Who will take the House? Hint, hint. They say the Democrats. Play this clip.
As for the House, Fox News projects that Democrats have the lead to flip control of the House back to blue, and they're in better shape than Republicans there right now. There are 16 House seats projected as toss-ups that will end up deciding control, though Republican redistricting wins could end up blunting some of the losses that the GOP was potentially facing. The Fox News Power Rankings also show, as of right now, voters prefer Democrats on the generic ballot against Republicans by about 4%. That's a flip from 2024 when Republicans led that by 1%. So you're looking at about a 5-point swing towards Democrats since the 2024 race. We'll send it back to you.
Be the greatest television show of all time. I was going to call it Grandpa Don's Dementia Bowl, but I feel like he wouldn't want that on the trophy. So instead, we're calling it the James C. Kimmel Cognitive Aptitude and Mental Brilliance Invitational. A real event. Donald Trump versus Jasmine Crockett and/or AOC. This is not a joke. I am very serious about making this happen. And Mr. President, I think if you listen on my pitch, you'll be into it too. What's the thing you cherish most above all else, above family, above, that's right, ratings. Ratings. Think of they will be huge. They'll be bigger than the night I came back after you tried to have me canceled. Wouldn't it be incredible? Think about it. Wouldn't it be amazing for you to show the world just how powerful that brain is? Let's make this the biggest television event of all time. We'll go live, coast to coast, Hollywood to the Mar-a-Lago omelet station. Show those losers what a winner you are. This is so much bigger than that lame little Nobel Prize necklace they give out. Let's make you the first ever champion of the James C. Kimmel Cognitive Aptitude and Mental Brilliance Invitational. We would be honored by your participation.
I actually think you're expressing how a lot of Americans feel. We can totally disagree from the president on a whole bunch of issues, but we want to see our president succeed. We want to see our president sort of reach for high heights and demonstrate the sort of values, live the values and the ideals that we hold dear as Americans. We can disagree with him. We can vote against him. We can have different candidates we prefer, but we want to see our president do better. And that is, I think, a uniquely American feeling. But we're not seeing that every day. We're seeing a guy who is more and more untethered from reality. We're seeing a guy who lacks integrity. We see a guy who's engaged in self-dealing. And to your point, we see a guy who, strings together a bunch of words in ways that are really dangerous for us and for our allies.
Before we go, Gov, you're running for re-election. And despite your popularity, I know you don't take any day for granted. You travel around the Commonwealth every day. I see, you traveling everywhere, meeting with everybody. So before we go, any final message you want to give to the people in the Commonwealth or the people in this country, and where can people learn more about your campaign?
And Meiselas didn't stop at praise die. He named the specific corporate dynamic that made all of this possible in the first place, tracing it straight back to Kimmel's own parent company. Obviously, we know that your parent company, Disney, which owns ABC, was one of the first to settle a bogus lawsuit with Trump back in December. That's a direct reference to the ABC News settlement over the E. Jean Carroll defamation reporting, one of the earliest dominoes in the exact chain of corporate capitulation that would go on to produce Colbert's cancellation and the FCC pressure campaign against Kimmel himself. Meiselas made a point of contrasting that corporate posture with his own network's operating philosophy, noting that MeidasTouch gives its talent full ownership of their own channels and content, a structural point aimed squarely at the exact kind of corporate control that had just been used as leverage against two of the biggest names in late night. Hit subscribe if this kind of breakdown is genuinely what you're here for. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect any of these dots, and it's worth understanding exactly who's making that connection, because Ben Meiselas isn't a random online commentator reaching for relevance. He's a practicing attorney and, alongside his brothers Brett and Jordan, the co-founder of MeidasTouch, a media organization that started as a political action committee in March 2020, formed by three brothers from Long Island during COVID quarantine, specifically built around opposing Trump's re-election that year. It has since grown into a genuine independent news operation, 6.03 million YouTube subscribers, 8.4 billion total views.
That were shot by the Houthis in Yemen. I believe, as I've been saying now for a long time, I probably sound like a broken record, we will be at $100 a barrel very soon. Here is the Yemeni Armed Forces spokesperson announcing the execution of this special operation. 2 tankers, one named Mansella, the other Laylia, were both struck by the Houthis. These were Saudi Arabian tankers. Let me show you video footage of what that looked like. Let's play it. This has been confirmed by multiple other sources. Also, the IRGC announced 3 oil tankers incited and lured by the United States were attempting to pass through a mine-laden route in the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz. After a severe explosion and fire on one of them, the other 2 quickly turned around and retreated. Here we see some smoke plumes rising near the Ali al-Salam base in Kuwait after Iran continues to pummel these U.S. bases, which are essentially defenseless as the U.S. has run out or has been running low on its interceptors. That's why we've been seeing. What about the Senate? It's a tie right now. It's even in the Senate. Here's how they describe it on state regime media. This is why they're ramping up. The Bolsheviks are coming to get you. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he goes, I would make the best communist, Trump says. I would be like Lenin. That's how Donald Trump refers to Lenin. Because I would just make all of these promises and never deliver. And you would just take over all of the modes and methods of production of companies. Oh, wait, that's what Donald Trump does. Anyway, here, play this clip.
Terms this fall, and things are looking really, really tight. So let's dive right into it right now. Beginning with the Senate forecast, Fox News is projecting that control of the Senate is essentially just a toss-up right now, with the balance of power likely coming down to Senate seats in 4 states that are all considered coin flips right now. Those 4 states are colored in yellow. Fox News projects that Alaska, Iowa, Ohio, and Maine all have Senate races that are all toss-ups. And these are the matchups that will likely end up determining control of the Senate. Now, Republicans are eyeing a handful of potential Senate pickups in Georgia, New Hampshire, and Michigan, all of which Fox News Power Rankings project as leaning Democrat, while Democrats think they can flip Texas, which obviously leans Republican. But
all right,
Yeah, and you're right. Look, we take nothing for granted, and I work my tail off every day. Just before I jumped on with you here, we were announcing a new Life Sciences Innovation Fund, and just before that, I was announcing historic investments in rape crisis centers to help survivors of sexual assault really be able to regain some control and be able to, have their day in court, prosecute those who did this to them. Those are just 2 examples in the last 24 hours. I'm working my tail off for the good people of Pennsylvania, Democrats, Republicans, independents. I'm grateful for the broad support that we have, but I take nothing for granted, and I need your help. If you like the job we're doing, I'd love to see you text FREEDOM to 32210 to engage in our campaign. You can check us out online, joshshapiro.org. I'm the GSD Democrat governor from Pennsylvania, and that's the work I'm doing every single day, getting stuff done for the good people of Pennsylvania. I'd love to have your help.
Governor Josh Shapiro, thanks for joining us.
822,000 paying Substack subscribers, a 2.5 million follower TikTok presence, all without a single outside investor. A detail Mycelis himself takes real pride in mentioning whenever the subject of corporate independence comes up. That's the exact structural contrast he was drawing when he thanked Kimmel, an independent network with zero corporate parent to lean on him, publicly supporting a broadcaster whose own parent company had already shown exactly how quickly it would fold under pressure. If you're getting value from this breakdown, the membership is $9 a month, less than a cup of coffee, and it fuels independent journalism while the corporate networks settle lawsuits and cancel the hosts who tell the truth week after week with barely any pushback from audiences that ought to be demanding better. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Now let me bring you exactly where things stand this hour, because the exact dynamic Mycelis was describing, corporate capitulation, government pressure, and independent voices refusing to back down anyway, is playing out on a genuinely somber scale in the actual war right now, and I track every wire report, so here's exactly what's happening. The United States carried out a 12th consecutive night of strikes against Iran, with U.S. Central Command saying the mission would continue to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten civilian mariners and commercial vessels transiting regional waters. Trump escalated his own rhetoric even further, telling reporters the U.S. will destroy one bridge or power plant every single time Iran targets a ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz.
2 Saudi Arabian tankers have been destroyed in the Bab el-Mandab Strait. Let me repeat that. 2 Saudi Arabian tankers have been destroyed in the Bab el-Mandab Strait. The Houthis in Yemen making good on their threat that if the United States struck Iran again, the Bab el-Mandab Strait would be closed down to Saudi Arabian tankers. And Yemen announced that it hit 2 Saudi tankers. We have video of that. I'll show you it in a moment. Also, in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran was able to strike yet another tanker there, and then 3 tankers that were trying to use the route that the United States is telling tankers to use, not the IRGC route. They turned around when they saw that Iran destroyed this other tanker. Earlier, Donald Trump announced yet another day of strikes against Iran. The Houthis in Yemen were ready. Iran was ready, and Iran struck back hard. There are currently strikes taking place in Kuwait and in other U.S. bases in the region. And of course, there was the incident I just described in the Bab el-Mandab Strait. We see the price of crude now at $95 a barrel. It shot up about $2 when we learned about those 2 Saudi tankers.
Yeah, it's very sad. I mean, Donald Trump is an agent of chaos. And, sort of drilling down more specifically on the quote, you just cited. I mean, I was in Canada about a month or so ago. They're one of our most important trading partners in Pennsylvania. We do about $14 billion in both imports and exports, really, really balanced. And I got to tell you, when I was there, I gave a few speeches. And one of the things I made very clear is that I respect Canadian sovereignty and appreciate the relationship we have with Canada. And folks clapped for that. They were grateful for that. A line that a few years ago would have just sort of been, something that sort of washed over people because, of course, we would have respected Canadian sovereignty. Now, it's different. Now, Donald Trump continues to poke his finger in the eye of our allies and coddle our enemies. It makes us less safe. It makes us more isolated. And it makes things cost a whole lot more for the American people. Here in Pennsylvania, we've seen our craft brewers pay higher prices because of the tariffs on Canada. We've seen our farmers in Pennsylvania lose significant market share because of the tariffs on Canada. They're an important trading partner for our farmers. And so what you really have is an agent of chaos who makes us more isolated, makes things cost more, and makes our allies look for new alliances that don't include the United States, which ultimately makes us less safe and less prosperous. It's very, very sad, but this is the Trump doctrine. This is his approach, and it's bad for America.
You invaded Iran. You killed little girls in Manab. This war was unlawful and catastrophic from the outset. Iran destroyed the United States in this war. The U.S. looked foolish. We were about to hit tank bottom, so you begged for a deal the way you begged for a ceasefire, and now you keep on violating it. And again, you show how bad faith you are. And it's hard for me to say this as an American, but it is absolutely disgraceful what's taking place. But here's what J.D. Vance says. Play this clip.
And I think because of that, what you see in the room, Laura, is I think evidence of a real push and pull in their system. There are people within the Iranian system who recognize the way that they've done business for 47 years is a mistake, and they want to turn over a new leaf. You also see some resistance, some of the old hardliners, some of the old radicals who don't want to change their behavior. Part of what we're trying to do in this negotiation, Laura, is to see how serious they actually are. And to be serious, they've got to not just say the right things, they've got to make real concessions. So whether it's the president, me, anybody else in the negotiation, we care a lot less about what the Iranians say. We care a lot more about what they do. We see some positive signs. Obviously, we see some negative signs. What the president has told us is work the problem, see where the negotiation is going to lead. And if it doesn't lead to a successful resolution on the diplomatic side, we still have a lot of optionality and we've still accomplished a whole lot for the American people.
Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency, closely linked to the Revolutionary Guard, responded almost immediately, matching that threat with one of its own. If the U.S. targets Iranian bridges or power plants, Iran will respond by striking infrastructure and bridges across the region, including energy facilities in which the United States has interests. Iran's Revolutionary Guard separately claimed an oil tanker caught fire following an explosion in the Strait, and Yemen's Houthis, already blockading Saudi shipping, claimed to have struck 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea early Thursday. And I want to slow down here because this is the part of the story that deserves real weight rather than a passing mention folded into a list of strikes and statistics. Trump attended a dignified transfer yesterday at Dover Air Force Base for 3 fallen American service members. 2 of them have now been identified. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, 25, of Ewa Beach, Hawaii, and Private Isabella Gonzalez, 19, of Carrollton, Texas, both killed in the July 17th attack in Jordan. The third, whose remains were transferred Wednesday, is 30-year-old U.S. Army Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton of Fayetteville, North Carolina, killed at Erbil Air Base in northern Iraq during a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone. Swinton was a father of 2. I'm not going to move past that detail quickly. A 19-year-old private, a 25-year-old lieutenant, a 30-year-old sergeant who leaves behind 2 children. Those are not abstractions in a strike count update. Those are 3 specific American families right now, absorbing a loss that no amount of political framing can soften.
I've got more footage of that as well. Let's play it. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal is reporting 150 medical personnel have arrived in recent days at the Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany. Why? Because there are a lot of casualties taking place that the Trump regime continues to cover up. The Wall Street Journal reports that in addition, the U.S. is surging forces, medics, and weaponry to the Middle East to give President Trump more muscular military options. That's what they're calling it. As he considers expanding the conflict against Iran in the past week, special operation forces have deployed to the region from their U.S. bases. Squadrons of jet fighters have been staged across the Middle East, and bomber aircraft at bases in the U.S. and U.K. are on high alert to ramp up operations. Additionally, more than 150 medics have arrived at the Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany in recent days. Another official said the hospital is the primary location for treating troops injured in combat in the Middle East. Now, Donald Trump gave a speech today in Georgia. He looked absolutely terrible. He looked like death. His face was red. He had 18 chins, screaming and ranting. He was saying, just so you remember what he was saying, bring in Governor Josh Shapiro of the incredible Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Great to see you, Gov. I want to begin, though, by just, rather than even getting into the weeds, I just want to give you a quote from the Premier of British Columbia, because this hit me hard. He said, "I feel sorry for Americans today under Trump. If you can't be friends with Canada, then you almost certainly do not have friends anywhere in the world. And that is a very lonely place to be. And when I wake up, I feel with this Trump regime controlling America, it feels painful, it feels lonely, and it feels chaotic and frankly, very dangerous." I just want to get your take, being the governor of a Commonwealth like Pennsylvania. What do you make of that when you hear leaders in other countries saying things like that? Scumbag he is, again, just in a real big weirdo. Here he is. You can see the players on Spain. They want him gone. They're like, can you get off the stage? We're trying to go and get our medals. We don't want you on here. You can literally see the player trying to push him up. Thank you. Get the hell out of here, idiot. Get the hell out of here, fascist. We don't want you. And of course, you know that Donald Trump had previously been mercilessly attacking Spain. Spain has nothing to offer. Get the hell off the stage, fascist. And then you see Gianni Infantino over there with Donald Trump. And Gianni's like, can you get out of there? They're trying to take the picture, Donald. They're trying to take the picture, Donald. Let me show you the hot mic from the Australian coverage where they're like, all right, mate, I think they're going to have to crop out Donald Trump right now. Here, play this clip.
Now, so they can edit him out of that.
Yeah, so Donald Trump was like pretending he's on the team. I mean, it was a true humiliation ritual. And Gianni Infantino, who's a pathetic creature himself, the head of FIFA, he's like, ha, 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 ha. I've showed you some of the clips of Gianni Infantino and Trump. I don't want to play any of them right now. But it's like two weird fascist Furbies talking to each other. Like, ha, 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 ha. It's like, dude, shut up. Like, just be freaking normal. You can see here another overhead shot of Donald Trump refusing to get off the stage. I think we actually have some overhead footage that I've been seeing circulating of Donald Trump when he was on the stage and refusing to get off the stage with Spain after they won. Here, let's play this clip.
Beyond that loss, the broader picture keeps deteriorating on every measurable front. Defense Secretary Hegseth said this week that the war has already cost $37.5 billion. Nearly 100 U.S. service members have suffered some level of injury since July 7th, with the Pentagon facing continued reporting that it's been slow to disclose the true scope of those injuries. Trump told a crowd in Marietta, Georgia, that Iran isn't ready to make a deal, claiming every time they make a deal, they want to change it. The House narrowly passed a $95 billion budget resolution, 216 to 214, folding in defense funding, farm aid, and pieces of the separate Save America Act election overhaul into a single package. And inside Iran itself, according to Iranian outlets with ties to hardline factions, food prices have tripled since mid-2024, with vegetable oil up 431% and egg prices up 342%, and the hardest-hit province, Hormozgan, home to the port city of Bandar Abbas, now facing year-on-year inflation above 101%. Think about the through line connecting Meiselas's message to Kimmel and this week's headlines. Meiselas was writing about an industry where corporate cowardice let a president's pressure campaign succeed, and where independent voices had to step up specifically because the institutions with actual power chose settlement over confrontation. This week, the same instinct, pressure applied until something breaks, threats escalating instead of resolving, and ordinary people absorbing the actual cost while the rhetoric keeps intensifying, is playing out with bridges, power plants, oil tankers.
We don't need Hormuz. We don't need the streets. We don't need the streets. Here, play the clip of what he was saying. Let's play it.
We don't need anything. We don't need the Hormuz Strait, but we do it because we have to do it, because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. It's very interesting.
Now, he's obviously going through some things right now as Iran continues to grind him to the ground right now. What else are we learning? Politico's latest report. The White House is at a maximum level of frustration right now. And I was told by very senior people that the president is now fully aware that the only way to victory that he wants is completely politically impossible. The American people just will not support the kind of escalation it would take at this point, said one person close to the White House, granted anonymity to discuss private conversation. We've got more dead Americans and a politically impossible situation right now in terms of the MAGA base. Only 37% of the MAGA base now supports this war relative to the economic consequences that this war is causing. CENTCOM continues to behave like an absolute clown. Really embarrassing that this is what CENTCOM has become. With everything I've shared with you, this is what CENTCOM posted moments ago. Today, Iran's IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard, claimed that it controls exits and entry to the Strait of Hormuz, suggesting that international mariners can only use routes the IRGC prefers. This is false. Fact, Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz. The international waterway remains open for transit, regardless of IRGC threats and attacks. Commercial vessels continue to use the strait with U.S. military support. Since early May, American forces have helped more than 900 ships transit through the strait. I saw that embodied, of course, in that bizarre speech that Donald Trump gave last week. I think you said when you were in Canada, you were, can I believe I'm getting an applause for talking about sovereignty, like that's where we are. You know, also this idea that on a national address, which used to be reserved for the most
the White House. From the White
House, the most solemn of circumstances. He's up there, incoherent, not reading the teleprompter, but more than just the incoherence, when he did piece together or string together words, what he said was so utterly deranged, to me, so utterly weak. You're whining about things that didn't happen in 2020 when you've lost all these cases, and you litigated a lot of, his stuff where his lawyers were sanctioned and didn't have evidence. And this went in front of Trump judges and all types of judges, who ruled against him. So I want to get your perspective when you watch that, because to me, we could play it as, okay, Donald Trump, look what he did again. He's horrible. But there's a national injury that we suffer when the president does that. In the real world, the U.S. Embassy in Jordan has just warned that due to credible threats, the Aqaba International Airport and Seaport in Jordan has now been fully evacuated, as the U.S. has turned that international airport into a military base, as Iran has successfully hit other bases in Jordan, which also resulted in numerous casualties, including at least 2 deaths of U.S. service members, although we believe that number is much higher. Then on state regime media this morning, Maria Bartiromo had on MAGA Republican Congress members and MAGA Republican advisors. I mean, here you have Victoria Coates, a former deputy national security advisor, on Bartiromo. And Maria Bartiromo is like, I'm getting a little confused right here. We've obliterated the Iranian army, but they're hitting all of these bases really hard in Jordan. They're even hitting Saudi Arabia. They're hitting Bahrain. They're hitting all the Kuwait. What's going on here? What's going on? Have you maybe thought that Donald Trump's a liar and that we didn't obliterate Iran's military and that Trump has lied about everything his entire life?
And 3 American families instead of a late night time slot. Now, because you know I do this, let me give you my prediction and clip this so you can check me. First, watch the bridge or power plant threat closely, because it represents an explicit American commitment to strike civilian infrastructure on a rolling retaliatory basis. And that's a genuinely different posture than the strikes we've been tracking on military and nuclear targets specifically. Second, watch the Houthi Saudi tanker claims and the broader Red Sea blockade, because a second active front alongside the Strait of Hormuz would mark a serious geographic widening of this entire conflict, well beyond anything discussed even a few weeks ago. And third, the Kimmel Meiselas specific prediction I'd bet on. Independent networks like MeidasTouch are going to keep being the ones connecting these dots in real time, the same way Meiselas connected Trump's own Truth Social post to the Colbert cancellation within hours, because that kind of fast, plain language fact-checking is exactly the gap corporate media keeps leaving open. Trump's history of pressuring broadcasters into silence runs directly through this exact story. "You are next," posted directly at Kimmel. "I hope Jimmy Fallon gets fired also." The pattern holds whether the target is a late-night host or an entire foreign nation's infrastructure. Jari, pressure, escalate, and see who breaks first. The cultural and political opposition to this presidency is full spectrum, and it keeps growing. Whoopi Goldberg deballed America, Sonny Hostin and Anna Navarro. Rosie O'Donnell, 2 decades running. Cher, calling him a liar on camera in 2016.
I mean, while we see what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz with any tanker that tries to use the U.S. route getting obliterated and destroyed, the fact that CENTCOM is saying that's ridiculous. But even if you take CENTCOM at its word, okay, 900 ships since May, as Daniel Davis Deep Dive explains, 900 ships since May equals about 11 a day. That's less than 10% of the pre-war volume. Not exactly something you should be bragging about. And even that number includes ships that pass through the northern route approved by Iran. Nobody is fooled by this embarrassing attempt to put lipstick on a pig. The Strait of Hormuz remains under Iranian control. And that's just an objective damn fact. That's just the reality. Donald Trump was in Dover, Delaware, at the dignified transfer. He refused to bow his head, notably. Also, Donald Trump put words in the mouth of our fallen soldiers, service members, as even Justice Amash says, it's disgusting and shameful that the president of the United States to put words in the mouths of departed service members. Seriously, what a sick, vile piece of you-know-what he is. I mean, this is a scumbag and a vile piece of trash saying this about our service members. Let's not mince words. This ain't corporate news. Honestly, this is a piece of human trash right here, saying that our service members all said very strongly we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Shut up. How dare you, you idiot. You freaking loser, put these words in the mouths of service members. You lying loser piece of crap. Here, play this clip.
Some of you are going with us to honor our heroes, and they are indeed great heroes, actually. They said, and all of them said very strongly, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. So we're going to honor them.
You know, I find myself more frequently these days just talking about things that frankly have nothing to do with Democrats, Republicans, or independents, or even the day-to-day political stuff. And I find myself, you know, talking about things as basic as predictability, stability, empathy. Is this right or is this wrong? You know, and taking a step back and saying, what's the point of government in general? It's not to do dystopian reality TV shows where we're non-consensual participants and we wake up and see what these cast of evil villains are going to do to us each day. What are they going to take from us? And I just think sometimes when people view that as, well, that's a party and this is this party and this is them, it's like, whoa, 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 that's not what the American people, I think, are saying. I think your popularity in Pennsylvania amongst people from all different political parties is that, you know, you govern with empathy and predictability and transparency. And so talk about those lessons, because to me, that's what we talk about here more than, you know, and on this specific day, the Democrat needs to look like this. To me, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This is some existential stuff we're dealing with at a bigger level. Like we don't control the Strait of Hormuz and we've hit strategic petroleum reserve tank bottom. Here's what Maria Bartiromo and her MAGA guest has to say. Play this clip.
You know, CENTCOM says that there will be outsized action in retaliation, but I don't understand how it's possible that Iran has the capabilities to fight this way and continue to try to lash out at Gulf countries and U.S. military bases, because the U.S. has obliterated Iran's military, and the president continues to reiterate that.
Yes, and if you look at the numbers of missiles that they've been able to fire off from the beginning of this war, you know, late February, early March, and what they're able to do now, it is very seriously degraded. They've gone from over 100.
You know, and you have all of these MAGA commentators this morning and MAGA social media influencers like Matt Von Swall saying, I'm confused. The USA has the most powerful military on earth. We've bombed the hell out of Iran for 4 months. Trump says their Air Force, Navy, and nearly all of their missile capabilities are destroyed. So how is Iran capable of hitting U.S. bases right now?
Robert De Niro calling him a monster. Bruce Springsteen. George Clooney citing the Genocide Convention. Bill Maher, Trevor Noah, Howard Stern with 17 years of tapes, Jim Carrey's Extinction Level event, Alec Baldwin's Emmy, Taylor Swift, Tom Hanks, Arnold Schwarzenegger's Day of Broken Glass, Stephen Colbert, who told Trump to go F himself on his way out, Meryl Streep, Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, George Conway, who cost him $88 million, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Richard Wolff explaining exactly who pays for the tariffs, and Jimmy Kimmel and Ben Meiselas, the broadcaster who wouldn't be scared off the air, and the independent journalist who made sure the country knew exactly why that mattered. And here is why this particular pairing matters in a way that's genuinely distinct from everyone else on this list. Meiselas isn't a celebrity making a public statement for attention. He's a lawyer and independent media founder whose entire business model, no outside investors, full ownership handed back to talent, exists specifically as a structural rebuke to the corporate capitulation he watched play out at Kimmel's own network. When he thanked Kimmel publicly, he wasn't performing solidarity. He was pointing at the exact mechanism that had just failed everyone else in the industry, and naming, in plain language, why one broadcaster refusing to be intimidated actually mattered. Drop a comment with the moment that hit hardest for you. Was it "You are next"? Trump's direct threat aimed straight at Kimmel? Meiselas's line connecting Trump's own Truth Social post to the Colbert cancellation, calling out Paramount and Skydance's denials as directly contradicted by Trump's own words?
Government right there. And so there's currently fighting breaking out right now between the Saudi-backed government and the Houthis. We have footage of that. You should also know, layer on top of that, that Pakistan entered into a defense alliance with Saudi Arabia recently, where Pakistan is obligated to defend Saudi Arabia from attacks. So one of the things that Pakistan was saying that it was offering Saudi Arabia was protection against the Houthis in Bab el-Mandab. So that didn't happen. So we'll follow what's going on there, because this is becoming a massive regional war. And as the United States security umbrella fails, that's one of the reasons that Donald Trump, in my view, has now allowed Saudi Arabia to have access to nuclear material and nuclear enrichment, because that's the art of the deal. When your security umbrella fails and Saudi Arabia does quid pro quos with you got to pay him some way. Same thing with the United Arab Emirates, right? Security umbrella failing. Dubai, Abu Dhabi. What do they get? They get the semiconductor chips, the classified semiconductor chips that we would never otherwise give. And they're obviously going to give that to China. That's how weak and pathetic Donald Trump is. Let me show you these intense clashes going on right now between the Yemeni armed forces and the forces loyal to Saudi Arabia. Major fighting breaking out in Yemen right now. Let's play it.
Yeah, and I think that's an important way you just said it. You know, a national injury. It hurts us as a country. I actually thought it was a sad day for our nation to have a president of the United States from the White House speaking and acting in such an unhinged manner, totally disconnected from reality. And you point out, as a lawyer, you know, it's one thing to make these claims in a press conference, but as we learned back in 2020, when Donald Trump and his enablers sued me 43 different times to try and throw out the votes of the people of Pennsylvania, thwart the will of the people in Pennsylvania, when he had to go to court and he had to back up these claims, what happened? He couldn't. And in the few cases where his lawyers lied, we sanctioned them. And ultimately, like Rudy Giuliani, they lost their law license for lying to a court. He's got nothing to back up these claims. What he's really trying to do, and what his enablers are trying to do, is distract from their chaos, from their cruelty, from the corruption, from the war in Iran, from the tariffs that have given everybody higher prices, from the soaring interest rates that are hurting our housing market, hurting businesses, hurting families. It's all a grand scheme at distracting the American people from their failures.
And then to add to the injury, to add to it, then he goes, I did it. I did the deal. They're begging me. They're begging me. They're begging me. And look, by the way, it shouldn't even work once anymore because we've seen this script, but it does. It works once. It definitely shouldn't work twice, but it does. It works twice and you see the markets go, whatever. It shouldn't work the third time, but sometimes it does. But then he does it and does it and does it and does it. And it's like, dude, shut up. Stop saying deal. Stop saying deal makers don't go around going, deal, I did a deal, 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 deal. It's like you do the damn thing or don't do the damn thing. Shut up, grow up. You're the president. Your words matter. And despite me despising everything he's done to this country, I still want somebody there, who can just speak clearly, no matter who that person is. Even if I despise, just be normal. Stop saying the word deal. Stop it. You're not doing deals. We know you're not doing it. And then he does it. And then it's just like, it's embarrassing. I feel every day is a humiliation ritual. But, more than just a humiliation ritual, the American people are suffering. They're out there, and this means that their refrigerators have 2 items in it sometimes, and they're trying to figure out, okay, what do I do? Do I keep 2 items in my fridge, 1 bologna and cheese sandwich for my kid, or do I get health care this month and I don't see a doctor? So anyway,
the detail about Midas Touch giving its talent full ownership with 0 outside investors as a direct contrast to Disney's settlement, or the 3 names we learned this week: Tyler Feehan, Isabella Gonzalez, Michael Swinton, a father of 2, now gone? Tell me. Every one of those moments is on record. Everyone is part of the historical record. And everyone shows what it looks like when pressure meets refusal, whether the stakes are a television time slot or a family that won't get their soldier back. Hit subscribe if you want more breakdowns like this. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect the dots. Paramount paid Trump $16 million and canceled Colbert 3 days after he called it a bribe. ABC's Parent. Disney paid Trump and suspended Jimmy Kimmel under FCC threats. Bari Weiss gutted 60 Minutes, and PBS and NPR were defunded. The institutional cowardice is real. But the independent and defiant voices, the Maiselaces, the Kimmels, the Clooneys, the Conways, the De Niros, the Colberts, the Streeps, the Whoopis, the Navarros, the Springsteens, the Obamas, the Rosies, the Chairs, the Baldwins, the Mahers, the Noahs, the Stearns, the Hankses, the Carries, the Arnolds, the Wolfs are the only voices doing this work, and we're not stopping. Donald Trump is, this Thursday, the President of the United States, who just completed a 12th consecutive night of strikes on Iran.
The U.S. moving a lot of its equipment to Israel right now. They still have an Iron Dome there. The U.S. bases in the Arab nations where a lot of our troops on really don't have effective interceptors at this point. Iran's been able to also strike those early detection radar systems. More footage right here of the Ali Al-Salam Air Base in Kuwait. You see the smoke there. Now, the United States airstrikes today apparently focused on a border crossing between Iraq and Iran, where there were numerous civilians. There are reports of casualties right now. We will continue to see what's going on there. Let me show you the scene as the United States struck a border crossing that had civilians, the Iraq and Iran border crossing. You see photos right here, but let's play this clip.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله نربو السلام.
Now, I'll share with you what's going on right now in Yemen, just to give you a sense of the dynamic in Yemen. A large part of Yemen, Sana'a, the capital, controlled by the Houthis. That's by the Bab el-Mandab Strait. The Houthis are aligned with Iran. The government of Yemen that's recognized, though, by the international community is not the Houthis. It is a Saudi-backed.
Yeah, I think your use of the word empathy is really, really interesting. I think that's been a defining characteristic for our country. And I think it's a through line that connects different religions through a common faith, which is to love thy neighbor. It doesn't matter how you worship. It doesn't matter if you're from a rural, urban, or suburban community. That sort of belief that you love your neighbor, you look out for your community, those are American values. And those are things that have sustained us for the last 250 years through, challenging moments that we've gotten through because of the strength of that love and that empathy that we have. Right now, we have a government in Washington that doesn't reflect the goodness of the people in our states, the goodness of the people in my state, in Pennsylvania, neighbor helping neighbor, people looking out for one another, understanding it's not a zero-sum game that, if my kid does well, it doesn't mean that your kid can't do well, that we can lift up all of God's children and give them all a shot. I think the reality here is we have a government that doesn't understand that, a president who is focused on, his own greed, his own corruption, lining his own pocket at the expense of others. And that is a real disconnect between the goodness of what I see from the people and the unfortunate chaos and cruelty and corruption of the administration in Washington.
He speaks to a broader pathology, though, of him. It's this: I'm going to bully you, then I want no accountability, and then when I finally call my bluff, I back out and I run away. And to me, for people who call themselves alpha and tough, There's nothing weaker than that kind
Totally
of behavior that exists.
Yeah, and now look at it in the context of something that's affecting the American people every day. He, beat his chest and he bluffed and bluffed and bluffed, and then ultimately went into this war of choice in Iran, which was wrong, had no plan when he went in, has no idea how to get out. He took the Strait of Hormuz, which was open to traffic, open to, commercial traffic, and now it's closed and at the mercy basically of the Iranians. And we are all worse off because of his bluster, because of his BS, because of his failure to sort of put the American people first and think through, really, really complex situations. That's what we're dealing with now. And you see that really in all aspects of his life. The one you mentioned, the war in Iran, his dealings with Congress, and a whole lot more. Every single time his tough guy bluster shows a real weakness and leaves us all worse.
Threatened to destroy a bridge or power plant for every ship Iran targets in the Strait of Hormuz, watched Iran and the Houthis both escalate in response, and attended a dignified transfer for 3 more American service members, a 19-year-old private, a 25-year-old lieutenant, and a 30-year-old father of 2 daughters, while a $95 billion war funding package narrowly cleared the House by 2 votes. And Jimmy Kimmel is the broadcaster this administration tried to pressure off the air entirely, twice, who kept his show anyway. Ben Meiselas is the independent journalist and Midas Touch co-founder who made sure the country understood exactly why that mattered, connecting Trump's own words to the corporate cowardice that had already claimed one late-night legend and thanking the one host who refused to let it claim a second. Neither of them needed a corporate parent's permission to say what actually happened. Both of them are part of the historical record now. And history, folks, is going to remember who kept telling the truth when the institutions with the power to do so chose silence instead. See you in the next one. Project Content America Facticity Writer created by you. Add PDFs, documents, or other text to reference in this project.
Donald Trump is panicking as additional U.S. service member casualties are being revealed since he's escalated the catastrophic war in the past 10 days. At least 100 U.S. service members have been injured since Donald Trump has escalated the catastrophic war in the past 10 days. In all, over 500 U.S. service members have been injured since Donald Trump commenced this catastrophic and unlawful war. Also, the death toll since Donald Trump has escalated is at least.
If it really happens, it would be pretty damaging to the business. Look, he's not wrong about the idea that businesses have left Los Angeles. They have in droves. What we need is, the incentives, the tax incentives that you get here in New York. By the way, they're building studios here because there's so much work. We need those. And by the way, if he really wants to fix it, then we should talk about a federal incentive passed to keep people working in Los Angeles, because there are tons of below the line people, grips and cinematographers, who are losing their jobs because work is going away, leaving to states, to New York and Louisiana and places like that, but also to London and other places.
Thank you so much to everyone who has joined our membership. We are now 60 plus members strong. This is just $9 a month, and our goal is to reach 1,000 members so we can continue running America Facticity as an independent journalism platform without corporate funding, outside pressure, or influence. Your support helps us keep this work real, clean, and focused on the truth. If you haven't already, please like the video, share it, subscribe, and leave a comment so this video can reach more people who need to see this reality. Thank you again for standing with independent journalism.
George Clooney destroyed Donald Trump on live television. And folks, I want you to pay close attention to how this one actually played out, because it's one of the cleanest examples on this entire channel of what happens when this White House tries to bully a critic and picks exactly the wrong target for that particular strategy. Donald Trump threatened in writing on his own social media platform to end an entire civilization. George Clooney called it exactly what international law says it is, citing the specific legal standard rather than reaching for an insult of his own. And when the White House tried to shut him down with a cheap insult about his acting career, Clooney turned that insult into one of the sharpest comebacks of the entire administration, citing actual legal statutes while making fun of his own worst movie in the same breath, without ever once losing his composure. Today is Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, and there's a genuinely rich story here worth walking through in full detail, start to finish, rather than skimmed for a quick headline. Let me walk you through exactly what happened, and why the news breaking this very hour proves Clooney's warning wasn't hyperbole dressed up for a press cycle. Because here's what makes this exchange genuinely remarkable, and worth a full breakdown rather than a passing mention in a roll call. It isn't just an insult match, the way so many of these celebrity Trump exchanges eventually devolve into. It's a real, legal, and moral argument made by a man who runs an actual human rights foundation with his wife, a human rights lawyer with genuine international legal credentials, against a White House that had no actual defense to offer and, by all appearances, knew it, so it reached for the only weapon it had left available, which was mockery of a movie made 3 full decades earlier. We're going to walk through every single piece of it, start to finish, in the exact order it actually happened. Pull up a chair. There's a lot here, and it all connects, and it's moving fast. And before we dive in, let me tell you why I think this particular exchange deserves its own dedicated breakdown, separate from the general roll call where Clooney's name has already appeared a few times before, in passing. Most political insults in this administration follow a predictable, well-worn rhythm. Someone criticizes Trump or his team fires back with a personal attack. The news cycle moves on within a day or two, and nobody remembers the specific substance of the original criticism a week later, let alone 4 months later.
3 service members in Jordan, a service member as well in Iraq. In Iraq, that service member was by a drone where there was a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone that was allegedly captured. That's the story that CENTCOM is saying, but CENTCOM also lies about everything. And we know with Donald Trump's fraudulent numbers before in his entire life, it's usually a multiple of what the numbers that are being revealed are. So could it be 5, 7, 10x what he's actually saying? You know, state regime media CBS is reporting the 100 U.S. service members. So when Donald Trump's regime is feeding that to CBS, I'm skeptical, and I think that it's probably downplaying the casualties and perhaps even the deaths by a significant amount. But each of these deaths also are individuals. These are people with families, and these are individuals who have been killed as a result of Donald Trump and Netanyahu's catastrophic invasion of Iran, like First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan or Private Isabella Gonzalez. Our heart goes out to their families. Now, this is the 10th straight day that Donald Trump has engaged in escalatory attacks and war crimes against Iran, has its own ability to escalate, not just in this region right there, but the Houthis in Yemen have announced that they are closing down the Bab el-Mandab Strait to Saudi Arabian tankers, specifically Saudi Arabian tankers. They released a video saying that they would be doing this. I'll show you that in a moment as well. Also, Air France has suspended all of its flights to Riyadh through July 25th and Dubai through July 28th, citing worsening conditions and worsening security in the Middle East. Flights to Beirut remain suspended until August 2nd. I think we're going to see more of that. And Iran knows that it's able to, really, that it has the United States in a very, very precarious and vulnerable economic situation. Meanwhile, you have Doug Burgum, Trump's interior secretary. For some reason, he's the voice right now of the war. And so he just went on state regime media Fox.
This exchange broke that pattern entirely because Clooney refused to let the substance disappear beneath the noise. He built his entire response around a single unanswered legal question, and he made sure that question survived the news cycle by structuring his comeback around it rather than around a competing insult of his own devising. That's a genuinely different rhetorical strategy than almost anyone else on this channel's roll call has used, and it's worth understanding exactly how he built it piece by piece, because the structure itself is the real lesson here. If you appreciate this kind of breakdown, the membership is $9 a month, genuinely less than a coffee when you actually stop to think about what that same $9 buys you anywhere else these days. No corporate parent, no FCC license to renew, no merger to negotiate with this particular White House. Just us and you, plainly and directly. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Let me set the actual context first, before anything else, because the specific threat that triggered this whole exchange deserves to be understood in its full, complete detail. not summarized down to a quick soundbite that loses the actual stakes involved. In April, ahead of an earlier deadline in the Iran conflict, at a point in the war that predates the more recent escalations we've been tracking on this channel for weeks now, Trump posted a warning on Truth Social directed at Iran over reopening the Strait of Hormuz and agreeing to ceasefire terms before an 8 p.m. cutoff that same evening. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Read that sentence again slowly because it deserves more scrutiny than a single skim allows. That is the President of the United States, in writing on his own social media platform, describing the potential end of an entire civilization as something that probably will happen, framed with the same casual resignation you'd use to describe an inevitable afternoon rain shower rather than the annihilation of tens of millions of people. A ceasefire deal was, in fact, reached before that particular deadline, with Israel also party to the arrangement negotiated in the final hours before the cutoff. But the threat itself was already public, already permanent, already sitting there in writing for anyone to read, archived and screenshotted, and impossible to walk back after the fact, regardless of whether the immediate crisis that prompted it.
Then they brought on MAGA Republican Congress member Rich McCormick, who said that we need to just obliterate all of Iran. That's what I would do. Here, play this clip.
Right now, we're going tit for tat. I mean, if you look at it, they attack us, we attack them, but it's measured. I'm a big Clausewitzian warfare guy. I used to teach evolution of warfare. I believe in dominance. We are the dominant world superpower. These guys are not. I would have been unrelenting to the end, but the president has a lot of more information that I don't have, and I can't speak to that. But once again, he's trying to weigh how this affects inflation, gas prices, and a bunch of international relationships, which I don't have to deal with. I'm kind of idealistic when I come to dominating this horrible terrain regime that's evil.
So, MAGA Republican Congress member Carlos Jimenez said the following. Let's play it.
And let me say that, my condolences go out to the families of our servicemen and women that are killed, that have been killed in Iran. That's the nature of warfare. We will have some casualties. We've had an extraordinarily low number of casualties for the amount of fighting that's been going on. The Iranians have suffered much, much worse than us. That's not a consequence. I'm sure that's not a condolence to the Gold Star families of these young Americans who lost their life. But it is war. We are waging war, and we're waging it for a reason, so that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon.
To Jamaica. So she shows up at this hearing before the United States Senate. I'm just going to let her appearance speak for itself. I don't know if she was taking a dip in the reflecting pool by Donald Trump, but in any event, here's how she began, and then I'm going to show you what the cross-exam looked like. Let's share with you what she looked like at this hearing. Let's play it.
And third, advancing American economic interest. I will advocate for U.S. businesses' work to address trade barriers, such as Jamaica's long-standing restrictions on U.S. pork exports, and promote American investment, especially as Jamaica continues to rebuild.
Then she was cross-examined by Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, and he cross-examined her about her disgusting conduct during the 2024 Senate campaign when she lost to now Senator Ruben Gallego in Arizona. And she said that because Senator Gallego's father, who basically abandoned Gallego as a child because his father was associated with cartels, and therefore Senator Gallego was captured by the cartels. And Senator Gallego told the story about being abandoned by his dad, about taking his mom's maiden name, about calling out his father's behavior. And so it was just like a disgusting thing to do. And then she's continued to attack.
Ultimately resolved peacefully or not. And it's worth pausing on the specific phrasing Trump chose, because I don't want that to happen, but it probably will, is a genuinely strange way to frame a threat of civilizational destruction, one worth examining closely rather than skimming past on the way to the response it provoked. It positions the outcome as something almost outside his own control, a weather pattern he's merely forecasting rather than a decision he himself holds the sole power to make or unmake, despite the fact that he was, by his own framing, the one setting the deadline in the first place. That framing passive, resigned, almost fatalistic in tone, is precisely what allowed the White House to later claim the statement was simply candid realism rather than an actual threat, even though the practical effect on anyone reading it, especially anyone in Iran actually reading it in real time as the deadline approached, was identical either way, regardless of the grammatical distance Trump built into his own phrasing. Subscribe and share the video if you genuinely appreciate this kind of breakdown, because that's honestly how it reaches more people. Clooney addressed it 2 days later, speaking to 3,000 high school students in Cuneo, Italy, at an event organized by the Clooney Foundation for Justice, the human rights organization he runs with his wife, the international human rights lawyer Amal Clooney, alongside 2 Italian partner foundations focused on youth education and civic engagement. This wasn't a red carpet quip tossed off for a reporter's microphone between premiere photos, the kind of thing that gets said once and forgotten by the next morning. This was a deliberate, considered statement delivered to a room full of teenagers at an event specifically built around teaching them to think critically about global affairs and their own future civic responsibilities as citizens of a democracy. Clooney reportedly opened his remarks in Italian, saying, "Buongiorno," before apologizing for his imperfect grasp of the language and reverting to English, a small, humanizing detail that shows a man genuinely trying to meet a foreign audience halfway, on their own linguistic terms, rather than simply performing celebrity for them from a safe, untranslated distance. "Some say Donald Trump is fine," Clooney told them. "But if anyone says he wants to end a civilization, that's a war crime." And then he added the line that I think matters more than the accusation itself, because it's the part that reveals he wasn't trying to score a partisan point. You can still support the conservative point of view, but there must be a line of decency, and we must not cross it. That's not partisan point scoring dressed up as principle, and it's worth taking his own record seriously on that specific point. That's a man who has criticized his own political side plenty of times before in public without hesitation. Clooney has separately called his own party's handling of the 2024 presidential ticket a mistake, hardly the position of a blind partisan cheerleader who only ever finds fault on one side of the aisle, drawing a line that has nothing to do with left or right and everything to do with whether a president threatening to erase an entire nation's population in writing on a public platform.
There, Clement Molin explains, as expected, Russian forces now are having to escort key fuel trucks and protecting important road hubs with Cannon air defense or drone interceptor teams. They're also trying to reinforce the key bridges leading to Crimea, which have been hit as well with the pontoon bridges. Again, as expected, they cannot control all of these strikes, though, targeting the isolated fuel trucks, the night strikes against the convoys, and these smaller roads. What this is forcing the Russian armies to do, who are already lacking in men, to use manpower from afar to try to now shoot down these drones, which then chisel away on the Russian lines, which Ukraine is exploiting as well. Share with you some more footage that we're getting also over here. You see some of the Russian tourists riding in Crimea, ignoring some of the warning that are happening right there. We'll show you over here. This is from the drone attack on Crimea as well. You'll see this oil depot at the port in Kerch that was struck. A fire was also reported at Port Kavkaz on the Russian side of the Kerch Strait as well. Let's
not an apology to our colleague. If you made that claim he was controlled by cartels, and now you're saying you don't know what the facts are, then you're acknowledging that your charge was wrong. How about apologizing to our colleague?
I don't believe my charge was wrong. Ruben Gallego's father is a high-level
That's not the question I asked you.
He was a felon.
That's not the question. You asserted he was controlled by cartels. You had no evidence then. You have no evidence now. You're unwilling to admit it. And here's something that's even worse, Mr. Chair. That was during the heat of a campaign. Sometimes we say things during campaigns that we go too far. She's continued to repeat this as a sitting member of the Trump administration. A couple months ago, Ruben Gallego put out a tweet against the invasion of Venezuela. He didn't mention Ms. Lake. He just said he was against it. And she, at 2:35 in the morning, the following day responded, "You are a member of a Mexican cartel family. You are also a fraud. No one is surprised by your take. She's continuing to repeat a lie. She just told the committee she has no idea whether it's true or false, but she was glad to say it and she won't retract it now. That should be disqualifying. Mr. Stuger, I got a question for you.
Is a defensible thing to say out loud, regardless of which party happens to hold the presidency at any given moment in history. Hit subscribe if this kind of breakdown is genuinely what you're here for. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect any of these dots. And here's where it gets genuinely revealing about how this White House actually operates when confronted with an argument it can't refute on the merits. Instead of engaging with the substance, instead of explaining what a whole civilization will die tonight actually meant, or walking it back, or contextualizing it as hyperbole rather than a genuine threat, White House Communications Director Stephen Chung went after Clooney's career instead. The only person committing war crimes is George Clooney for his awful movies and terrible acting ability. Think about that response for a second, and notice everything it doesn't contain because the absences are more revealing than anything actually said. The White House was handed a direct, specific, legally grounded accusation. A war crime, as defined under international law, requires intent to physically destroy a nation. A record delivered separately to multiple different outlets, specific phrase. Not an argument about why the statement doesn't meet the legal threshold Clooney had just cited by name. Just mockery. Deployed because there was, quite simply, nothing substantive available to say in response instead. And everyone reading the exchange in real time could see exactly that gap for themselves. If you're getting genuine value from this breakdown, the membership is $9 a month, less than a cup of coffee, and it fuels independent journalism while the corporate networks settle lawsuits and cancel the hosts who tell the truth week after week with barely any organized resistance from audiences that ought to be demanding far better from institutions they still nominally trust. Jump in if you can, share the video if you can't. And Clooney's response to that non-answer is genuinely one of the best pieces of political comebacks I've covered on this entire channel because it does three distinct things at once in a single paragraph without ever raising its voice or descending into the register the White House had chosen. First, it refuses to be baited into the fight the White House wanted, redirecting immediately back to the actual human stakes rather than the personal insult. Families are losing their loved ones. Children have been incinerated. The world's economy is on a knife's edge. This is a time for vigorous debate at the highest levels, not for infantile name-calling. Notice how deliberately he frames the insult itself, infantile name-calling, as a category error, a childish response wholly unsuited to an adult life-and-death conversation about a threatened civilization without ever stooping to match that childishness himself in return.
Similarly, Kuwait, Bahrain, Al Udeid Air Base, in Qatar. We've seen Iran also able to strike outposts in Syria, which CENTCOM denied, and now we know that Iran actually did strike that area. Similarly, when CENTCOM posted the other day that there were no U.S. casualties in the region, they knew that was false because they knew about all of the deaths that I had been talking about as well. Now, right now, strikes currently underway. Iran is responding with strikes of its own. We talked about the Washington Post report where top Army officials have been leaking to the Washington Post, also to the Wall Street Journal and others, that the U.S. has run out of munitions, that the U.S. simply doesn't have the military capabilities in the region anymore to even conduct this escalation, but nonetheless, Trump is conducting the escalation, and that Iran is striking back hard, and these U.S. these U.S. soldiers, Senator Gallego, and saying you're run by the cartels control you. I mean, it's just typical Kari Lake. I mean, she's so disgusting in her behavior, and she'll say all of these just heinous things, just lies and conspiracies and deranged things. And then you'll see at the hearing as she's cross-examined by Senator Kaine, she refuses to retract. Watch as he cross-examines and grills her and shows why she should never be anywhere near any position. Even the ambassador of Jamaica, she shouldn't be near. Here, play this clip.
Ms. Lake accused one of our sitting colleagues of being controlled by the cartels. You had no evidence then, nor do you have any evidence now, that our colleague Senator Gallego is controlled by cartels, do you, Ms. Lake?
Well, we provided the receipts. The father was a high-level drug trafficker trafficking hundreds of thousands.
You said that Ruben Gallego was controlled by the cartels. You provided no evidence. This was rated pants on fire, a lie. You had no evidence then, and you have no evidence now that Ruben Gallego is controlled by cartels. Isn't that right?
I thank you for the question, Senator Kaine. I do appreciate it. I don't know, and I'm not here to do reputational control or reputational.
How about even though a lesser communicator might have felt genuine temptation to fire back with an insult of equal weight, especially after being personally attacked by name in an official White House statement. Second, it restates the actual legal argument the White House never addressed, with genuine precision rather than vague moral outrage. A war crime is alleged when there is intent to physically destroy a nation, as defined by the Genocide Convention and the Rome Statute. What is the administration's defense? That's not a rhetorical flourish reached for in the heat of the moment. That's a specific citation to two real binding pieces of international law, the Genocide Convention, adopted by the United Nations in 1948 in direct response to the Holocaust and the atrocities of the Second World War, and the Rome Statute, which established the International Criminal Court in The Hague as a permanent body for prosecuting exactly this kind of offense. Offered by a man whose own foundation, run alongside a wife who has spent her entire legal career as an actual international human rights lawyer, arguing cases before actual international tribunals and representing actual victims of war crimes, deals with exactly this kind of legal question as its full-time daily work, not as a talking point borrowed for a single press cycle and then discarded once the news moved on. And third, and this is the part that makes it genuinely brilliant rather than just righteous, he closes with a joke at his own expense that disarms the insult entirely in a single parenthetical, besides calling me a failed actor, which I happily agree with, having starred in Batman and Robin. He didn't deny being in a bad movie, a film that has become such a widely acknowledged low point in his career that even Clooney himself has joked about it publicly for years, in interview after interview. He agreed with it instantly with total self-awareness and zero defensiveness, which meant the White House's entire insult evaporated the moment he acknowledged it as fair, leaving nothing behind except the unanswered legal question they still to this day have never actually addressed on the record. And this wasn't Clooney's first shot at this administration either, and it's worth understanding just how far back his willingness to speak plainly on this subject actually goes. Back in December, discussing the corporate settlements that had already reshaped the media landscape by that point, CBS and ABC, each paying at least $16 million to settle lawsuits Trump had brought against them. Lawsuits legal experts across the political spectrum considered weak on the actual merits and unlikely to have succeeded if either network had simply fought them in court instead of settling out of caution, Clooney said plainly, without hedging or softening the point for a broader audience. If CBS and ABC had challenged those lawsuits and said, "Go F yourself," we wouldn't be where we are in the country. He wasn't just criticizing Trump directly there, he was criticizing the institutional cowardice that let Trump's pressure campaign succeed in the first place, identifying the exact mechanism months before most casual observers had connected the dots themselves, back when the full pattern hadn't yet become the obvious, well-documented story it eventually turned into.
And then you had Peter Navarro, one of Donald Trump's top trade advisors. He said the following, let's play it.
Deal with Iran. If you think Iran would act responsibly with the nuclear weapon, just look at what they're doing now. They've got less discipline than a baby in diapers. They're just spraying their crap all over that area, like Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
It's like...
This is the video that was just put out by the Houthis in Yemen, announcing the ban on Saudi Arabian vessels that's now in effect. Play this clip.
تلبية لنداءات شعبنا العزيز المجاهد في الخروج المليوني العظيم في جمعة التحذير والنفير وما سبقها من تجمعات ووقفات جبلية كبيرة تعلن القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
And here's the audio of the VHF radio signal of the Houthis saying that the Bab el-Mandab Strait is closed to the Saudis. Here, let's listen to this.
Yemen Naval Force is calling you on Channel 16. According to the decision of Yemeni armed forces in the date of July 2026, including prevent navigation to Saudi ships because of the constant siege to Yemeni nation. So we warn all ships belonging to Saudi enemy to proceed via the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. In case of non-compliance of Yemeni armed forces decision, those ships will be in our target. Over.
Then you had Democratic Senator Chris Murphy from the great state of Connecticut cross-examining Kari Lake about getting rid of critical transmitters and getting rid of kind of critical technology based in Kuwait that could have been utilized in order to provide information to individuals in Iran in January, and thereafter. And on something as important as this, he also catches her lying under oath and basically committing perjury. Here, play this clip.
There was this very specific issue where staff were requesting access to U.S. transmitters in Kuwait that were necessary in order to broadcast into Iran. And you denied them access to use those transmitters, finally giving them access to one frequency when they needed multiple frequencies. You said that it was because the transmitters were down, that they were inoperable. That doesn't seem to be true. It seems, in fact, from all reports that those transmitters were available, and you were simply making a decision to limit the amount of capacity we had to broadcast into Iran. And you seem to have walked back your contentions that those transmitters were down. It seems like you weren't telling the truth. Can you tell us now whether those transmitters were actually inoperable or whether you were actually actively denying the ability for our staff who do this work to transmit information into Iran?
That's the exact dynamic Colbert and Kimmel would go on to embody from opposite directions months later, one canceled permanently and one surviving spectacularly, and Clooney had already named the underlying failure that made both of their situations possible in the first place. Institutions choosing settlement over confrontation over and over again. Because settlement was always the path of least resistance in any given moment, regardless of what it ultimately cost the broader industry down the line once the precedent had been firmly set. Clooney added something worth remembering in that same conversation, a genuinely grounded piece of advice for anyone feeling exhausted by this entire era, delivered without any of the performative outrage that so much celebrity political commentary tends to reach for instead, especially when the microphones are actively recording. It's a very trying time. It can depress you or make you very angry, but you have to find the most positive way through it. You have to put your head down and keep moving forward because quitting isn't an option. That's not a soundbite built for a headline, engineered for maximum shareability. That's advice from a 64-year-old man who has been doing this specific kind of public advocacy for the better part of 2 decades, offering something closer to hard-won personal philosophy, tested across years of exactly this kind of pressure than a campaign slogan reached for in the moment. Now let me bring you exactly where things stand this hour, because Clooney's whole civilization warning from April reads very differently against what's actually happened to this war in the months since, and it's worth measuring the two against each other directly rather than treating them as separate, unrelated stories. And I track every wire report, so here's exactly what's happening. 3 American service members have been confirmed killed by direct Iranian attacks, with the Pentagon's broader count, including related incidents like transport crashes and other operational accidents that have occurred over the course of this deployment, now standing at 17 total American deaths since this conflict reignited earlier this year, a genuinely staggering figure for a war that started with promises of a swift, decisive resolution. A dignified transfer of 4 fallen troops took place today at Dover Air Force Base, the same solemn facility that has received the remains of fallen American service members from every major conflict for decades now, a ceremony that receives far less public attention than any single strike announcement, but represents the truest, most permanent human cost of this entire conflict, regardless of how the surrounding political debate ultimately shakes out. Gas crossed $4 a gallon this week for the first time since the war restarted, $4.003, up from $3.14 a year ago, a genuinely staggering year-over-year increase felt directly by every American filling up a tank at any gas station in the country, regardless of how closely they've been following the war's diplomatic details or which side of the political aisle they happen to sit on. Reuters reports Iran may be preparing to activate the Houthi militant group to threaten a second entire shipping strait, the Bab el-Mandeb, an expansion that would open a genuinely new front in a war that keeps growing well past whatever the April ceasefire was supposed to have settled once and for all.
Since the Memorandum of Understanding, as I'm recording this video, the United States has been striking hard in Iran, focusing on the coastal areas by the Strait of Hormuz. And while the Trump regime is attacking the coast of Iran, the White House is posting the following. Trust in Trump. Voters overwhelmingly support Iran peace deal. Overwhelming support for Iran peace deal. Big data poll. Support. 60.4% support Trump's peace deal. You're posting that as you are currently attacking and invading Iran. And by the way, Iran is striking back hard at the Arab nation neighbors where the U.S. has bases. Particularly Jordan has been hit very hard. Trump doesn't seem to have the interceptor capabilities to protect the U.S. bases in Jordan.
Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate it. First of all, we've given all funding to Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia. Every grantee that Radio Free Europe is the one that operates Radio Farda rather, and we've given them every single.
But talk to me about this. This is a very specific issue where there was a major problem because we weren't able to broadcast into Iran because you had denied access to these transmitters. You said it was because they were inoperable. They were not inoperable, correct?
We have had repairs done on them, so it could have been at a time when there were repairs done, but we weren't denying them.
You were definitive. You said that this was not a decision to deny them access, that they were inoperable. I mean, this committee can find the answer to this question pretty easily. You're always doing repairs on transmitters. Those transmitters were not inoperable, correct?
I will have to look into that. I don't know.
Well, but you stated on the record that they were inoperable, whereas your staff contended that you were denying them access to the transmitters in order to limit the amount of information in Iran.
Radio Farda.
At a scale nobody discussing that original deadline back in the spring could have fully anticipated at the time. And Trump, addressing a separate controversy this week entirely unrelated to Iran, posted that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while visiting the United States after New York City's mayor raised the possibility of looking into it during an expected visit later this year, adding yet another diplomatic flashpoint to an already crowded week. Clooney also raised concerns in that same April speech about NATO. Trump had been signaling he might pull back from the alliance after several European countries refused to join the Iran war effort, a genuine rupture in the transatlantic relationship that received far less sustained coverage than it probably deserved given the stakes involved for the entire post-war security order. I'm worried about NATO, Clooney said. It has ensured that Europe, but also the rest of the world, has been safe. Dismantling an institution like this worries me. Aside from many mistakes, I believe the U.S. with NATO has also done many extraordinary things that have stood the test of time. Set that concern next to this week's headlines. A war that survived one ceasefire only to reignite into a genuinely wider conflict, threatening a second straight, still producing American casualties months after the deadline Clooney was originally responding to, with allies growing visibly more hesitant to participate the longer the whole thing drags on without any clear end in sight. The specific April ceasefire held for its stated, narrow purpose. The underlying instinct Clooney was actually warning about, an administration willing to threaten civilizational destruction as a negotiating tactic in the first place, clearly didn't go anywhere at all, and has since reappeared in slightly different form, aimed at a slightly different target, week after week. Now, because you know I do this, let me give you my prediction and clip this so you can check me. First, Watch the Houthi/Bab el-Mandeb threat closely, because if that materializes into an actual second front, it validates exactly the kind of unchecked, ever-expanding conflict Clooney was warning students about back in April, months before any of us knew how literally that warning would eventually apply to an entirely separate waterway on the other side of the region. Second, watch whether the White House ever actually answers Clooney's original legal question directly. What is the administration's defense against the Genocide Convention standard he specifically cited? Because the silence itself, 4 full months running now, is already its own kind of answer. And I genuinely bet real money that silence continues indefinitely rather than ever producing an actual substantive response from anyone in this administration. And third, the Clooney-specific prediction I'd bet on. He'll be back the next time this war produces a moment that crosses his own stated line of decency. Because a man who runs an actual human rights foundation alongside his wife doesn't measure these moments by ordinary news cycles or by whatever else happens to be competing for attention that particular week. He measures them against a fixed, unchanging legal standard,
are realizing that they're not protected by any purported security umbrella in the region. Now, Barak Ravid, Donald Trump's stenographer over at Axios, who purports to be a reporter, just posted, "A senior American official tells me about talks for a possible ceasefire with Iran. Right now, President Trump is focused on making Iran pay for breaching the Memorandum of Understanding and for continuing its terrorist acts in the Strait of Hormuz. In addition, the president will make Iran pay for killing the American soldiers in Jordan. These devastating strikes will continue until the president decides otherwise. But the talks between us and Iran are ongoing." I mean, there's so many lies in there to begin with. I mean, the Trump regime breached the Memorandum of Understanding the moment Donald Trump signed it and held it in Versailles. But just the Trump regime plan is what? If you keep on bombing and bombing and bombing, you think the lesson after these 5 months is that that will make Iran want to do a deal? Oh, now we're going to do a deal. No, Iran has been escalating. It shows it has the capabilities to destroy these U.S. bases in the region. Iran is shooting out these salvos of 8 to 12 ballistic missiles at a time.
Was doing a product, and VOA Persia was doing a product, and we were using the 24 hours we had to put VOA, which is a government-owned entity, out on the airwaves in Iran. And you know, we have only 24 hours in the day. Unfortunately, sometimes I wish we had more, but we chose to put VOA.
I'm well over my time. I think your limitation of our ability to transmit information to Iran was egregious. It's made more egregious by the fact that you were not telling the truth about what was happening behind the scenes to limit our ability to tell an American story in Iran. And I will follow up for the record on this question of whether you were telling the truth about those transmitters being inoperable. Thank you, Mr.
More from his cross-examination right here.
So I heard you take credit for the current amount of programming in Iran. Was your decision to dismantle Radio Farsi and Radio Farda and the VOA Persia staff a mistake?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator Murphy. I appreciate it. RFE is who runs Radio Fardi. We run VOA Persia, and it is very much alive and well. We had great coverage. We went into surge mode when the attack happened, and we immediately brought in a huge team of folks to cover it. We actually covered the president's speech live with live translation so that the people of Iran could hear
but just
what was
really clear, I'm not asking you to tell me what.
And that standard simply doesn't reset itself just because the broader news conversation has already moved on to something else entirely. Trump's history of responding to substantive criticism with personal insults runs directly through this exact exchange, and it's a pattern that repeats with striking, almost mechanical consistency regardless of who the critic happens to be, how carefully reasoned their original argument was, or how much genuine expertise they brought to the specific subject at hand. The only person committing war crimes is George Clooney for his awful movies. Quiet, piggy, to Bloomberg's Catherine Lucy. Truly unattractive to George Conway. Crazy in the head. The pattern holds, case after case. When the substance of an accusation can't be answered on its own terms, attack the person instead and hope nobody notices the actual question never got addressed at all. The cultural and political opposition to this presidency is full spectrum, and it keeps growing week after week with fresh material arriving from every conceivable direction, foreign and domestic, celebrity and career politician alike. None of it showing any sign of letting up as this war and its surrounding controversies keep multiplying. Whoopi Goldberg deballed America. Sunny Hostin and Ana Navarro, Rosie O'Donnell, 2 decades running, the original target of it all. Cher calling him a liar on camera in 2016. Robert De Niro calling him a monster. Bruce Springsteen, who stood on Colbert's finale stage and named the billionaires to their faces. Bill Maher, Trevor Noah, Howard Stern with 17 years of tapes, Jim Carrey's Extinction Level Event, Alec Baldwin's Emmy, Taylor Swift, Tom Hanks, Arnold Schwarzenegger's Day of Broken Glass, Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, who told Trump to go F, himself on his way out, Meryl Streep, who named the instinct to humiliate, Michelle Obama, who never even needs to say his name, Barack Obama, who calls his own fixation a strange thing, George Conway, who cost him $88 million and lost an election anyway, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who Trump branded a traitor, Ben Meiselas, Richard Wolff explaining exactly who pays for the tariffs, and George Clooney, the man who cited actual international law, got mocked for his acting and turned that mockery into one of the sharpest comebacks this administration has ever received on the record. And here is why George Clooney's version of criticism matters in a way that's genuinely distinct from everyone else on this list. And I say this as somebody who studies the whole board across every kind of critic and every kind of comeback this administration has faced. He didn't call Trump a name, and he didn't need to reach for one, even when handed a perfect opening to do exactly that. He made a specific, technical, legally grounded argument, citing the actual definition of a war crime under the Genocide Convention and the Rome Statute. Precise language any international law scholar could verify against the original text and then waited to see if anyone in this administration could answer it on those same terms. Nobody has.
That's what Zelensky is posting. He also writes about what he refers to as long-range sanctions against Russia, referring to the drone strikes as long-range sanctions. And Zelensky writes, "Last night, our long-range sanctions targeted the occupiers' military, logistics, oil industries, and air defenses. All of this is just a response to Russia's brutal attack against our people. I thank the warriors of the Security Service of Ukraine, the Unmanned Systems Forces, the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine, and the Special Operations Forces for their successful work at a distance of about 300 kilometers from the front line. Facilities on both sides of the Crimean Bridge were hit. Maritime logistics used to transport oil in the Krasnodar region and an oil depot in temporarily occupied Kerch. In addition, military logistics facilities were successfully struck, along with 4 radar stations belonging to S-400 systems, with 2 Pantsir systems. I'm grateful to all our warriors for their provision and professionalism. Russia understands only strength, and our long-range strength is certainly working for peace. Glory to Ukraine." Well, there you have 80% seem to be able to get through and strike these U.S. bases in the region, while Iran's able to fully control the Strait of Hormuz. There have been numerous tankers today that have tried to exit the Strait of Hormuz. A Greek flag tanker carrying Saudi oil that was struck by Iran earlier today and destroyed. And then there was another one attacked northeast of Lima in Oman about an hour and a half ago that was trying to make it out of the Strait of Hormuz in a route that was not authorized by the IRGC. And the IRGC responded by destroying that ship as well. Some data points I want to give you as well right now. In the United States, the average price of gas over $4 a gallon. The 30-year Treasury yield right now is at about 5.1%. That's the highest level since the run-up to the global financial crisis. The strategic petroleum reserves in the United States are essentially at tank bottom. These are very dire conditions. And of course, U.S. munitions have been depleted, which everybody was warning about. But Trump continues to escalate. And Iran, as I noted, at a critical agency, at the U.S. Agency for Global Media, which oversees Voice of America, then you proceeded to fire everybody. Your whole life legacy is just being horrific as a human being. Just watch what she does, though. Play this clip.
So I'd like to just give you a minute to step back and give you the opportunity to speak in the case there's anything you'd like to address as it relates to your 2022 and 2024 elections.
Can I have more than 5 minutes?
No, I don't know about that. But
actually, you don't want that probably. But thank you so much, Senator McCormick, for opening your schedule to me this week. I enjoyed meeting with you. And yes, in a family of 9, 8 girls, 1 boy, that I did learn diplomacy, because you have to, at the end of the day, you know, and we didn't have a lot of means. We were pretty poor, although nobody ever told us that. We had to hop in bed and sleep with our sisters. You know, we didn't have enough bedrooms. So you didn't want to take that fight or disagreement all that way to the next day. So I'm so honored to have grown up in a big family. Thank you very much. I felt that I ran incredible campaigns with the grassroots of Arizona firmly behind me. And I'm very proud of the way that I conducted myself and the way we ran those campaigns. As a newcomer to politics, you know, I thought that this country was set up where an outsider could step into politics, but then I realized that sometimes the political class doesn't want the outsiders, but that's okay. It was a great learning experience. You know, I fought for fair and free elections in the courts for the people of Arizona, and I'm glad that the president is going to continue fighting for fair and free elections. I'm looking to the future, and what I want to do is to hone my skills. I want to take everything I've learned thus far and work at being the best diplomat and ambassador that the U.S. has ever sent to Jamaica, and I'm looking forward to.
4 months later, the question is still just sitting there, unanswered, because the actual substance of what Trump wrote, "A whole civilization will die tonight," was never something this White House could defend on the merits, in a courtroom, in front of a legal scholar, or in front of the exact kind of vigorous, substantive debate Clooney explicitly called for. It could only be mocked around, deflected toward an old movie, and Clooney made sure that particular mockery backfired spectacularly by simply agreeing with the one part of the insult that happened to be true. And there's a broader lesson in that specific rhetorical move worth naming clearly, because it's a genuinely reusable technique that goes well beyond this one exchange and applies to a huge range of political and even personal disputes. When an opponent attacks something true and largely irrelevant about you, Clooney really was in Batman and Robin, a film he and virtually everyone else, including most critics at the time, agrees was not his finest work. A fact widely acknowledged rather than genuinely disputed by anyone. The strongest response isn't defensive denial, and it isn't reflexive counterattack either. It's instant, cheerful agreement, which strips the attack of its power entirely and redirects the conversation immediately back to whatever substantive point the attack was specifically designed to distract everyone from in the first place. Most public figures under that kind of pressure either get visibly defensive or ignore the jab entirely and hope it quietly fades from the news cycle on its own. Clooney did neither of those things. He absorbed it, agreed with it wholeheartedly, and used the 2 seconds of goodwill that agreement bought him to restate the actual question nobody in the White House had bothered to answer. Drop a comment below with the moment that hit hardest for you out of everything we've covered today. Was it, "If anyone says he wants to end a civilization, that's a war crime," delivered to a room full of teenagers rather than a room full of adults who might have expected the political calculation behind it? A war crime is alleged when there is intent to physically destroy a nation. What is the administration's defense?
And he said, Donald Trump's bringing down the prices right now. No, he's not. Here, play this clip.
Is there any way to work around Iran? That is to pump more, to develop more pipelines in the Mideast, to get around the Iranian hump, if you will?
Well, yes, David and Jackie, there certainly is. And I had meetings earlier this week with leaders from Saudi Arabia and UAE. Both of those countries are looking at major infrastructure projects to try to look at land-based pipeline and other solutions to be able to ship their product and get it onto the world market. But here at home, of course, under President Trump's energy dominance policy, the United States producing more oil than we have ever produced, largest producer in the world of oil, now the largest producer of natural gas in the world, largest exporter of LNG in the world. And President Trump's energy dominance policy was always about selling energy to our friends and allies so they don't have to buy it from our adversaries like Iran or like Russia. And as you saw, the prices plummeted last year when President Trump was elected. They will go down again under President Trump's policies. He's the one leader that knows how to get prices down. It's increased supply. and his policies are allowing American innovation to do that at record levels.
Yeah.
First, they flew in total radio silence, bypassed other targets. When the Kuwaiti army went to go after the F-5, they were mistaken and they hit the US F-15E, and that's when there was the friendly fire incident at the very beginning of the war. You remember that? That's what went down. Meanwhile, Ghalibaf goes on to say, once the ceasefire came into effect, you saw that the enemy carried out actions in the Persian Gulf, and we immediately responded. The latest example was the incident involving the American helicopter. In addition, 2 enemy warships that were attempting to pass through the Strait of Hormuz were struck and suffered extensive fires, a matter that satellite imagery also confirmed. On the other hand, any airport in any country from which enemy fighter jets took off was targeted. All of these events occurred while we were simultaneously engaged in negotiations, and Lebanon is part of the resistance front. Under the agreement, Iran supports the resistance front, while the United States is a supporter and ally of the Israeli regime. Therefore, it is natural that when a ceasefire is established, it must be respected on all fronts, especially in Lebanon. I must thank the dear people of Lebanon, particularly the Shiites and Hezbollah, who stood up during the U.S. and Israeli aggression against Iran and sacrificed nearly 4,000 martyrs. While we were under a ceasefire, they continued fighting and continued to suffer casualties. When the Israeli regime targeted Daya, we threatened the United States and issued an ultimatum that our demands had to be accepted. Otherwise, we would respond. Trump was compelled to post on social media and tell Netanyahu that the attacks had to stop and that Daya can no longer be targeted.
A question that's now been sitting unanswered for 4 months and counting. The self-deprecating Batman and Robin line that turned an insult into a mic drop in real time. Or if CBS and ABC had challenged those lawsuits and said, go F yourself, we wouldn't be where we are in the country, naming the exact institutional failure that made so much of what followed possible. Tell me. Every one of those moments is on record, verified across multiple independent outlets. Everyone is part of the historical record. And everyone shows what it looks like when someone answers an insult with a genuine argument instead of another insult, and lets the resulting silence speak entirely for itself. Hit subscribe if you want more breakdowns like this. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect the dots. Paramount paid Trump $16 million and canceled Colbert 3 days after he called it a bribe. ABC's parent. Disney paid Trump and suspended Jimmy Kimmel under FCC threats. Bari Weiss gutted 60 Minutes, and PBS and NPR were defunded, one after another, in a pattern too consistent across too many separate networks and institutions to be dismissed as mere coincidence. The institutional cowardice is real, and it's documented, and it keeps repeating itself regardless of which specific network or media company happens to be facing the pressure at any given moment. But the independent and defiant voices, the Clooneys, the Conways, the Kimmels, the De Niros, the Colberts, the Streeps, the Whoopis, the Navarros, the Springsteens, the Obamas, the Rosies, the Chairs, the Baldwins, the Mayhairs, the Noahs, the Sterns, the Hankses, the Carries, the Arnolds, the Mycellases, the Wolfs are the only voices doing this work week after week, without any corporate backing or regulatory protection standing behind any of them. And we're not stopping either, not while there's still a genuinely important story worth telling accurately and in complete, honest detail. Donald Trump is, this Wednesday, in the middle of an extraordinarily consequential week. The President of the United States, whose war has now claimed 17 American service members, whose Pentagon just conducted a dignified transfer of 4 more fallen troops at that same Delaware facility, whose gas prices have crossed $4 a gallon nationally for the first time in this renewed conflict, and whose government is reportedly watching Iran actively recruit the Houthis to threaten an entirely second shipping strait on top of everything already underway. And George Clooney is the man who, back in April of this same year, called the specific written threat behind an earlier phase of this same ongoing war exactly what international law says it plainly is, a war crime. And then, when the White House tried to bury the accusation under a cheap joke about his acting career, turned that joke into the sharpest, most self-aware rebuttal of the entire exchange, citing the Genocide Convention in one breath and cheerfully admitting to being terrible in Batman and Robin in the very next, without ever once losing his composure or descending to the level the White House had chosen for the fight. He didn't need to raise his voice, and he didn't need to reach for a single personal insult of his own, even after being handed the perfect opening for one directly by the White House itself. He just needed to ask a question this administration has never once managed to answer on the record, and let that unanswered silence do all the remaining work on its own, for 4 months and counting, with no sign it will ever be addressed. Both of them are part of the historical record now. The threat, written in Trump's own words on his own platform, and the question, asked plainly in Clooney's, still sitting there completely unanswered. And history, folks, is going to remember exactly who asked it and exactly how long it went without any real response at all. See you in the next one.
Canada is making Donald Trump squirm just 24 hours after Donald Trump was at the World Cup finals with Prime Minister Carney and really refused to say anything to Carney's face. The very next day, Donald Trump, through his trade representative, Jamieson Greer, announced 50% tariffs on a wide range of Canadian imports. But then we got to read the fine print about what the exclusions are and what's actually included. And then we got to...
He must be stopped, and he must be stopped now. Amen. It's time to say no to kings. It's time to say no to Donald Trump. We've had enough. No King Trump. No unnecessary wars that rob our resources, sacrifice our brave servicemen and women, and slaughter innocents. No corrupt leader enriching himself and the Epstein-class buddies. No taking away health care from our most vulnerable neighbors. No unaffordable groceries. No unaffordable energy. No unaffordable housing. And no inflation at its highest.
Thank you so much to everyone who has joined our membership. We are now 60 plus members strong. This is just $9 a month, and our goal is to reach 1,000 members so we can continue running America Facticity as an independent journalism platform without corporate funding, outside pressure, or influence. Your support helps us keep this work real, clean, and focused on the truth. If you haven't already, please like the video, share it, subscribe, and leave a comment so this video can reach more people who need to see this reality. Thank you again for standing with independent journalism.
Jimmy Kimmel and Robert De Niro destroyed Donald Trump on live television. And folks, unlike some of the pairings I bring you, this one isn't me connecting two separate stories after the fact, stitching together two independent monologues delivered months apart into a single narrative. These two actually stood on the same stage, on the same night, in the same skit, and took this administration apart together, live, in front of a national audience, in real time, with no gap between one man's outrage and the other's. Today is Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, and there's a great deal of ground to cover here, some of it genuinely somber. Let me walk you through exactly what happened when Robert De Niro showed up on Jimmy Kimmel's comeback show and played the FCC chairman from hell, and why the news breaking this very hour, with a dignified transfer ceremony for 4 fallen American service members, makes the stakes underneath that night's comedy look more serious than ever, a full 10 months later. Because here's what makes this pairing different from almost anything else we cover on this channel. This wasn't two critics independently reaching similar conclusions from opposite ends of the industry, discovering only later that their separate efforts happened to rhyme with each other. This was a direct collaboration, planned and executed together, at the exact moment this administration's pressure campaign against late-night television was at its most dangerous, and its outcome still genuinely uncertain, with nobody quite sure how the broader industry or the viewing public would ultimately respond. Kimmel had just been suspended, his entire career hanging in a genuinely uncertain balance for 6 full days. The FCC chairman had just threatened the entire industry with consequences most Americans had never even heard were possible, let alone actively used as a political cudgel. And instead of playing it safe on his return, the easy, understandable choice for anyone who just watched their own career nearly end over a single monologue, Kimmel brought in one of the most respected actors alive to help him say out loud exactly what he thought was happening to free speech in this country, at a moment when saying it wrong could have cost them both dearly. We're going to walk through every single piece of it, start to finish in order. Pull up a chair, there's a lot here, and it all connects, and it's moving fast.
As I've said before, Rubio's mission was to undermine the Iran MOU. The broader point I wanted to make is if the United States did not want to have Article 1 of the MOU basically say that Israel needs to leave, then don't put it in Article 1 of the MOU with Iran. But that's in Article 1. We all know Iran's been very clear what its red line is. It wants Israel to leave southern Lebanon. And by the way, that's what a lot of people in the region want to see happen. And what Netanyahu's saying is we're not. And Rubio endorses us being here. And we're just going to call it a security zone. By the way, even though drones and missiles can reach into Israel based on where the way modern drone technology and ballistic missile technology works, but we're just going to occupy that area. And again, all this is going to lead to is the Strait of Hormuz being shut down and the U.S. being dragged back into war. That's just the objective reality. No matter what you think about any of the issues, what this is going to lead to is more war for America and more suffering for Americans. Americans are going to suffer as a result of this, okay? And here's more from Netanyahu. We said from the very beginning that we're not a party to this agreement between the United States and Iran, but that does not mean we do not have interests. We have our own interests. We'll make them known. That is also true regarding the central issue, the nuclear issue. I intend to send a delegation to Washington to explain Israel's interest. He then says the following. Yesterday, there was a threat much further away from our soldiers, not an immediate range. They saw 7 terrorists entering a house. They hadn't even fired yet, referring to who he claims to be Hezbollah terrorists. Not an immediate range. They hadn't fired yet. They hadn't even organized themselves. But the house was destroyed and those terrorists were eliminated. Netanyahu then shows the area in Lebanon that Israel will be controlling, basically indefinitely.
No, wait, maybe I do mean to scare you. If Trump returns to the White House, you can kiss these freedoms goodbye that we all take for granted. And elections, forget about it. That's over. That's done. If he gets in, I can tell you right now, he will never leave. He will never leave. You know that. He will never leave. What does that mean? Is that the country we want to live in? Do we want him running this country and saying, I'm not leaving, I'm dictator for life?
And let's just show you what Donald Trump said when he was leaving the FIFA World Cup, when he was trying to make it all about himself. And like the team from Spain's like, get this guy off, get this guy off. Here's what Trump said he told Canadian Prime Minister Carney at the event. At FIFA World Cup finals. Let's play it.
How did that go?
Well, it went good, but I told him, you got to stop these fires from coming in and, poisoning our air. Our air has been poisoned. I have a good relationship with Mark Carney, but, we got to stop the fires up there. If we can help them, we'll help them. But maybe they should pay us some damages or something, or we should do some tariffs. But it was terrible. You had businesses closing. In particular, Michigan. If you look at Detroit, Michigan area, they had to close everything. They had to close car plants and a lot of other things. So I've never remembered this happening. Over the last 4 or 5 years, you saw it starting to take place. I've never remembered it happening before.
And before we dive in, let me tell you why I think this pairing deserves its own dedicated breakdown, separate from every other combination we've covered on this channel over the past several weeks. Most of what we do here is retrospective. We take 2 people who've each said true things about this administration, independently, at different times, and we lay their records side by side to show a pattern neither one alone could reveal on its own. This is different. This is a single planned collaborative act of resistance, executed together, on the same stage, on the same night, at the exact moment the stakes were highest for both of them. Kimmel didn't call De Niro afterward to compare notes on how the moment landed. They built the bit together before the cameras rolled, knowing exactly what message they wanted the country to walk away with and knowing exactly how much was riding on getting the tone right. If you appreciate this kind of breakdown, the membership is $9 a month, genuinely less than a coffee. No corporate parent, no FCC license to renew, no merger to negotiate with this particular White House. Just us and you, plainly and directly, no middlemen involved. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Let me set the stage first before we go any further, because you need the full context to understand how genuinely significant that night actually was in the moment. In September 2025, ABC suspended Kimmel for 6 days after FCC Chairman Brendan Carr publicly threatened broadcasters with the easy way or the hard way, following comments Kimmel made about the murder of Charlie Kirk. comments that had been deliberately misconstrued by critics eager to see him removed from the airwaves entirely. Trump gloated on Truth Social that Kimmel should rot in his bad ratings. The backlash was immediate and massive. Over 400 celebrities signed an ACLU letter, protests broke out outside network affiliates, and even Republicans said the FCC had no business threatening a broadcaster's license over a comedian's monologue, a rare moment of genuine bipartisan agreement in an otherwise deeply polarized media environment. When Kimmel returned to the air on Tuesday, September 23rd, he gave an emotional monologue about free speech that drew 6.3 million viewers, more than 26 million views online, and he choked.
How Donald Trump is even invoking these tariffs, you may be saying, what do you mean, Ben? Didn't the tariffs get struck down by the United States Supreme Court? They did, and then they did again. And so now Donald Trump is using something that no one's really even ever heard of called Section 338 of the 1930 Tariff Act. And Trump's claiming that he in the U.S. are being discriminated against by Canada and U.S. commerce because of the Canadian elbows up boycott, which is being done organically by the Canadian people on hospitality and American booze and liquor. So the Trump regime put out a statement through Jamieson Greer. Today, Ambassador Greer issued a statement after Trump exercised his authority under Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930 to impose additional 50% tariffs on certain Canadian goods to offset Canada's discriminatory treatment of U.S. exports. And then you read what the justification is, and it goes on to say, here's the discrimination that's taking place. Canada has taken U.S. alcohol products off Canadian shelves, given better access to dairy products from the European Union, and has put a cap on U.S. vehicle exports to Canada from companies reshoring to the United States. And then it goes on to describe Canada's retaliatory actions as being discriminatory. They retaliated against us. How dare they take any retaliatory action against us at all?
Fortunately, the president doesn't take this sort of thing personally. He wrote, I understand artists are getting the yips having to do with their performance, so I'm thinking about bringing the #1 attraction anywhere in the world, the man who gets much larger audiences than Elvis in his prime, and he does so without a guitar, the man who loves our country more than anyone else, and the man who some say is the greatest president in history, the GOAT, Donald J. Trump, to take the place of these highly paid third-rate artists and give a major speech rallying the country forward like I have done ever since being president. Yeah, you know those first-rate artists I announced on Wednesday? Today they're third-rate artists, and I will be replacing them. He said, I only want to be surrounded by happy people. That's right. He only wants to be surrounded by happy people. For instance, this photograph of his wife pictured at their evening grimace. The only well-known artists who did not back out were Flo Rida and Vanilla Ice, who now need to find another way to make $80 that night. And to make this all even crazier, Vanilla and Flo Rida, along with many of the performers who were...
Then Iran responds, then the U.S. responds, and there's been a full-fledged war taking place over this weekend. But Donald Trump says to all the truckers out there, you're going to be rich from Iran. Oh, and then Donald Trump posts the following as well. Based on the very quick and boring briefing concerning the Maggot Hagerman book about me, it is mostly made up fake news, largely fiction, as have been most of the things she has written about me for many years. She is a third-rate writer. Russia, Russia, Russia. Remember, I won the election big. And they don't have audio tapes that imply they have. Just another Margot con job. And Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. DJT. Again, that's what he's posting at 12:30 a.m. I think he's talking about Maggie Haberman's book, Regime Change, about him. He's also posting weird AI images of former President Biden, Kamala Harris, and Hillary Clinton wearing red AI hats that say, I lost to Trump. And then Slightly earlier than that, Donald Trump posted a photo of himself when he was 17, maybe 16 years old, next to former President Obama. And then Donald Trump claims he's 20 years old, where he's wearing this outfit from the military boarding school that he went to. Of course, he was never actually in the military.
The entire episode felt genuinely uncertain right up until airtime, with nobody quite sure whether ABC would actually follow through on bringing him back at all. And then he told the audience that Brendan Carr himself would be joining the show live from Washington, D.C. Notice the specific setup here, because it's a genuinely clever piece of television, constructed with real precision rather than thrown together at the last minute. Kimmel wasn't just returning quietly and moving past what had happened, the way a more cautious host might have chosen to handle the exact same situation. He was building anticipation for a direct confrontation with the man whose regulatory threats had gotten him suspended in the first place. The exact FCC chairman who had days earlier threatened Disney and ABC with consequences over Kimmel's content. In language that stunned even seasoned media observers who'd covered decades of government press tension without seeing anything quite so explicit. Subscribe and share the video if you appreciate this kind of breakdown, because that's genuinely how it reaches more people. He didn't. Instead, Robert De Niro walked out to a roar from the studio audience that made clear people understood something significant was about to happen. A genuine gasp then cheer reaction that no amount of pre-show marketing or teaser trailers could have manufactured on its own. De Niro played a fictional new FCC chairman, a tough-talking, mob-style enforcer channeling his own most iconic gangster roles from Goodfellas and beyond, and the skit turned into one of the most pointed pieces of political satire in recent television history. He opened by threatening The View's Whoopi Goldberg directly, in character, right from his very first line, setting the tone for everything that followed. So you tell Whoopi over there, she better show a little respect, or the only view she's getting is from under George Washington. The bridge, not the guy. A joke built entirely around New York geography and gangster movie shorthand for a body disposal threat, delivered with the exact deadpan menace of a genuine wise guy rather than a Hollywood actor doing an impression of one. That reference wasn't random. Goldberg's own show had stayed conspicuously silent during Kimmel's suspension before finally addressing it days later, and Carr had separately threatened The View as well in the same general time frame. So De Niro's character was drawing a direct, pointed line between two separate instances of regulatory intimidation aimed at two separate ABC properties in the same general week, tying together a pattern that most casual viewers might not have connected on their own without the skit spelling it out for them in exactly this memorable way. When Kimmel, playing along, asked if he was threatening Goldberg, De Niro's character replied, "I would never threaten Miss Goldstein. I was just teaching a lesson about consequences." A deliberately mangled name that added an extra layer of casual menace. The kind of detail a genuine mob enforcer might get slightly wrong without a second thought, precisely because the actual person barely registers as an individual to him, reduced to a vague, half-remembered name rather than someone whose actual opinions or actual work carry any weight in his eyes.
Donald Trump is posting not anything about that. Here's what he posted at 12:30 a.m. in the morning. Mac to the future. Trump touts Iran deal energy boom that could boost the trucking biz. So Donald Trump is telling the farmers, Iran's going to buy your corn and soybeans and all of your other produce, and you're going to get rich. You may be suffering, but Iran's going to buy your produce under the MOU, where it doesn't say that anywhere. And to the truckers, you know how you're suffering as well, even though Donald Trump pretended that they're just booming right now? What we just did with Iran, the memorandum of understanding, Iran's going to make you rich, truckers. It's going to make you rich, farmers. When Donald Trump has not even been complying with the MOU that says nothing about Iran buying produce from the U.S. or helping truckers or any of that, Donald Trump, like he has done his whole life, is a deal breaker, not a deal maker. He is all about bad faith. And so he enters into this MOU with Iran. And then what does Trump and Rubio do right away? he says to all of the ships that are in the Strait of Hormuz, don't follow the Iranian route. Use the American route and ignore Iran. Let's go over here. And then what do they do as well? They basically work with Israel to do a deal with Lebanon that's directly contradictory of the Memorandum of Understanding and encourage and allow Netanyahu to continue bombing in southern Lebanon. And then when Iran seeks to enforce its control over the Strait of Hormuz, which is in Article 5 of the MOU, the United States strikes Iran in Sarik and Keshem, various telecommunications and infrastructure facilities. I want to bring in Charlie Angus, heads up Midas Canada. Charlie, big headline, 50%. You then read some of the fine print, hockey sticks. He's coming after your hockey sticks, they say. That's a big priority. What do you make of it, Charlie?
Well, maybe it's because the crowds didn't boo Mark Carney when anti-fascist Spain won the World Cup and they booed Donald Trump. I don't know. Maybe it's a reflecting pool. He's now imposed a tariff on Canadian swimming pools. I think it would be a lot better, Ben, for Donald Trump, just to be honest, and impose a massive fee on Canada and declare that it's the rent that he's charging for the amount of time we spent living inside his head. Because he's obviously obsessed with us. He hates us, but he's also gutless. So this tariff thing tonight, I think everybody in Canada are saying, what? He's coming after us for hockey sticks? Is that the big threat? And the fact that he's imposing this 1930 tariff, anybody who knows a little bit of history knows that 1930 Tariff Act plunged the United States into the world and the world into the worst economic catastrophe ever. They had to pull that one out of the crypt to come after us. But
he had behavioral issues, and his dad, Fred, was worried about a lot of other things he was doing and getting into. And so, but he claims he was 20 years old. This, but you're not 20 years old. You were 17. And what's your infatuation with Obama? Back in the real world, where the American people are psychologically tortured by this behavior and are suffering economically as Trump tariffed the entire world, as inflation is surging, as this war is compounding the problems that people face here, as people in the United States can't afford rent, they can't afford homes or groceries or gas or anything, and people are dipping into their savings and are about to go bankrupt. In the real world, Iran has issued a warning. I think it's very close to closing down the Strait of Hormuz again. Iran's foreign ministry in an official statement said the following about everything, that the U.S. violated the peace agreement and it does not place the slightest value and credibility on its commitments. And it's true, under Trump, and the United States does not value a single commitment. Iran's foreign ministry slammed the U.S. strikes on its southern coast as flagrant violations of their interim deal. Tehran claims the targeted surveillance facilities were protected under the truce, fueling major diplomatic crisis. I think that's putting it lightly, but just think about it. Last June, when the Trump regime and Netanyahu attacked the Iran facilities, they were negotiating in good faith. Boom, that's when Trump sucker punches you. Trump is a sucker puncher.
And when Kimmel suggested the FCC was using mob tactics to suppress free speech, a genuinely pointed accusation to level at a sitting federal regulator delivered in the middle of a comedy skit as though it were an offhand aside rather than the central point of the entire bit. De Niro dropped the character's mask entirely and let the rage underneath it show, channeling a register instantly recognizable to anyone who has ever seen Goodfellas or Casino. What the fuck did you just say to me? I am the fucking FCC. I can fucking say whatever the fuck I want. Look, it's just me, Jimmy, the chairman of the FCC, gently suggesting that you gently shut the fuck up. He added, in a line that landed as pure cutting commentary disguised as a joke. Speech, it ain't free no more. We're charging by the word now. When Kimmel asked how much he was charging, De Niro, still in character, teased out an answer that depended entirely on who was doing the talking, the exact kind of arbitrary, selectively enforced standard that critics of the actual FCC's behavior had been describing in far less entertaining terms for weeks. Hit subscribe if this kind of breakdown is what you're here for, because there's plenty more of it coming down the line. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect any of these dots for you, so somebody has to do it instead. Think about what these two men actually built together in that scene, because the more you sit with it, the more deliberate and pointed the whole construction reveals itself to be. It wasn't a random celebrity cameo for a ratings bump, the kind of stunt casting late-night shows do all the time to generate a viral clip. It was a deliberate, collaborative decision to take the single most alarming news story of that entire week, a government regulator threatening broadcasters over political content, with a real broadcast license genuinely at risk, and turn it into something so absurd, so over the top, that the audience couldn't help but see the real threat underneath the joke. De Niro's character wasn't funny because it was exaggerated. It was funny and unsettling because it wasn't exaggerated by much. I can say whatever I want. You? No. That's not far from an accurate description of the actual dynamic between a powerful regulator and a broadcaster he can threaten with a license review, a dynamic that had just days earlier been playing out for real rather than as satire. And I want you to notice the specific choice both men made in terms of tone, because it's genuinely instructive as a piece of political communication, one worth studying beyond just the laughs it generated in the moment. They could have addressed the FCC threat with a straightforward, serious monologue segment. Kimmel had already done exactly that earlier in the same broadcast, with real emotion and real vulnerability, choking up in a way that clearly wasn't performed for effect. Instead, for this specific bit, they reached for absurdist comedy, mob movie parody, and profanity-laced exaggeration, precisely because that register can sometimes land a serious point more effectively than solemnity ever could, reaching people who might tune out a straight news segment on regulatory overreach, but who would never miss a viral clip of Robert De Niro doing his own version of a Scorsese villain.
The IDF is issuing an urgent evacuation warning to residents of Lebanon, saying they're basically going to blow up this area near Beirut. No, not a big shocker. And we're seeing more strikes as well take place right now in Lebanon. So Israel and in Beirut. And so Donald Trump is just being utterly ignored right there. Mayor Mamdani just put out the following statement as well, though. He said, "The New York Knicks are our home and our city is ready to show out. We're hosting a free watch party for 5,000 New Yorkers tonight in Bryant Park. You can register at the link below starting at noon today." So there you have it. He's going to offer another location for these watch parties right here after Madison Square Garden canceled all of the Knicks watch parties because Donald Trump wanted to show up, where Trump is undoubtedly going to get booed. Just bring in some B-roll right here, guys, of what's happening in Albania right now, where the Trump family there is continuing to be protested by the people of Albania as a result of Ivanka and Jared wanting to take over that Albanian island and turn it into a Trumpenstein weirdo island. And they want to put 10,000 rooms for oligarchs to live on this Albanian island. What they're calling what's happening in Albania right now is a flamingo revolution against Trump's family business dirty dealings in Albania. And as I reported earlier, the European Union now is also saying to Albania, I know you wanted to have this ascension to the European Union, but by waiving your environmental protocols to allow Jared and Ivanka to build this island, that could violate critical issues regarding you joining the EU. So again, everything that Trump's touch goes to absolute crap right now and always. And you also think about the World Cup. There's chaos in the World Cup. And so first and foremost, how the United States is treating Iran's soccer or football team.
The worst type of vile piece of trash is Donald Trump. He's never been the art of the deal. He's always just been a con artist who uses the good faith involved in negotiations that if you let your guard down for a moment, bam, he punches you. That's what he did in his life in business. He's never viewed a deal as actually binding people to things, where the adversary in a negotiation may. Trump doesn't. He views it as something that you manipulate and then you relentlessly manipulate to harm people. And you're just seeing it here again. Then in February, when the United States was supposedly making a deal with Iran, boom, that's when the U.S. violates the mediator's proposal by Oman. And here, ever since the United States entered into this MOU and had those technical talks in Switzerland because we were about to hit tank bottom, literally we're about to run out of our petroleum reserves here and demand internationally. As soon as the U.S. got some of that oil back, even though we're about to be in a dire situation, I'll talk about that in a moment as well. Let's see what the oil prices are tomorrow. Trump's market manipulation, again, is going to backfire in his face. I've been warning about this over and over and over again. If you look at the facts that are actually happening right here, you have a much more dangerous, much more chaotic, much more serious problems taking place. And Donald Trump has every step of the way tried to manipulate this MOU to violate it every opportunity he has. Again, while Donald Trump is out there having this meltdown and making those posts, Iran is firing on Kuwait and Bahrain in response to the U.S. airstrikes.
A regulator genuinely threatening a broadcaster's license is a dry, bureaucratic-sounding story that's easy for most Americans to tune out entirely, buried somewhere in the middle of a news broadcast between weather and sports, competing for attention against dozens of other headlines that same day. A mob boss threatening to charge by the word for speech is a story everyone immediately understands on a gut level, without needing to know the first thing about FCC broadcast licensing law or the specific mechanics of how a station's license actually gets challenged, reviewed, or revoked by federal regulators. If you're getting value from this breakdown, the membership is genuinely $9 a month, less than a cup of coffee, and it fuels independent journalism while the corporate networks settle lawsuits and cancel the hosts who tell the truth week after week, with barely any pushback from the audiences that ought to be demanding better from the networks they trust. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. And this wasn't De Niro's first time going after Trump, not by a long shot. That FCC skit was the culmination of years of increasingly pointed public criticism delivered across some of the most prestigious stages in the entire entertainment industry, not an isolated stunt cooked up for a single television appearance. At Cannes in May 2025, accepting an honorary Palme d'Or in front of the assembled international film community, he called Trump America's Philistine president and warned that art is a threat. We are a threat to autocrats and fascists, connecting his own life's work directly to what he saw as a broader struggle over the value of free expression under this administration, delivered with the full weight of a career spanning more than half a century. At Tribeca in June, at the festival he himself helped found, he spoke of monstrous leaders pursuing immoral, cruel, and corrupt purposes, without ever needing to say the name everyone in the room understood him to mean. The same kind of pointed indirection Michelle Obama and Barack Obama have each used to devastating effect on their own separate stages. At a No Kings rally, addressing a crowd of ordinary protesters rather than industry insiders, he tied Trump's tariffs directly to billionaire tax breaks while illegal and immoral wars raged overseas. A line that reads with brutal irony, given what's happening with Iran right now, months later, as those exact wars have escalated into a body count nobody at that rally could have precisely predicted. And when Trump threatened to deport De Niro, a natural-born New Yorker with no conceivable immigration status to challenge, born in Manhattan decades before any of this began, over his criticism, De Niro didn't back down. He's called Trump a monster, a tyrant, an existential threat, and admitted plainly, in a moment of genuine candor, rarely offered by public figures at his level of fame and career-long, carefully cultivated privacy, that he's scared, a word that lands with real weight coming from a man who has spent decades playing some of the most fearsome characters in American cinema. Kimmel didn't recruit some Hollywood bit player for that FCC skit.
When you think about it, though, there's a through line throughout that. Hockey sticks, but using the 50%, tariff, saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open when it's closed, painting the reflecting pool blue, and then saying that it's vandals who whatever, saying that that Putin just wants to do a deal. He called me up. He says it's really close to happening. It's right around, it's right around the corner. I think whether you're Carney, whether you're Putin, whether you're any country and any leader and anywhere, no matter who you are, whether you're Iran, you can create a psychological, pathological, profile of him, which obviously includes a lot of being deranged and an absolute lunatic, but it also includes this through line of this scam, this grift, this alternate reality. And that's part of the debasement and the humiliation ritual that we go through here as well. Trump should never be doing any of these things at all. There should never be tariffs. We shouldn't have gone in this catastrophic war. then he layers on top of the horrible things this farcical world that we look at. Well, what are you doing? What are you even saying? That I don't even know. What are you this is your plan that every night now CENTCOM's going to announce like it's the beginning of The Apprentice. 10th night, we're going for strikes. All right, strikes are over, everybody. Like that's the plan. Well, then Iran responds by striking our bases hard while we run out of munition. Like what? It's horrible. Then it's just like, what are you doing? What is this? Earlier in the day, Donald Trump said, there may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable, and we will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. And if that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist. DJT. As I've said, what Trump wants to do with this MOU is achieve that which he couldn't in the war. And now he feels, okay, I just got out of this tank bottom situation. I bought myself a little time. So now I'm going to be threatening and be the predator to Iran again. And Iran's just going to say, stop it. And they're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz again. I think we're going to hit a situation where we're going to have global economic meltdown as a result of Trump's behavior. He's literally a psychotic human being. And you can see what he's posting, all throughout the day. I mean, he's posting he's going to destroy the Iranian civilization again. Remember when he was in Versailles, he's like, we're about to go bankrupt. We're about to have a global depression. I had to enter into the deal. And now he's like, and I'm going to blow up your entire civilization. He's literally a psychopath. He's a clinical psychopath. You can't have rational conversations with him and the disgusting people he surrounds himself with in his regime. Let me tell you what's also happening as Donald Trump is out there posting at 12:30 a.m. as well. It seems that there is a military operation that the United States is supporting in Iraq. It seems like Ali al-Zaidi, the kind of compromised prime minister, literally through a compromised prime minister in Iraq right now, is working with the United States and Netanyahu to round up in Iraq politicians who support Iranian-backed militias there. It seems like that's what's going on at night. So Foreign Minister Araghchi of Iran was set to head over to Iraq with a delegation on Monday, according to the Foreign Ministry of Iran. During the visit, the top Iranian diplomat will hold talks with senior Iraqi officials on bilateral relations, as well as regional and international developments. Right before Araghchi was going to be there,
someone willing to show up for a paycheck and a laugh without any real stake in the outcome or any real understanding of what was actually being risked. He recruited a man who has spent years building one of the most consistent, most articulate records of opposition to this presidency in all of American culture. Someone whose own life had already been directly, personally threatened by the administration. They were both mocking that night in a way that most celebrity guests brought on for a comedy skit simply never have to worry about. That's not a casting decision made lightly, and it's not a coincidence that the resulting skit landed with the weight it did. Both men had genuine personal skin in exactly the fight they were dramatizing for laughs, which is precisely why the comedy never felt hollow or performed for its own sake, the way a lesser collaboration between two people with nothing actually at stake might have. Now let me bring you exactly where things stand this hour, because the shut the fuck up threat De Niro joked about in that skit has, this week, taken on a genuinely somber real-world counterpart. And I track every Wire report, so here's exactly what's happening. A dignified transfer of American service members killed in the war with Iran took place today at Dover Air Force Base, the same solemn facility that has received the remains of fallen troops from every American conflict for decades. 4 fallen troops being brought home to their families in a solemn ceremony that receives far less public attention than any single strike announcement, but represents the truest cost of this entire conflict. The Pentagon's overall count now stands at 17 U.S. service members killed since this renewed conflict began this year, a toll that includes both direct combat deaths and related incidents like crashes during military operations in the region, a number that should stop anyone tracking this war, regardless of their politics, and force a real reckoning with what's actually being spent to pursue it. One of them has been identified. 28-year-old soldier Rampersad of Ozone Park, New York, killed in an enemy attack at Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan on July 17th, a young man with an actual name, an actual hometown, an actual life he'd built before this deployment, and an actual family now grieving a loss that a strike count statistic could never adequately convey to anyone reading it as just another line item in a nightly news update. Nearly 100 additional service members have been injured since July 7th, according to the Pentagon, which insists 96% have already returned to duty, a framing designed to minimize public concern, even as the underlying injury count keeps climbing week over week. And even as independent reporting continues to raise questions about whether the true scope of the harm is being fully and promptly disclosed to the public and to Congress in a timely manner. The national average price of gasoline crossed $4 a gallon this week for the first time since the conflict reignited, $4.003, up from $3.87 a week earlier and just $3.14 a year ago, a genuinely staggering year-over-year increase that every American filling up a tank.
I did. I spoke to Spain, and I congratulated them on having a great team. I really spoke to a lot of people.
Not tension with Spain.
No, I have no tension. I have no tension with anybody.
You know, bringing it home there, Charlie, you know, it's like, okay, you talk smack, you talk smack, you talk smack. Then player throws down the gloves, squares up, and, I just want to be friends with you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you make of it, Charlie?
Well, Ben, it's like you don't just come out with a whole list of tariffs that you think you can get away with on the fly. So this was thought out. So Donald Trump is threatening us over the climate fires, and then is saying, well, I never seen any kind of smoke and burning planet before. What's going on here? I mean, the fact that he's targeted every country who are bringing in clean energy regs to try and stop the planet burning. But besides that, he was threatening us all this week about the smoke. He meets Prime Minister Carney at the World Cup, at the finals. And then the next day, he throws down this bizarre list of things: cement, hockey sticks, swimming pools, wine. This is something that
Remember, the United States strikes Iran, and now we're seeing the Iraqi security forces continuing to arrest Iraqi politicians who are sympathetic to Iran, and they're being rounded up right now. And you had earlier this month the reports about how Tom Barrack, who's Trump's like ambassador to everything in the Middle East, was heading to Iraq to press Baghdad to eliminate the Iran-backed militias right here. And the point I want to make is, regardless of where your views on this issue, it's obvious that this MOU is BS. Because the U.S. is going to, if you don't want to enter into an MOU with Iran, don't enter into it. If you don't want to recognize Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz or administration with Oman, don't put that in the clause. If you don't want, to have Israel leave southern Lebanon, which, by the way, to be clear, in my view, Israel should not be in southern Lebanon. And I think what's going on in Beirut by Israel is absolutely horrific. By Netanyahu is absolutely, horrific. But ultimately, my point is that if you don't want a ceasefire, then don't make that paragraph 1 of the MOU. The point I'm simply making is the Trump regime signed a document, a binding agreement that we were hoping could create some semblance of global stability and peace caused after the chaos that Donald Trump has created and the pain and suffering that the American people are feeling. And we shouldn't have gone into this unlawful and catastrophic war in the first place with Netanyahu. It is horrific. It is unforgivable. Nonetheless, we have to deal with the current reality. And so I think we all are hoping, could we just stop this war, stop the bullshit, help Americans get homes, help Americans eat,
is now feeling directly in their own wallet, regardless of how closely they've been following the war itself or which side of the political aisle they happen to sit on. 3 sources told Reuters that Iran's leadership has discussed activating the Houthi militant group to threaten a second critical waterway, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, with missiles and drones reportedly already deployed nearby, awaiting an order to strike, a development that would open an entirely new front in a war that was originally described back in February as a limited, targeted operation against a specific set of nuclear and military sites, not an open-ended campaign spanning multiple waterways and multiple regional partners. And Trump, addressing a separate controversy this week, posted that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while visiting the United States after New York City's mayor raised the possibility of looking into it during Netanyahu's expected visit for the United Nations General Assembly in September, adding another entirely separate diplomatic flashpoint to an already overloaded week of competing crises, none of which are getting the sustained public attention any single one of them would typically receive in a quieter news environment. Think about the "I can say whatever I want, you can't" logic. De Niro was mocking in that FCC skit and said it next to a week where 17 American families have now lost a service member, gas has crossed $4 a gallon for the first time in this war, and a second entire shipping strait may be about to come under threat. The skit was about who gets to speak freely in this country. This week is about who gets to come home. Both of those stakes trace back to the same instinct, a refusal to accept any check on power, whether that check comes from a late-night comedian's monologue or a diplomatic off-ramp that might have avoided a 17th funeral, and both instincts, taken to their logical conclusion, produce exactly the kind of unaccountable authority De Niro's character was joking about wielding. And I think it's worth naming the parallel explicitly, because it's easy to treat a comedy skit about broadcast regulation and a war halfway around the world as two completely unrelated stories, existing in entirely separate categories of news coverage, when in fact they share the same underlying DNA at their core. I am the fucking FCC. I can fucking say whatever the fuck I want. You? No. That's a joke about unchecked regulatory power, delivered for laughs but landing as genuine commentary. They did it because they don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. Trump's actual quote about the deaths of American service members is a real, unjoking description of unchecked military power, delivered with the same underlying confidence that no explanation is really owed to anyone questioning the decision, no matter how many families are affected by the outcome. Different stakes entirely, genuinely incomparable in terms of consequence. A broadcast license is not a human life. But the same fundamental posture toward accountability runs through both.
Ben,
I
what
decide,
we're really
and you don't get a real say in it.
It's a lot of symbolism. He's going after dairy when we don't really export hardly any dairy to the United States at all. So, boy, our dairy farmers are going to wake up tomorrow and say, okay, wine. Because of the constant insults and threats to Canada, we are not buying the product, and we have obviously caused massive damage to the booze industry, but our wine industry is taken off because of that. So I don't even think we'd have the wine to sell into the United States if we wanted to, but we are actually selling for the first time into Europe. And we know, no offense to our European friends, they tend to be a little more snooty with their wines, but they're buying Canadian wines now because we're a democratic country and democratic people like democratic wines. So I don't know what's going on in the White House right now, but yeah, Donald, you know, we'll keep our hockey sticks. How about that? But we'll meet you on the ice any day. Just come on out and we'll see what happens.
You know, there's also this kind of say it to my face aspect of all of this. I mean, Trump's there with Carney. Trump, when he's right there, right next to somebody, whether it's Carney, whether it's the Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, or whoever, you know, Trump talks crap once he leaves, but once he's right there, he never says it to their face. Same thing, Georgia Maloney, you know, he's posting that she basically stalks him and he needs a restraining order. I mean, just think about the president of the United States posting that about a world leader. By the way, a far right-wing leader who you would think that he would get along with, but he's saying because she's a female leader of the country, you know, that he wants a restraining order against her. I'll just show you what Donald Trump said on the tarmac as well when he was asked about, well, so what happened with Spain? You've been spending all of NATO and all these international meetings attacking Spain, the Spanish people, the country, you know, over and over and over again. So what happened when you were there? Did you say something? Did you not want to shake their hands? Because you sure are talking a lot of crap. Here, let's play this clip.
As we have to find other alternatives, this middle powers approach, we're now being scolded and threatened that how dare we start thinking of an alternative? Well, we have no ally to negotiate with anymore. We have no one's word that we can trust. You know, in the past, Canada always knew if the U.S. wanted to put the squeeze on, they'd put the squeeze on, but we would negotiate And then we knew what the word was at the end of the day. We don't know what we're getting anymore. That's why we are dealing with Europe. That's why we're dealing with Australia, other countries, the Asian countries. And that's why literally you can see from global polling that more and more countries are thinking, well, China doesn't seem so bad all of a sudden. China seems like they're just being a little reasonable. They're being moderate. Well, they're not moderate. We know that. But they recognize they can play the long game because we're watching an empire disintegrate in front of our face. And we've got Mr. Caligula in the White House acting like the buffoon and the threat and the menace. And what are they going to get from us? Our hockey sticks? Well, come and get them, Donald.
Whether the you in question is a late-night comedian or the families of soldiers who won't be coming home. Now, because you know I do this, let me give you my prediction, and clip this so you can check me. First, watch that Bab el-Mandeb Strait reporting extremely closely, because if Iran genuinely activates the Houthis to threaten a second major waterway, that's not an escalation of the current war. That's the opening of an entirely new front with entirely new global shipping consequences at a moment when the country is already absorbing the reality of a war expanding well beyond its original stated scope. Second, watch the gas price number because $4.003 a gallon is a real measurable pocketbook cost for ordinary Americans, and historically those numbers move public opinion on a war faster than almost any other single statistic, regardless of how the underlying strategic situation is actually being framed by officials. And third, the Kimmel De Niro specific prediction I'd bet on. These two will collaborate again, because the FCC skit worked exactly as intended. It made a serious threat to free speech legible to millions of people who might never have read a single news article about broadcast license law, and there's no reason to think either man is done using that particular tool, especially given how much material this administration keeps generating for them to work with. Trump's history of trying to control the media runs directly through this exact story, spanning multiple networks and multiple pressure campaigns over the course of more than a year. Paramount paid $16 million, and CBS canceled Colbert 3 days after his big fat bribe monologue. ABC suspended Kimmel under FCC pressure from Brendan Carr, the exact chairman De Niro parodied as a mob boss in that unforgettable skit. And now that same instinct for total control shows up as a war that's claimed 17 American lives, gas at a 2-year high, and reported plans to open an entirely new front through the Houthis. The pattern is the message: control the story, whether the target is a broadcaster's license or an entire regional conflict, and never accept that any single check on that control might be legitimate. The cultural and political opposition to this presidency is full spectrum, and it keeps growing week after week, with fresh material arriving faster than any single voice could keep pace with alone. Whoopi Goldberg deballed America, the same Whoopi De Niro joked about threatening in solidarity, not malice, a joke that only worked because everyone understood exactly whose side he was actually on. Sonny Hostin and Ana Navarro. Rosie O'Donnell, 2 decades running, the original target of it all. Cher, calling him a liar on camera in 2016. Bruce Springsteen, who stood on Colbert's finale stage and named the billionaires to their faces. George Clooney, war crime. Bill Maher, Trevor Noah, Howard Stern with 17 years of tapes, Jim Carrey's Extinction Level Event, Alec Baldwin's Emmy, Taylor Swift, Tom Hanks, Arnold Schwarzenegger's Day of Broken Glass, Stephen Colbert, who told Trump to go F himself on his way out.
Gang in the White House cooked up, figured out, costed out, and then decided to drop the day after the World Cup. After he just met Prime Minister Carney, why didn't he sit down and say, listen, this is what I'm coming at you with? But I think if he did, Prime Minister Carney might have actually broken that really good poker face he's got and just laughed, because this is ridiculous. Again, dairy. The U.S. exports $800 some million of dairy into Canada. We put only about 300 million back. We can easily absorb that dairy in Canada, and we don't need to worry about the tariffs. So, you know, it's gutless. This guy, he's a thug. He's gutless on this. He couldn't look Prime Minister Carney in the face and say, I'm coming after your hockey sticks, because he probably knew that Prime Minister Carney would laugh at him. So he's got to go to Truth Social and try and rally the base. Don't worry, I'm going after those Canadian hockey sticks. They're going to pay. It's just, I think it's the debasement of the office that we've got to move away from this carnival nature of and grotesque actions all the time, and think of how much he's debased the United States and debase the sense of the role of the president on the world stage. Right now we've got the Strait of Hormuz still closed. We see the people in Cuba suffering terribly. We see his failure on Ukraine. We see his failure in so many areas, and yet his biggest fight right now is Canadian hockey sticks. This man is a freaking disgrace.
Right. Before we go, Charlie, your message right now to Donald Trump if he's watching this.
Well, Donald, you're running out of road. You're looking more and more like the jackass that you are. You've always been a malevolent predator. You've always thought that you could bully people, you could threaten people, you could intimidate people. Let's talk about Jane Doe. Let's talk about what's in the Epstein files. Let's talk about the people who are intimidated into not speaking. All that stuff's coming out, Donald. It's coming out on you. And whenever you see anyone trying to stand up for the rule of law or anyone standing up for themselves, it enrages you. That's why you hate Canada. You have said we are the nastiest country in the world. You wouldn't dare say that to Vladimir Putin because you're his bootlicker. But you think Canada can be pushed around because we're nice, we're reasonable? Well, we're nice and we're not, Donald. We're polite. But that doesn't mean that you're going to push us around. So you hate us. You say we're nasty. You shut down the bridge that we paid for. You accuse us of ripping you off. You target us arbitrarily. And then when we stand up, you are outraged and hurt, as are all your whole MAGA machine. You guys, you're snowflakes. You're bullies and you're snowflakes. And so whatever, you're coming after the hockey sticks. Yeah, right. Sure. You're going to come after Canadian swimming pools. Sure. You're going to come after Canadian wine. Whatever, Donald. But you don't get it. It just makes us stronger. Every day we get stronger and we get more determined. And we're going to watch you, Donald, at the end. When you go down and your whole criminal regime goes down and your criminal family goes down in Canada, we'll be popping the wine, good Canadian wine, and we'll be raising a toast.
Charlie Angus runs the Midas Canada YouTube channel, which is growing at a massive, massive pace. Make sure you all subscribe. Help it now get to 300,000, 400,000 subscribers. Let's get it there by the end of this year. Just subscribe to Midas Canada. Search Midas Canada, Charlie Angus. Thanks, Charlie.
Hey, thanks so much.
Meryl Streep, who named The Instinct to Humiliate. Michelle Obama, who never even needs to say his name. Barack Obama, who calls his own fixation a strange thing. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who Trump branded a traitor after she defended Epstein's victims. Ben Meiselas. Richard Wolff explaining exactly who pays for the tariffs. And Jimmy Kimmel and Robert De Niro, the survivor and the veteran, standing on the same stage, in the same skit, saying the same thing at the exact moment it mattered most. Together, by design. And here is why this particular pairing matters more than either man's individual record alone. And I say this as somebody who studies the whole board, having covered nearly every major critic this administration has produced across an entire year of tracking this exact story. Every other pairing we cover involves two people independently reaching the same conclusion about this presidency, from different angles, at different times, often without ever having coordinated with each other at all. This one is different because Kimmel and De Niro made a conscious, collaborative choice in the moment of maximum institutional pressure to combine a comedian's platform with an actor's gravity and turn a genuinely frightening news story, a federal regulator openly threatening broadcasters, into something so absurd that 30 million people ended up watching it, laughing at it, and understanding the underlying threat better because of the laughter, rather than in spite of it. That's not two separate acts of courage, arriving independently and getting noticed together only in retrospect. That's one deliberately built moment, engineered by two men who understood exactly what was at stake and decided the best response was to make the danger impossible to look away from, rather than simply naming it in a sober monologue that a smaller audience might have tuned out entirely. And there's a lesson in that collaborative choice worth naming on its own terms, separate from anything either man has done individually across their separate careers. Resistance to institutional pressure doesn't have to look like a single voice speaking alone into a microphone, carrying the entire weight of a moment by himself. It can look like two people combining their specific strengths, Kimmel's platform and timing, De Niro's gravity and craft, each bringing something the other simply couldn't have supplied alone, to build something neither one could have created by himself. something that reached an audience far larger than either of their individual efforts typically draws, at the exact moment reaching that audience mattered most, when the entire future of a suspended television show and possibly a much broader industry precedent genuinely hung in the balance. Drop a comment below with the moment that hit hardest for you. Was it, I am the fucking FCC, I can fucking say whatever the fuck I want, delivered with all the menace of an actual mob boss threatening an actual broadcaster? Speech, it ain't free no more. We're charging by the word now. The single line that captured the entire absurdity of a government regulator monetizing dissent. De Niro calling Trump America's Philistine president at Cannes in front of the entire international film industry.
Americans who are suffering right now, who can't afford anything. And enough of this, enough of this. Get the hell out of the Middle East. What the hell are we doing there? Stop it. Right? That's what we were hoping, to the point where I was even like, I'm at least glad that JD was in Switzerland. I mean, I'm not a JD Vance fan by any means, at least working on something that could, result in, some potential hope for peace. But then what happened? Swoop, Marco Rubio goes there. I told you what he was going to do. He's an agent of Netanyahu. He's working with the neocons. He's working with the warhawks. I said he was there to poison this. They enter into an MOU, Lebanon, Israel, the United States, which on its face is directly contradictory to the Iran MOU. The Lebanon MOU and the Iran MOU, again, regardless of what you think, my point is simply, objectively, the documents are contradictory, and the Lebanon MOU basically recognizes Israel's right without any specific time frame, to be in southern Lebanon and to continue striking in southern Lebanon, which is at odds with Article 1 of the Iran MOU. That's all. That's the only point I'm making. And while all of this is happening, yes, I understand the markets are being manipulated, but look right here, the oil going out of the Strait of Hormuz and the Hormuz vessel crossings. As Michael McDonough points out, Hormuz vessel crossing update, back down to 24. The pullback to 24 ships reflects renewed escalation. The U.S. conducted these fresh strikes on Iranian targets in the Strait of Hormuz, and now we're seeing a dramatic decrease. And if you look right over here, it's going to decrease to where it was.
Well, Ben, I think the issue, and this is where the rest of the world is wondering, we've got to look beyond the fact that this is Donald Trump. We have senators talking about seizing Canadian assets and expelling. I was just listening to our national news program today. A senator, I think from Ohio, is demanding they expel the entire Canadian embassy from the United States, all our diplomatic staff. So you have this absolute crazy talk that's no longer just coming from Trump, but is starting to spread out among a whole class of Republican politicians, that's making the rest of the world think that the rot is much greater now, because where is Congress? Where is the Senate? Where are the governors to start speaking up and saying, what the heck are you doing? What are you doing with, again, the Strait of Hormuz? The world is more and more destabilized. We got through the first 6 months of the year. We're not going to get through the second 6 months with the pressures on oil and the pressures on fertilizer that's going to be needed by so many countries. And yet we watch the buffoon show of an idiot who only went to the World Cup because he wanted to be cheered, and people were laughing at him. I mean, they were mimicking him. What they're doing now is they're basically mimicking the United States. And then so you get the rage factor back at us.
Or the simple fact that these two men chose to stand together in character at the exact moment this administration was testing whether it could silence an entire industry rather than each waiting to see how the other one responded first? Tell me. Every one of those moments is on tape. Everyone is part of the historical record. And everyone shows what it looks like when comedy and conviction show up on the same stage, together, on purpose, rather than by accident or after the fact. Hit subscribe if you want more breakdowns like this. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect the dots. Paramount paid Trump $16 million and canceled Colbert 3 days after he called it a bribe. ABC's parent Disney paid Trump and suspended Jimmy Kimmel under FCC threats. Bari Weiss gutted 60 Minutes, and PBS and NPR were defunded. The institutional cowardice is real, and it's documented, and it keeps repeating itself across every major network regardless of who happens to be running it at any given moment. But the independent and defiant voices, the Kimmels, the De Niros, the Colberts, the Streeps, the Whoopies, the Navarros, the Springsteens, the Obamas, the Rosies, the Chairs, the Clooneys, the Baldwins, the Mahers, The Noahs, the Sterns, the Hankses, the Carries, the Arnolds, the Conways, the Maiselaces, the Wolfs are the only voices doing this work. And we're not stopping, not while there's still material to cover and a story worth telling accurately week after week. Donald Trump is, this Wednesday, the President of the United States, whose war has now claimed 17 American service members, whose Pentagon just conducted a dignified transfer of 4 more fallen troops at Dover Air Force Base, whose gas prices have crossed $4 a gallon for the first time in this conflict, and whose government is reportedly watching Iran recruit the Houthis to threaten an entirely second shipping strait. And Jimmy Kimmel and Robert De Niro are the 2 men who stood on the same stage in the same skit at the exact moment this administration tried to prove it could silence an entire industry with a regulator's threat, and turned that threat into the most watched, most talked about moment of the entire late-night season. They didn't need to coordinate their outrage after the fact, the way most of the pairings on this channel do, comparing notes across years of separately delivered monologues and speeches. They built it together on purpose, live, in front of the cameras, in a single scene that ran only a few minutes but managed to say more about the actual stakes of that week than a dozen separate op-eds could have managed on their own. A comedian who'd just survived a genuine government pressure campaign, and an actor who'd already been personally threatened with deportation for his own criticism, chose to stand next to each other, in character, and make the danger funny enough that millions of people who might never read a media law analysis walked away understanding exactly what had almost happened to an entire industry. Both of them are part of the historical record now. And history, folks, is going to remember exactly what it looked like when they decided to make the danger impossible to ignore together on purpose at the moment it mattered most. See you in the next one.
Donald Trump is panicking as he appears once again prepared to surrender to Iran or fake surrender to Iran and then try to figure out what to do and then ultimately go back to war again with Iran. This comes at the same time that it appears Donald Trump is deleting the numbers for the killed in action in his catastrophic war in Iran, as well as the wounded in action. I'll show you the Defense Department website in just a moment where the numbers are being manipulated. I want to show you.
And you can't let him testify. He'd be torn to shreds in about 3 minutes. But that said, you know, he never listens to his lawyers. If he doesn't testify, it's not going to be because he all of a sudden decided to follow legal advice. He's causing his lawyers to do stupid things in court, like the cross-examination of Stormy and the miscues the other day and the cross-examination of Michael Cohen. He doesn't listen to his lawyers. If he doesn't testify, it's because he's scared. Donald, you are scared. You like to go out and stand out there in the hallway and say all the things that you say because nobody gets to ask you questions. And if they ask you questions, you just turn around and walk away. You, Donald, I hope you're listening to me, you are a wuss. You are scared of actually doing what Stormy Daniels had to do and what Michael Cohen had to do and what every other person who's called, you know, you can't call these people liars, Donald, unless you go on the stand and tell your truth. Let's hear it. Let's see how you do. Are you afraid, Donald? I think you are.
I know you're trying to make him sweat. You're making me sweat as much as I covet the idea of more and a variety of viewers.
Oh, you want him to testify too, Nicole.
Thank you so much to everyone who has joined our membership. We are now 60 plus members strong. This is just $9 a month, and our goal is to reach 1,000 members so we can continue running America Facticity as an independent journalism platform without corporate funding, outside pressure, or influence. Your support helps us keep this work real, clean, and focused on the truth. If you haven't already, please like the video, share it, subscribe, and leave a comment so this video can reach more people who need to see this reality. Thank you again for standing with independent journalism.
George Conway destroyed Donald Trump on live television. And folks, I want to give you the honest version of this story, not the sanitized one, because the honest version is actually more compelling than any polished narrative I could construct for you instead. George Conway did not win his election. He got crushed. He finished dead last in a crowded Democratic primary with just 6.1% of the vote, a number that should stop anyone from pretending this is simply another story of triumphant vindication. And Donald Trump mocked him mercilessly for it, using his ex-wife's name as a punchline in front of the entire country. But here's what makes George Conway's story worth telling anyway, and worth telling honestly rather than dressed up. He lost the race and kept fighting the same general week, and he's still out there right now on national television making the exact same case he's been making since before most of Trump's other celebrity critics ever entered the arena. Back when doing so cost him considerably more than it cost anyone else on this list. Today is Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, and there's a great deal of ground to cover, some of it genuinely uncomfortable to sit with. Let me walk you through the rise, the loss, and the refusal to quit, and why the news breaking this very hour makes his oldest warnings about this presidency look more prescient than ever, even though the ballot box never once rewarded him for making them. Because here's what makes George Conway different from almost everyone else on this channel's roll call. He isn't a comedian, an actor, or a musician. He's a conservative appellate lawyer who was married to Kellyanne Conway, Trump's own senior White House counselor, for 22 years through the entire arc of the first term. He voted for Trump in 2016. He seriously considered taking a job running the Justice Department's Civil Division, a serious, high-ranking legal post that would have made him a genuine member of the administration rather than merely the spouse of one of its most visible defenders. This is not an outsider's story, and it's not the story of someone who arrived at criticism easily or from a safe emotional distance. This is the story of a man who was inside the tent, married to someone at the very top of Trump's inner circle, sharing a home and a life with the person standing at the podium defending every controversial decision, who watched what was happening up close, over years, and decided he could not stay quiet about it, even though staying quiet would have been infinitely easier for his marriage, his career, and his entire social circle.
How the numbers are actually being deleted from the Defense Department website, from our official military website, as CBS reported earlier yesterday that over 100 soldiers have been injured in the past 10 days or so since Donald Trump escalated the catastrophic war in Iran. And the death toll appears to be at least 4 service members since Donald Trump escalated the catastrophic war in Iran, but that appears to be being manipulated as well. I think the numbers are much higher, but I can conclusively say they're manipulating the numbers. Now, there are top military officials who are remaining anonymous, who have been leaking to Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal. Here's what they're saying. The Washington Post reports U.S. strikes unlikely to move Iran. Intelligence reports say American agencies see a long standoff between Tehran and Washington, as Iran is unlikely to soften its negotiating position because of the recent U.S. military action.
He's fighting for his life here. He's fighting for his freedom here. These cases, these criminal cases, not the one in New York, not the civil one in New York. That's money. That's just money. Well, that means a lot to him. These cases can put him to jail, put him in jail for the rest of his life, and I think probably will.
Trump will reportedly deliver. I'm sorry, it's hard to even read. Trump. Okay, let me read it with a straight face.
You can do it.
Possible. It's not possible. It's not possible.
You can just
will reportedly deliver part of his New York fraud closing arguments himself. Willie, my God, the gods, the cable news gods.
It will be the best closing argument anybody's ever given.
Down from the heavens to all cable news executive producers wondering what they're going to do. Well, forget cable news. The late night comics, Willie. Oh my God, late night comics are going to have a field day on this.
Well, you know, he does believe that he is his own best representation, that he alone can fix it. So I think he probably thinks he is so persuasive and so charming that if he got face to face with a jury, they would come around him, or he might just threaten them. He could go either way.
Attorneys. And this is the hat George Conway gave me to give you, Joe. I feel bad for them as they watch the closing arguments on Thursday as Donald Trump delivers them. And by the way, we're reclaiming the red hat. You've made this one. Mine says know your value.
And ultimately it leads to death.
More from MAGA Mike here, and this is the message right now heading into the midterms from the MAGA Republicans. They don't deliver on affordability. Everybody's life is worse off except the right-wing oligarchs. Things are far less affordable right now. People can't afford homes. Healthcare has been ripped away, data centers in their neighborhood, while Trump and his oligarchs grift. And this is their message. Play it.
And this idea of socialism, it's a Marxist idea. Marxism has led to the murder of tens of millions of innocent people in the 20th century alone. It is a trail to death. And I'm here to tell you it's wrong because it begins with the wrong premise. You cannot reject the founding ideal, the creed of America, and be able to defend your freedom. Those are mutually exclusive pursuits.
You know, and it's fascinating, though, to see some former MAGA podcasters libertarians or people who seem to be more sympathetic to Trump and MAGA, I'll say, like Tim Dillon. Here's what Tim Dillon had to recently say on his latest podcast. Let's play it.
They're in the White House. They have the Congress. They have the Senate. They have the Supreme Court. It is them. It is now them. I don't want to hear about the deep state anymore.
And note,
we're going to walk through every single piece of it, start to finish, in order. Pull up a chair. There's a lot here, and it all connects. And it's moving fast. And before we dive in, let me tell you why I think honesty about the loss actually makes this story land harder, rather than undermine it, and why I chose to lead with the defeat, rather than bury it 3 paragraphs in. Most of the stories we cover on this channel are about people who found some measure of vindication, a suspended show that came back stronger, a Republican defector whose warnings eventually got taken seriously, a comedian whose ratings survived a government pressure campaign. George Conway's story doesn't have that ending, at least not yet. He ran, he lost, and the loss was total and public and genuinely humiliating, amplified by a president who specifically reached for his ex-wife's name as the cruelest available weapon. If I told you this story and skipped that part or dressed it up as some kind of secret moral victory, I'd be doing exactly the kind of dishonest framing this channel exists to avoid. The honest version is simpler and, I think, more interesting. Sometimes the fight doesn't produce a win, and the person fighting it keeps showing up anyway. If you appreciate this kind of breakdown, the membership is $9 a month, genuinely less than a coffee. No corporate parent, no FCC license to renew, no merger to negotiate with this particular White House. Just us and you, plainly. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Let me start with where this actually began, because Conway's turn against Trump predates almost every other critic on this list by years. Back in 2019, while still married to Kellyanne, and while she was actively serving as one of Trump's most visible defenders on national television and in the White House press room, George Conway co-founded the Lincoln Project, the anti-Trump Republican organization that became one of the loudest voices in opposition during the first term, producing viral attack ads and raising tens of millions of dollars from donors specifically hoping to defeat Trump's re-election. He described the Trump presidency in an interview at the time as a practical joke that got out of hand. Think about what it took to say that publicly, on the record, married to the woman standing at the podium defending the man he was calling a joke in front of the same press corps that would inevitably ask her about her husband's comments the very next day. That's not a comfortable position for either spouse, and it speaks to a level of genuine conviction that most political marriages never have to survive.
Notably, you had former President Obama just making a podcast appearance, and here's what he had to say recently. Let's play it.
One of our major parties has been captured by politics that is not that subtle about suggesting that we the people means a certain kind of people, that you know, when you have the vice president, the current vice president making a speech that is basically a blood and soil version of we the people, that, you know, it matters who your parents were and how long they've been here, despite him being married to an immigrant, daughter of an immigrant himself. You know, that's echoes then ideas about who can be a citizen, who belongs, who gets to make decisions.
The example you gave is actually a lovely illustration of this. 100 years ago, a vice president could not stand up and make a nativist argument if he was married to the daughter of an Indian immigrant, but today he can. So we move from malice to hypocrisy. That's progress.
It is progress.
That is progress.
Listen, hypocrisy is progress because it means that you feel guilty enough to either lie to yourself or others, and yeah, that is better than not even being able to even thinking about the idea that maybe you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
And then that's a shocker. Who would have predicted that? Now, Donald Trump's personal stenographer, Barack Ravid, meanwhile, is saying that Donald Trump stands at a crossroads. On the one hand, he's considering a mediation. On the other, it's escalation. And this, as Washington Post, New York Times, and Wall Street Journal are all reporting that the United States has run out of munitions, that we don't have the capabilities right now to escalate even if we want to. But Barack Ravid, Donald Trump's stenographer, says Trump is approaching a crossroads in the war against Iran, as senior American and Israeli officials claim that he faces only two realistic options: promoting a new 10-day ceasefire designed to lead to reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or launching a new and far-reaching military campaign together with Israel, aimed at forcing Tehran to surrender. Washington is simultaneously preparing for mediation talks to fail. So the U.S. has sent dozens of fighter jets and refueling aircraft to the region, assembling the forces needed for a major escalation. This, as Barack Ravid, Donald Trump's stenographer, says, Qatar, Egypt, Pakistan, and other regional mediators have presented the U.S. and Iran with a proposal for a 10-day ceasefire. Now, why?
In 2023, after 22 years of marriage, George and Kellyanne divorced, described at the time as amicable, a word that, whatever the full private reality behind it, suggests the split wasn't primarily about personal animosity, so much as an accumulated years-long strain of living on opposite sides of the most consequential political divide in modern American history, a strain that most marriages simply never have to absorb over such a sustained period of national political upheaval. He kept fighting anyway, eventually stepping away from day-to-day Lincoln Project involvement, but never stepping away from the fight itself, later co-hosting a podcast with the Bulwark's Sarah Longwell called George Conway Explains It All, where he continued breaking down legal developments related to Trump's various court cases for a growing audience hungry for exactly that kind of expert, plain English analysis, delivered without the theatrics that so much cable news commentary tends to reach for instead. In one episode discussing the Jean Carroll verdict with the attorneys who actually won it, Conway asked with genuine curiosity, rather than performed outrage, whether Trump had effectively cost himself the extra tens of millions by just being such a jerk throughout the trial, walking his audience through the actual mechanics of how a jury arrives at punitive damages in a case like that, treating his listeners as capable of understanding real legal nuance rather than needing everything reduced to a simple villain narrative. Subscribe and share the video if you appreciate this kind of breakdown, genuinely. And then, on January 6th of this year, deliberately chosen the 5th anniversary of the Capitol attack, a date whose symbolism he clearly wanted the press covering his announcement to notice and report on, George Conway announced he was running for Congress for New York's 12th District, the seat being vacated by retiring Representative Jerry Nadler. His launch was unambiguous, delivered with the precision of a man who had spent years thinking about exactly how to phrase the case against this administration. We have a corrupt president, a mendacious president, a criminal president whose masked agents are disappearing people from our streets, who's breaking international law, and he's running our federal government like a mob protection racket. He told voters he intended to serve exactly one term, get Trump impeached for a third time, and then retire from public life entirely. That's not a typical campaign platform, and it's worth noting how unusual it actually is.
Would Iran want to enter into a 10-day ceasefire when it's always used by the Trump regime in order to recalibrate and further escalate? Right now, Iran is pounding U.S. military bases in the neighboring Arab nations. Just last night, and I know this wasn't really widely reported, but Iran very strategically knocked out early radar detection in Kuwait, in Jordan, in Bahrain. They are surgically striking the early radar detection, the early sirens that you would normally hear before. You ain't getting any warnings about that anymore when Iran is shooting its ballistic missiles and Shaheeds. I mean, that's one of the things that the soldiers in Jordan have reported as well. You know, when those soldiers were killed in Jordan in the barracks, they barely even heard any warning, because what Iran is very surgically doing is striking surveillance, They're striking the early warning detection systems. They're striking the interceptor systems. That's what they're hitting. So I want to go back to where I started, though, in this video, and I want to show you how the Trump regime is manipulating the wounded in action and killed in action data right here.
Finally, Hunter Biden's been making his rounds, and here's what Hunter says. Although I will say, the right-wing oligarchy, is certainly the, I think one of the biggest dangers out there. But here's a point that Hunter makes. Here, play it.
I believe that the biggest problem in America is, in Washington D.C. with the federal government, is it not the oligarchy?
Closet cases.
It's the closetocracy, as I call it. It is, and I'm being totally serious. Everybody knows there is like this closeted gay mafia, largely Republican, that exist in Washington, D.C., and everybody knows every single one of them who's gay. And so and what I believe, the only reason that is relevant is because I believe that internal conflict creates so much vitriol inside a person that they take it out on the rest of the world. And they do. And so what they do is their whole lives, they've been closeted. And so you have this like black ball inside yourself, this like blackened heart by the fact that you can't be who you want to be. And so you take it out on everybody else. And these men, largely men, have done exactly that. And everybody knows who they are. Everybody.
Yeah.
There you have it, everybody.
Most candidates run promising to build a career, to serve their constituents for years, to rise through committee assignments. Conway ran promising the opposite. A single-purpose weapon with an expiration date built directly into the pitch, designed to accomplish one specific thing and then step aside. He also framed his entry in explicitly institutional terms, telling NBC News he admired Democrats who are willing to fight Trump by name, the Jamie Raskins, the Chris Murphys, and the Jasmine Crockett's, and said he wanted to stand with them in Congress, positioning himself not as a lone wolf, but as a potential addition to an existing coalition of aggressive congressional Trump critics, people who understood, in his words, the moment and their constitutional obligations. He also spoke in that same interview about his hopes for New York's newly elected mayor at the time, offering measured, good faith concern rather than reflexive praise, a small but telling detail suggesting a man capable of nuanced political judgment even toward his own side's rising figures rather than uncritical partisan cheerleading in every direction. Hit subscribe if this kind of breakdown is what you're here for, because there's plenty more of it coming down the line every single week. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect any of these dots. His campaign produced two of the most memorable anti-Trump ads of the entire cycle, both built around the same instinct for finding a concrete, specific, almost gleeful detail rather than a vague, abstract accusation. In February, timed to the opening of the Winter Olympics, Conway appeared on an ice rink in full hockey gear, addressing the camera directly. As America takes the world stage, we see greatness, and we feel honor and pride. But when we see our president, we feel none of those things. He called Trump a dangerous, delusional criminal who shreds the rules and rigs the game for himself. A pointed reference to Trump accepting a FIFA Peace Prize for himself during the World Cup draw, a genuinely strange piece of self-conferred honor that raised eyebrows across the sports world, even as his own immigration crackdown drew boycott calls from figures like former FIFA president Sepp Blatter, whose own lawyer publicly told soccer fans to stay away from the United States entirely over the policy, a genuinely rare instance of international sporting figures wading directly into domestic American immigration politics. Then in June, Conway released the ad that actually reached the White House and prompted an official response, a genuinely rare thing for a long-shot congressional primary candidate to accomplish. "Hi, Donald, it's me, George Conway. I cost you $88 million and I've only just gotten started." That's a direct reference to the $88.3 million judgment against Trump in the E. Jean Carroll defamation case, a case Conway takes personal credit for helping along, having introduced Carroll to the attorney, Roberta Kaplan, who ultimately won her the verdict, a genuinely concrete, verifiable claim of direct causal involvement in one of the largest defamation judgments against a sitting or former president in American history, and a fact he's willing to repeat proudly on camera whenever the subject comes up in any interview or podcast appearance. The ad continued, "I know you like putting your name on everything from your plane to the Kennedy Center. Sorry about that."
And it was edited later to say 14 total deaths, 427 wounded. By the way, we think the number is much higher than that in total. So you have the reporting from the New York Times. Pentagon withheld dozens of U.S. military injuries in Iran war. CENTCOM is not required to release information about injured troops, especially when they quickly return to duty, a military official said. Then you had the reporting from CBS that said over 100 soldiers were injured in action. And then you had the report from CNN, which talked about CENTCOM not reporting on the casualty number accurately. Dan Lamothe over at the Washington Post said, even as the Pentagon is attacking the New York Times reporting, it still has not released the updated numbers of those injured across the Middle East last week. The New York Times story is accurate. Oh, so that's what it was. And the Trump regime, acts like that never happened. But it was, to be clear, Iran successfully struck, as they said they did, right next to Al-Tanf. Okay, it wasn't Al-Tanf itself. It was right down the road, a special operations outpost. Now, Iran says they killed special forces there. Now, did they kill the special forces? Is the Trump regime covering up the death of special forces? Because perhaps it's easier to cover up the deaths of special forces versus a private and, another similar ranking individual at the base in Jordan. I don't know. I'm not veering into conspiracies, but I am telling you that they're certainly deleting information from their websites. They're certainly saying that major concussions are small injuries. Sean Parnell from the Defense Department says the Department of War rejects these baseless and malicious accusations of hiding injury numbers as outright lies from partisan hacks at the New York Times. Claims of concealment are fabrications meant to further distress the American people in the wake of 3 service members killed in action. 4. By your own count. Stop making up numbers. What's the real number? Disgusting behavior, even for the New York Times. Injuries in the military encompassing everything from minor sprained ankles during routine training incidents entirely unrelated to combat operations. Cherry-picking raw numbers without context paints deliberately and misleading, incomplete pictures. This is the most transparent Department of War in history.
Referencing the Kennedy Center's own board removing Trump's name from its honors listing, a real documented institutional rebuke that most casual news consumers had likely never even heard about before Conway's ad brought it back into wider circulation. Before landing the closing line, delivered while pointing directly at the U.S. Capitol dome behind him, "The only thing your name is going to be left on when I'm done with you is the orange jumpsuit you're going to have to wear in prison. And you see that building back there? That's where we're going to hold your third and final impeachment trial, the one that's going to put you away for good, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of that." He closed the ad grounding the whole fight in kitchen table terms rather than pure legal theater, noting gas prices hitting $6 a gallon in some places, tying his impeachment crusade directly to an affordability argument most voters could feel in their own daily lives. If you're getting value from this breakdown, the membership is $9 a month, less than a cup of coffee, and it fuels independent journalism while the corporate networks settle lawsuits and cancel the hosts who tell the truth week after week, with barely any pushback from audiences that ought to be demanding better. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Conway didn't confine his criticism to legal filings and campaign ads either. In a separate interview conducted around the time of the primary, he expressed genuine bewilderment at the sheer scale of certain administration spending decisions delivered with the kind of plain, exasperated tone of an ordinary taxpayer rather than a seasoned political operative. How do you spend $1 billion on a ballroom? It's insane. We spent all this money to refurbish this 747 he got from Qatar. A comment that captured in plain conversational terms, rather than legal jargon, exactly the kind of specific dollar-figure-grounded criticism that made his campaign message feel concrete rather than abstract to anyone actually listening, even if it ultimately failed to move enough voters on primary day itself. Now here's the part I want to be completely honest about, because pretending otherwise would be dishonest. And honesty matters more than a tidy narrative, even when the honest version is uncomfortable, because pretending otherwise would be dishonest. And honesty matters more than a tidy narrative, even when the honest version is uncomfortable. On June 23rd, George Conway lost. Badly. He finished dead last in the Democratic primary with just 6.1% of the vote, in a crowded field that included state assembly members Micah Lasher and Alex Boris, and even Jack Schlossberg, John F. Kennedy's own grandson, running with the built-in name recognition that comes from an entire American political dynasty behind him. Lasher won the race outright, decisively. Conway didn't just lose narrowly, the way a respectable also-ran might, close enough to claim moral victory and defeat. He was thoroughly routed, spending real money, by some accounts as much as $6 million of his own resources and donor contributions, on a campaign that generated enormous online attention and viral ad clips, but never found real traction with actual primary voters walking into actual polling places on an actual Tuesday in June, no matter how many millions of views his ads racked up online in the weeks beforehand. And Trump did not let the moment pass quietly, seizing on the defeat with obvious relish.
Now, here's what the Pentagon is saying. Their spokesperson, Sean Parnell, says, while nearly 100 service members were deemed to have some degree of injury since July 7, 2026, 96% have returned to duty. They are determined to get back in the fight. The vast majority of injuries experienced were minor concussions. Further updates will be posted on the Defense Casualty Analysis System. God is good. So that's why I looked at the Defense Casualty System. And I saw at first there was 4 deaths added and 20 injuries added. And then those were quickly removed from the website. And there's no such thing as a minor concussion, especially when you're hit by a ballistic missile. I just want you to think about minor concussions like an oxymoron. Yeah, when a ballistic missile or a Shahed drone slams into your barracks and you're saying it's a minor concussion, y'all are downplaying traumatic brain injuries. These are obvious examples, in my opinion, a description of what took place. A drone, likely a Shahed, in a controlled detonation, as you claim, explodes. It kills one person. I don't think the other person got a minor injury in that incident. And how dare you call that a minor injury and push people with TBIs to go back to where it's ridiculous. It says CENTCOM is withholding additional information, including the identities of the missing and fallen warriors, out of respect for the families. So, yesterday they announced and they showed the photos of 2 of the service members, KIA, killed in action. And then yesterday, what did they talk about? There was 2 service members killed. And they wanted us to ignore the service member, the soldier killed in Iraq. That's 3. And then the other soldier in Jordan who died as well with the other 2, whose remains were found on July 19th. So that's 4. That's why on the website, it had +4 originally on the defense casualty analysis. But then they deleted the +4, and then they deleted the +20 wounded in action. And if you look at the satellite imagery from Jordan, you can see the whole barracks were destroyed. And obviously, it seems there were more than 20 who were injured. So that's an example of what they're manipulating. Now,
he posted on Truth Social, "Wow, mister. Kellyanne Conway, a Trump deranged loser at the highest level, is getting absolutely crushed in the primaries tonight," using his ex-wife's name as the insult itself, reducing a man who spent decades building an independent legal career, arguing cases before appellate courts, and running a genuinely competitive congressional campaign to a footnote of his own former marriage, stripped of his own professional identity entirely for the sake of a cheap gendered dig. Trump also called him truly unattractive, an insult with no apparent connection to anything policy-related whatsoever, seemingly reached for purely because Conway was, at that specific moment, an easy and highly visible target. Roger Stone, a longtime Trump ally with his own decades-long history of political combat, piled on separately, calling Conway a repulsive load of S and mocking the amount of money he'd spent to finish so far out of contention, treating a genuinely competitive congressional campaign as though it were nothing more than an expensive vanity project deserving of pure ridicule rather than any serious engagement. The White House had already weeks earlier called him a stupid person's idea of a smart person, suffering from Trump derangement syndrome that had melted his brain and made him crazy in the head. The exact same diagnostic language reflexively deployed against nearly every critic on this channel's growing list, regardless of the specific substance of what any of them actually said. A stock phrase reached for so often it's become less an insult than a tell, revealing an administration with a genuinely limited vocabulary for engaging with criticism on its actual merits. Now let me bring you exactly where things stand this hour, because Conway didn't disappear after that primary loss the way most defeated candidates eventually do, fading back into private life after a humiliating public defeat. He's still out there right now, making a version of the exact same argument, and the news breaking today shows exactly why he never stopped. Just 2 days ago, on Monday, Conway appeared alongside fellow Lincoln Project co-founder Reed Galen on MS Now with Stephanie Ruhle, accusing the administration of a fresh form of corruption entirely separate from anything he'd campaigned on, prediction markets tied to Trump's own Truth Social platform, which Conway argued functioned no differently than any other form of regulated gambling. It's really not that much different, except there's no productive aspect to it. While citing reporting that Truth Social would offer advanced access to information for people betting on Trump's own posts and policy decisions, a scheme that, if accurately reported, would let insiders profit from advanced knowledge of a sitting president's own social media activity and policy announcements before that information became available to the general public or ordinary investors trying to make sense of the same market. That's George Conway, 3 weeks after the worst electoral defeat of his life back on national television, still doing exactly what he spent 7 years doing since 2019, finding the next specific documented instance of corruption and naming it out loud, in plain language, for an audience that trusts him precisely because he's a lawyer who deals in specifics rather than vague outrage. And meanwhile, the war Conway has spent his campaign tying directly to Trump's broader pattern of governance
of TBIs, if you just look at the satellite image of the damage done. And if you just think about the impact that a ballistic missile or a Shahed drone hitting a base would have to say, oh, these were just minor concussions. And it is deeply alarming that the Trump regime and Defense Department would treat minor concussions as minor concussions when you're referring to traumatic brain injuries. So if you're lying about that, if you're lying about the casualty system website, and Donald Trump always lies about numbers, I would suspect that the casualty number is probably multiples of what y'all are saying. I want to talk about this as well because this highlights, I think, my point also. So on July 19, 2026, CENTCOM posted the following. Yesterday, U.S. Central Command, so yesterday from this post would have been July 18th, U.S. Central Command announced the passing of 2 U.S. service members and the missing status of 1 in Jordan following an Iranian attack on July 17th. So that's 3 people. 2 deaths, 1 missing. After a thorough search, U.S. military personnel found unidentified remains at the location earlier today. So that was the 3rd person. 3 people died. An examination process to verify the remains is ongoing. That was July 19th, they said that. Separately, a U.S. service member in northern Iraq was killed in action July 18th during a controlled detonation of an unexploded ordnance from a downed Iranian one-way attack drone. A second service member was wounded and continues to receive medical treatment for a minor injury. Again, why are you saying minor injury? Or on Friday or Saturday as well, CENTCOM also released the following fact check, which are all lies. How horrific that this is what CENTCOM has become. Claim. Iranian forces claim they attacked Al-Tanf garrison in Syria and captured or killed American troops in the process. False. Fact. No U.S. troops in the region have recently been killed or captured. Well, we know that's false. There were troops in the region who were killed in Iraq and in Jordan. And then CENTCOM and the Trump regime denied any impact at Al-Tanf, except the IRGC did hit right next to Al-Tanf. Technically, Al-Tanf is at the border of Syria and Jordan, and Iran successfully struck the area right by the border. And so I guess the Trump regime is saying, well, you didn't specifically hit the Al-Tanf area. Instead, you hit the U.S. Special Operations Outpost Tower 22 on the Jordan-Syria border near Rukban.
Including related incidents like transport crashes and other operational accidents, now standing at 17 total American deaths since this conflict reignited earlier this year, a genuinely staggering number for a war that started with promises of a quick, decisive resolution just months earlier. A dignified transfer of 4 fallen troops took place today at Dover Air Force Base, the same solemn facility that has received the remains of fallen American service members from every conflict for decades, a ceremony that receives far less public attention than any single strike announcement, but represents the truest human cost of this entire conflict. Gas crossed $4 a gallon this week for the first time since the war restarted. $4.003, up from $3.14 a year ago. Almost exactly the kind of affordability crisis Conway warned voters about in his own campaign, when he pointed to gas already hitting $6 a gallon in some regions as evidence of what he called Trump's broader corruption reaching into everybody's own personal pocketbooks, their lives, everything they do. A warning that landed with virtually no political traction at the ballot box in June, but that keeps proving itself out on the national stage, regardless of whether any single voter connects the two. Reuters reports Iran may be preparing to activate the Houthi militant group to threaten an entirely second shipping strait, the Bab el-Mandeb, with missiles and drones reportedly already deployed nearby, awaiting an order to strike. So, a development that would open a genuinely new front in a war that keeps expanding well beyond whatever scope was originally described when it first reignited earlier this year. And Trump, addressing a separate controversy this week, posted that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while visiting the United States after New York City's mayor raised the possibility of looking into it during Netanyahu's expected visit for the United Nations General Assembly this coming September, adding yet another entirely separate diplomatic flashpoint to an already overloaded week of competing crises that none of them are getting the sustained attention any single one would typically deserve. Think about the connective thread here, because it's the exact thread Conway's entire campaign was built around long before any of this week's specific headlines existed. Conway's entire campaign was built on the argument that Trump's corruption and recklessness show up everywhere, in every corner of governance, not confined to any single scandal. In a $1 billion White House ballroom renovation, in a refurbished Qatari jet accepted as a personal gift, in an $88 million defamation judgment, in a Kennedy Center stripped of his name by its own board, in gas prices climbing toward $6 a gallon in some parts of the country. He lost his race making that argument decisively, in front of the entire country. But 3 weeks later, the underlying pattern he was describing hasn't gone anywhere at all. It's produced a war with 17 American dead, gas crossing $4 a gallon nationally, and a prediction market scheme that looks, by Conway's own description, delivered just 2 days ago.
And as first off, they're the least transparent. And as Dan Lamoutte says, even as they say this, it has not released the updated numbers. It has not released the surveillance footage. It has forced private surveillance companies in the United States not to publish their surveillance footage, their satellite footage that's given to private companies. Instead, we have to get the data, as we do here at the Midas Touch Network, from Chinese surveillance companies and other foreign entities, and Iran publishes them. And so we have to say, wait a minute, Iran's publishing this stuff, and Tasnim and Mers and Fars, they're posting the satellite image, and it looks to be accurate, the satellite footage. And then it takes days or weeks, and then CENTCOM's like, oh yeah, that happened. Now, here is what MB Ghalibaf, Iran's parliament leader and lead negotiator, says. Americans keep bringing new military equipment to the region and claim they're after stopping the war. They bet on our intelligence being as brief as their own IQ. We've reached the stage of mastery in recognizing these American games And on that basis, we've prepared ourselves. Actions must confirm claims, not contradict them. So, with all of this going on, here is what our military, again, top officials are leaking to the press. One top official told the Washington Post, speaking on a condition of anonymity, cautioned that the expansion of U.S. operations will be limited by dwindling stockpiles of air defense and long-range munitions and constraints on the ability to surge more troops and aircraft into the area because of battle damage. This top military official told the Washington Post, "We do not have enough to safely sustain operations." I don't think the White House is aware of it. Well, I think the White House is aware of it, and I think that Donald Trump is a deranged, psychotic creature and just goes on and believes whatever he believes and says whatever he says and lies and moves the U.S. further and further into this escalation trap.
Like insider trading dressed up as a harmless social media feature. Now, because you know I do this, let me give you my prediction and clip this so you can check me. First, watch that Truth Social prediction market story closely, because if Conway and Galen's insider trading framing gains traction with a broader audience, it's exactly the kind of concrete, specific corruption allegation that tends to have more staying power than vaguer character attacks ever manage, precisely because it comes with a documented mechanism rather than just a feeling. Second, watch the gas price number, because Conway built an entire campaign around exactly this kind of affordability argument, and $4.003 a gallon nationally, in the middle of an active war with no clear end in sight, is the same warning playing out on a bigger stage than his own losing campaign ever reached, whether or not voters ever connect the two. And third, the Conway-specific prediction I'd bet on. He doesn't go quiet, and he doesn't need a title or an office to keep doing this work. A man who kept making television appearances 3 weeks after the worst electoral defeat of his life isn't a man who was ever primarily motivated by winning in the first place. He's a man who decided back in 2019, married to someone at the very center of Trump's operation, that staying quiet was worse than losing, and nothing about one bad primary result, however decisive, changes that underlying calculation. Trump's history of mocking his critics runs directly through this exact story, and the specific choice of insult reveals as much about him as any policy attack ever could, precisely because he reaches for it so reflexively and so consistently across every single target on this entire list. Mr. Kellyanne Conway, a Trump-deranged loser. Truly unattractive. Crazy in the head. The pattern holds whether the target is a losing congressional candidate or an entire foreign nation. Mockery first, substance never, and always reaching for the most personally reductive insult available, rather than engaging with a single specific claim being made. The Republican defection list keeps growing, and George Conway was one of the earliest and most consequential names on it, helping found the entire Lincoln Project infrastructure years before most other Republican defectors ever broke ranks or paid any real personal price for doing so. Pence, Cruz, Graham, Wicker, Massey, Fitzpatrick, Barrett, Davidson, Cassidy, who lost his own primary just like Conway did, Tillis counting the lost Jets, Tucker Carlson apologizing to his audience, Mary Trump, who wrote the book on the family's coldness, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who Trump branded a traitor after she defended Epstein's victims. And the cultural opposition is full spectrum, growing week after week with fresh material arriving from every direction imaginable. Whoopi Goldberg deballed America, Sonny Hostin and Ana Navarro, Rosie O'Donnell, 2 decades running, the original target of it all. Cher, calling him a liar on camera in 2016. Robert De Niro calling him a monster. Bruce Springsteen, who stood on Colbert's finale stage, George Clooney, war crime. Bill Maher, Trevor Noah, Howard Stern with 17 years of tapes, Jim Carrey's Extinction Level event, Alec Baldwin's Emmy, Taylor Swift, Tom Hanks, Arnold Schwarzenegger's Day of Broken Glass.
Gas prices, $4 a gallon on average. Strategic petroleum reserves at tank bottom. Iran now working with the Houthis to potentially shut down the Bab el-Mandab Strait, and the Houthis announced it is shut down as it relates to a blockade on Saudi Arabian ships. Any ship that tries to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, Iran strikes down. 2 attempted it yesterday. Iran destroyed those 2 ships. Iran strategically precision strikes hitting these U.S. bases in Jordan and Kuwait. in Bahrain, and Al Udeid in Qatar, certain bases in Saudi Arabia. You know, the whole area is just getting crushed by Iran right now. And as Barack Ravid, Trump's stenographer, is leaking out, well, now Qatar, Egypt, and Pakistan, they presented the U.S. and Iran with a proposal. Now that, you know, and what? Even state regime media calling itself Fox, they can't even continue the farce that the U.S. is winning or the U.S. is getting pummeled right now by Iran. Our bases are getting pummeled right now. And we're out of munitions. We're out of a lot of weapons. So even the U.S. strikes on Iran over the past few days has kind of waned a little bit. And here's even what Laura Ingraham has to say. Here, let's play this clip of what Laura Ingraham has to say. Let's play it.
And with the midterm elections a little more than 100 days away, the clock is ticking for President Trump to get out of this war before voters head to the polls. It's making a lot of Republicans nervous. It's already, as we know, unpopular. According to the New Washington Post Ipsos polls, 69% of Americans disapprove of the handling of this conflict. Republicans cannot let this become an endless distraction, especially if they want to win in November.
And even when Donald Trump was on the tarmac, he's just like winging numbers. He's like, yeah, there may be like 2 patriots who killed doing what they loved. Doing what they love, or maybe 3, maybe it's 3 patriots killed doing what they love, stopping Iran from having nuclear weapons. Dude.
Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, who told Trump to go F himself on his way out, Meryl Streep, who named the instinct to humiliate, Michelle Obama, who never even needs to say his name, Barack Obama, who calls his own fixation a strange thing, Ben Meiselas, Richard Wolff explaining exactly who pays for the tariffs, and George Conway, the man who cost him $88 million, lost an election decisively, and showed up on television 2 days ago anyway, still doing the work. And here is why George Conway's story matters in a way that's genuinely distinct from everyone else on this list, and I say this as somebody who studies the whole board, across every kind of critic and every kind of resistance this administration has faced. Every other critic we've covered had some form of professional or cultural success cushioning their opposition. A hit show, an Oscar, a platinum record, a governorship, a Nobel Peace Prize their own husband actually won. Conway had none of that safety net in this specific fight. He staked an actual campaign, actual money, and his own name on this single cause in front of actual voters who would render an actual public verdict, and it failed decisively in front of everyone, with no ambiguity left to hide behind. And he kept going anyway, resurfacing on national television within weeks, still doing the exact same work with the exact same energy. That's a different kind of courage than a movie star risking a boycott or a comedian risking a corporate suspension he ultimately survived and came back from stronger. That's a man who has already absorbed the single worst outcome imaginable in this specific arena, total public humiliating defeat, delivered alongside his ex-wife's name turned into an insult by the most powerful man in the country, and decided the fight itself was still worth showing up for the very next week, without a campaign, without a title, and without any promise that the next appearance would land any differently than the last one did. Drop a comment with the moment that hit hardest for you. Was it, I cost you $88 million EFing dollars and I've only just gotten started, delivered directly to camera with total confidence? The only thing your name is going to be left on is the orange jumpsuit you're going to have to wear in prison? Trump's Mr. Kellyanne Conway jab after the primary loss, reaching for an ex-wife's name as the cruelest available insult. Or the simple fact that 3 weeks after getting crushed at the polls, with 6.1% of the vote and a dead last finish, George Conway was right back on national television, calling out the next specific instance of corruption he could find with the same energy as if nothing had happened at all? Tell me.
So this is the Department of Defense website right here. This is the military website that reports out U.S. military casualties, official website. And at first on the website, the casualty total for Operation Epic Fury was updated in the Defense Casualty Analysis System. So if you looked at KIA, killed in action, there were 4 soldiers added who were killed in action, because that's what was reported in the past 24 to 48 hours. And then the wounded in action increased by 20 to 447 from 427. But then at around 11 p.m. last night, That changed. And the defense casualty analysis system removed the 4 killed in action and the 20 wounded in action. Again, just look at the website. It says as of July 20th, 2026. At first, it said that there were 18. Look, total deaths 18, total wounded 447. Then you are the cause of these incredible service members losing their lives. For you and the Epstein class and Netanyahu's part of the Epstein class getting the United States into this catastrophic and unlawful war, then escalating. They didn't have to lose their lives. And if you do escalate, it's only going to be more deadly. But the Trump regime's already covering up, as I showed you meticulously here. Hit subscribe. Oh, did I play you the clip of Trump? Here, play the clip of Trump.
It was great. It was a great event. Yes. Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the Strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably 3. It's probably 3 as opposed to 2. Great patriots.
Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
Every one of those moments is on tape. Everyone is part of the historical record. And everyone shows what persistence actually looks like when it isn't rewarded with a win, when the fight itself has to be its own justification because the ballot box didn't provide one. Hit subscribe if you want more breakdowns like this. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect the dots. Paramount paid Trump $16 million and canceled Colbert 3 days after he called it a bribe. ABC's parent Disney paid Trump and suspended Jimmy Kimmel under FCC threats. Barry Weiss gutted 60 Minutes, and PBS and NPR were defunded. The institutional cowardice is real and it's documented, and it keeps repeating itself across every major network and every major institution, regardless of who happens to be running it at any given moment in time. But the independent and defiant voices, the Conways, the Kimmels, the De Niros, the Colberts, the Streeps, the Whoopas, the Navarros, the Springsteens, the Obamas, the Rosies, the Chairs, the Clooneys, the Baldwins, the Mahers, the Noahs, the Sterns, the Hankses, the Carries, the Arnolds, the Meiselazes, the Wolfs are the only voices doing this work. And we're not stopping, not while there's still a story worth telling accurately and honestly, week after week, no matter how the underlying facts happen to shake out for any single person involved. Donald Trump is, this Wednesday, the President of the United States, whose war has now claimed 17 American service members, whose Pentagon just conducted a dignified transfer of 4 more fallen troops, whose gas prices have crossed $4 a gallon nationally for the first time since this conflict reignited, and whose administration is now facing a fresh insider trading accusation over Truth Social prediction markets. And George Conway is the man he mocked using his own ex-wife's name after crushing his congressional campaign, a man who cost him $88 million in a defamation judgment, lost an election so badly he finished dead last with barely 6% of the vote and appeared on national television 2 days ago anyway, still naming the next specific instance of corruption he could find with the same calm, lawyerly precision he's brought to this fight since 2019. He didn't need a hit show or an Oscar or a platinum album to justify staying in this fight, the way so many of the other names on this list have had waiting for them if the political battle ever went badly. He just needed to decide back in 2019, married to a woman defending the man at the podium every single day, that silence was worse than whatever came next, worse than the divorce, worse than the public mockery, worse, eventually, than losing an election in front of the entire country with his own ex-wife's name turned into the punchline. Both of them are part of the historical record now, and history, folks, is going to remember the man who kept showing up after the worst possible outcome, because the fight itself to
That was Donald Trump getting mercilessly booed at the World Cup finals. Congratulations to Spain, which defeated Argentina 1-0. Of course, Donald Trump picked Argentina to win. The curse continues, but Donald Trump is a walking curse. After Spain won the World Cup, Donald Trump wanted to make it about himself.
the internet and Etsy and whatnot, and we really don't know what's going on in other parts of the world. For instance, any of you ever been to the Strait of Hormuz? You should check it out. You'd love it. We used to summer there when I was a boy, but this war we are in, for reasons known only to Donald Trump, hinges now on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which, for the record, was open before he started this. And now either is open.
Thank you so much to everyone who has joined our membership. We are now 60 plus members strong. This is just $9 a month, and our goal is to reach 1,000 members so we can continue running America Facticity as an independent journalism platform without corporate funding, outside pressure, or influence. Your support helps us keep this work real, clean, and focused on the truth. If you haven't already, please like the video, share it, subscribe, and leave a comment so this video can reach more people who need to see this reality. Thank you again for standing with independent journalism.
Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel destroyed Donald Trump on live television. And folks, as somebody who has tracked this entire late-night war from the very beginning, from the first lawsuit all the way through to tonight's headlines, I want you to understand why pairing these two together matters, and why I've been waiting for the right moment to bring them to you side by side instead of separately. Because this isn't just two comedians who happen to make similar jokes about the same administration. This is the story of an administration that tried, deliberately and methodically, to take out the #1 show in late night and watch the other biggest name in the business stand up in public at real professional risk to himself and refuse to let it pass quietly. Today is Monday, July 20th, 2026, and there is a great deal of ground to cover, some of it genuinely difficult. Let me walk you through the Colbert-Kimmel story, the cancellation, the solidarity, the survival, and why the news breaking at this very hour on genuinely somber terms proves exactly why this administration wanted them both gone in the first place, and exactly what it cost them that it only worked on one. Because here's what I think people miss about this pairing, and it's worth stating plainly before we get into the details. Colbert and Kimmel were for years direct ratings competitors, not allies with any built-in reason to defend each other. Different networks, different time slots, different comedic styles, going head-to-head every single night for the same audience, the same advertisers, the same cultural moment. And when this administration came after one of them, the other one didn't see an opportunity, he saw a warning. That's the whole story in miniature. An industry that could have stayed quiet. Staying quiet, except for the one host who understood that silence was exactly what the administration was counting on, and who decided on the spot that protecting his own ratings position mattered less than saying something true out loud. And before we dive in, let me tell you why I wanted to bring you these two together again, rather than treating them as two separate stories the way we usually do on this channel. Every individual Kimmel monologue, every individual Colbert monologue tells you something about this administration on its own, and we've covered plenty of those individually already. But put side by side, chronologically, in order, the two stories tell you something neither one can tell you alone. They reveal the actual shape of the strategy.
To get off the stage, I think we actually have some overhead footage that I've been seeing circulating of Donald Trump when he was on the stage and refusing to get off the stage with Spain after they won. Here, let's play this clip.
Somehow, President Businessman didn't see all this coming. Reportedly, this weekend's oil price spike caught White House staffers off guard. According to one, it was insane. It absolutely surprised the administration. Really? You were surprised that bombing the place the oil comes from makes the oil cost more? Huh? We're not going to buy our gas from a war criminal. We're going to buy it from the good guys, Saudi Arabia. But it's going to cost. Since the invasion, oil prices have skyrocketed. Today, the average gas price in America hit an all-time record high of over $4 per gallon. Okay, that stings, but a clean conscience is worth $1 or $2. I'm willing to pay $4 a gallon. Hell, I'll pay $15 a gallon because I drive a Tesla.
Now I'll just share this with you right here. Sam Stein says, this is really incredible. So the docs released by Trump tonight confirm Russia tried to spread claims that Biden was engaged in criminal activity vis-a-vis Burisma, and that it advanced those narratives with U.S. officials and planned a high-profile corruption scandal at the peak of the 2020 U.S. presidential campaign. In other words, the whole Biden, Hunter Biden, yeah, Russia was behind the scheme. That's what the documents actually show, that it was Trump regime officials working with Russia to set up Hunter Biden. That's what the documents, in my opinion, are saying. The documents released tonight echoes those released already. Trump's speech conveniently left out that the biggest election interference came from Russia and was designed to get him another term because Russia wanted him to win. He discloses, the disclose has a section noting that China also targeted the Biden campaign and, quote, does not currently intend to covertly interfere to try and sway the outcome of the election. Thank God this is idiocracy as well. I mean, clearly a disgusting fascist regime, but also an idiocracy. Well, there's my summary. For all the Midas Mighty out there, I won't leave you hanging. I just thought it was such a bad speech. I didn't even want to do it, but the C-SPAN was sent to me, so I did this one for you, the caller of C-SPAN and the Midas Mighty.
First, the quiet corporate removal, the lawsuit, the settlement, the merger, the cancellation, dressed up as routine business, easy to miss if you're not watching the calendar closely. Then when that worked, the direct government pressure on the next target, the FCC threat, the suspension, the explicit easy way or the hard way. Same goal, two different methods tried in sequence against two men who happened to be direct ratings rivals for over a decade and who, by all reasonable expectations of how this industry works, had no particular reason to have each other's backs. We're going to walk through every single piece of it, start to finish. Pull up a chair. There's a lot here, and it all connects, and it's moving fast. If you appreciate this kind of breakdown, the membership is $9 a month. Less than a cup of coffee, honestly. No corporate parent, no FCC license to renew, no merger to negotiate with this White House. Just us and you. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Let me start with Colbert's part of this whole story because the timeline is damning and it's genuinely worth walking through in full detail. Donald Trump sued CBS over a 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris, claiming the editing was deceptive, a suit legal experts across the spectrum called a First Amendment loser that could not possibly win in court because editing an interview for time is core protected journalism and everybody in the industry knows it. But CBS's parent company Paramount wasn't thinking about the law and never really pretended to be. It was thinking about a merger with Skydance Media that needed approval from Trump's FCC, chaired by Brendan Carr, a man who has openly gloated about the administration's crackdown on critical media, treating regulatory leverage as a genuine political tool rather than a neutral function of government. So Paramount agreed to pay Trump $16 million to settle a lawsuit it would almost certainly have won. And Colbert, on July 14th of last year, walked onto his own stage and torched his own bosses for it live on the air. I believe this kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe. 3 days later, CBS canceled The Late Show, the #1 program in all of late night, not #1 in its slot, #1, period, across every network and every competing show. The FCC approved the Paramount-Skydance merger 1 week after the cancellation was announced.
Now, before the game, Donald Trump announced that he supported Messi and he supported Argentina. So yes, the Trump curse strikes again. Also, Donald Trump found a way to make this game about himself. Donald Trump said, I've always liked Ronaldo. I've always liked Messi. I met Messi just recently. They have a pretty good life. I think they have a very good life, actually. Much easier than my life, really. I'd like to switch for about a month or so. What a pathetic, vile scumbag he is. Again, just a real big weirdo. Here he is. You can see the players on Spain. They want him gone. They're like, can you get off the stage? We're trying to go and get our medals. We don't want you on here. You can literally see the player trying to push him up. Thank you. Get the hell out of here, idiot. Get the hell out of here, fascist. We don't want you. And of course, you know that Donald Trump had previously been mercilessly attacking Spain. Spain has nothing to offer. Get the hell off the stage, fascist. And then you see Gianni Infantino over there with Donald Trump. And Gianni's like, can you get out of there? They're trying to take the picture, Donald. They're trying to take the picture, Donald. Let me show you the hot mic from the Australian coverage where they're like, all right, mate, I think they're going to have to crop out Donald Trump right now. Here, play this clip.
Now, so they can edit him out of that.
Yeah, so Donald Trump was like pretending he's on the team. I mean, it was a true humiliation ritual. And Gianni Infantino, who's a pathetic creature himself, the head of FIFA, he's like, ha, 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 ha. I've showed you some of the clips of Gianni Infantino and Trump. I don't want to play any of them right now. But it's like two weird fascist Furbies talking to each other. Like, ha, 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 ha. It's like, dude, shut up. Like, just be freaking normal. You can see here another overhead shot of Donald Trump refusing.
On Friday, Donald Trump posted, I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings. How dare you, sir? Would an untalented man be able to compose the following satirical witticism? Go yourself.
And he's asked about Iran, but then he starts talking about Iraq and American oil companies taking out all of the Iraqi oil. Here, play this clip.
Sir, is the military attack on Iran, is this a strategy to bring them back to the table? Or is it to degrade them so the regime will eventually fall?
Well, we don't think we need the military there anymore. It's a very big operation. And what we do have is the oil companies are all going in now, and they're doing partnerships with Iraq, and they're getting along very well. The relationship is a whole big relationship where we don't need the military there. We're there to help them. We're there to protect them if need be, but we don't think that's going to be necessary. And their primary, I consider an opponent. They might have considered a friend, but I consider that an opponent was Iran, was a big burden on Iraq because they were the bully of the Middle East, as you know.
Then he's asked some questions about Lindsey Graham. And then Donald Trump's like, don't get into all of these conspiracy theories, okay? We need to stop looking into that. Here, play this clip.
And when that bursts, which it did, it burst, there's not much. So I don't see a lot of evil there. I know there's all sorts of conspiracy theories going along. And I don't think the FBI... I think the FBI is wasting their time if they're doing that.
You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist. You just have to read a calendar in order and notice how conveniently everything lined up. And it wasn't just me connecting those dots. Senator Elizabeth Warren said America deserves to know if his show was canceled for political reasons and called the settlement itself bribery, in plain language, on the record. The Writers Guild of America formally called for a New York Attorney General investigation, saying it had significant concerns that The Late Show's cancellation is a bribe, sacrificing free speech to curry favor with the Trump administration. There were also reports of an additional $15 to $20 million in Skydance Paramount public service announcements for Trump's causes, layered on top of the original $16 million settlement, adding an entirely separate financial thread to an already suspicious timeline that stretched across weeks and involved multiple corporate entities all moving in the same direction at the same convenient moment. When United States senators and an entire industry union are formally demanding investigations into whether a comedian's show was killed to please a president, you are no longer talking about a routine business decision that just happened to have unfortunate optics. You are talking about the visible mechanics of media capture playing out in real time with a documented paper trail. Subscribe and share the video if you appreciate this kind of breakdown, because that's genuinely how it reaches more people. And Colbert did not go quietly, not for a single moment, right up until the final broadcast. When Trump gloated on Truth Social, I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings. Colbert responded on his own show with an eloquence cam bit that ended with him staring directly into the camera and telling the President of the United States on network television to go F himself. He did the math out loud on CBS's claimed losses, pointing straight at the $16 million bribe. I could see us losing $24 million, but where would Paramount have possibly spent the other $16 million? Oh, yeah. He went out on May 21st with a finale he called The Joy Machine, and Bruce Springsteen stood on that stage and said it plainest of all. You're the first guy in America who's lost his show because we got a president who can't take a joke.
And then just to show you this clip, there are clips like this coming in across the world right now. Like this is a group of people watching in Vancouver. This is them reacting to the camera panning to Trump during the final. But there's footage like this throughout the world right now. I'll show you this one. Let's play it. I'll try to show you this. This is a moment Gianni Infantino moved Trump out of the way. You can see for yourself. Play this clip. Now, contrast that to the love that President Claudia Sheinbaum received when she was in New York. You can see, and her message was, "Thank you for receiving me with such affection, New York. They are more than reciprocated, hardworking Mexican women and men. All of Mexico loves and admires you." Here, play this clip.
Or is not open. We don't know. We agreed to a ceasefire if and only if they reopen the strait. It appeared to be open briefly, but then Iran closed it because Israel kept attacking Lebanon. And now, even though it is allegedly open, there are no ships going through it. Basically, after all this, he got us constipation. And only a handful of ships have been allowed to pass through the strait. Yesterday, Trump floated the idea of a grand reopening / joint business venture with the people he's bombing, where we would split the fees for the ships that went through. He wanted to partner with Iran, which makes no sense. None of it makes sense.
Why is the FBI looking into it? Why does Kash Patel have dozens of FBI agents at Lindsey Graham's home in D.C.? What's their investigation about? Here, play this clip.
I could also ask, are you aware of why the FBI is looking into Senator Graham's death? Have you gotten any updates on why they were at his home?
Well, I don't know why, because I think, he had a problem. His father had a very similar problem, as you know. It's very unique. At first, I heard it was clogged arteries, because he did have clogged arteries. He had a problem with that. He was, I wish he took better care of himself. I say, you can solve that problem, but what happened is actually something that's very hard to detect. It was not related to any blockage. It was a totally different thing. And supposedly, and I've watched all the medical reports, I've had the doctors from the White House come in and explain what happened. And this is something that is almost undetectable. And if it happens, there's not much you can do about it. It sounds unfortunate, but there's not much you can do about it. If you look at his father died of the same thing at about the same age. So there was not much. They say it's almost undetectable. You can detect it by if you have a very bad back. That's a sign. It's a bad sign. So if anybody has a bad back, it's a pretty rough thing to think about. But the fact that's one of the primary signs. And he would tell me he had a bad back. But little did anyone realize it was for that.
And because Larry and David Ellison feel they need to kiss his ass to get what they want. These are small-minded people who got no idea what the freedoms of this beautiful country are supposed to be about. The boss, naming the billionaire owners to their faces on their own network at the funeral of the show they built and then killed in front of a live studio audience and every camera in the room that night. And I think it's worth pausing on the fact that Colbert had every incentive to go quietly and chose not to at real personal cost in a way that deserves more credit than it usually gets. He had just been told his job of 11 years was ending, that a show he'd built his career around was being taken away. His corporate bosses were desperate not to further anger the man they'd just paid $16 million to appease, and every incentive in that building pointed toward a graceful, quiet, professionally cautious exit. A silent departure would have been the safe choice, the kind of exit that protects future opportunities, keeps relationships intact, and avoids burning any bridges on the way out the door. Instead, he used his remaining airtime to name the bribe out loud, do the arithmetic on television, and tell the president to go F himself, all while his own network's executives were sitting somewhere watching, wincing, knowing there was nothing left they could do to stop him. Now here's where Kimmel enters the story, and this is the part I think doesn't get enough attention in most retellings of this whole saga. When the news of Colbert's cancellation broke, Kimmel didn't stay in his lane the way industry convention might have expected. He didn't quietly enjoy the ratings bump that comes from a competitor disappearing. On his own show, he said, "I hope the people who did the pushing feel ashamed of themselves tonight, although I know they probably won't." Jimmy Kimmel, a direct competitor for the exact same audience in the exact same time slot at the exact same network category, chose solidarity over self-interest. He understood immediately that Colbert's cancellation wasn't really about Colbert. It was a message to every host still on the air. This can happen to you too. And it's worth naming exactly how rare that kind of solidarity actually is in a genuinely cutthroat industry, one where careers are measured week to week by overnight ratings numbers, and every competitor's misfortune is, in the ordinary course of business, somebody else's opportunity.
I'll show you the pure joy in Madrid. Here are fans in Madrid reacting to the win. Let's play it. Rudy Giuliani's weird kid, Andrew Giuliani, who was in charge of the World Cup. Here's the statement that he put out. "Thanks to the vision and leadership of President Donald J. Trump, America fell in love with the World Cup, and the world fell in love with the United States of America again." Dude, shut up, you freaking weirdo. Donald Trump, dude, shut up. As our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, says, all thanks, praise, credit to the Führer, Donald Trump. In fact, nobody ever heard of the World Cup or even football or soccer before Trump put it on the map. And that's why the world loves us again. Amen. Amen. Thank you. By the way, here's what Jamie Raskin had to say when we interviewed him about which team he wanted. Here, play this clip.
Check that one out.
Okay. Who you got in the World Cup?
Yeah.
Who you got in the World Cup?
Oh, so, gee, I don't know. I mean, what happened today?
Spain beat France 2-0.
Yeah. So France is out now. I guess I don't know. I got to look and see who's still in it. Spain, I like very much, and they've been a strong pro-democracy country recently. So.
And Donald Trump brags about killing the former Iranian general Soleimani. And then Donald Trump said, "I also killed some really bad people from Iraq. Hey, what do you think about the people that I killed from Iraq?" Now, you should note that this prime minister of Iraq has a very kind of delicate role right here. Donald Trump stopped Maliki from becoming the prime minister of Iraq, who was more closely aligned with Iran. We saw this Iraqi prime minister at Ayatollah Khomeini's funeral processions in Iraq, where we saw millions of, not just the Shiite community, but millions of mourners show up in Iraq for the Ayatollah. And so Donald Trump saying this in front of the Iraqi prime minister also creates a very dangerous situation for the Iraqi prime minister. Here, play this clip.
Country, and I actually think the leaders of Iran were afraid of Soleimani, but I killed him. And by the way, with him went a very bad person also. They happened to be meeting each other at the airport, and a very bad person from Iraq happened to be a leader of Iraq, happened to be killed in that same incident. So I don't know if I did you a favor or not. I've never asked you that question. You probably would know better than me. But no, I think that what we've done to Iran is we've taken away almost all of their military capability.
President, a question for Prime Minister.
Explain. He has to hear that.
A question.
هو بيسأل عن قاسم سليماني وأنه كيف تم قتله على يده في الولاية الأولى له في عندما كان رئيسا للولايات المتحدة. فالفكرة هو طبعا كان شخص ذكي جدا وعبقري، لكنه كان شرير بنهاية المطاف. وفي حادث استهداف وقتل عراقي كان في صحبته، كانوا يلتقوا في مطار في العراق في بغداد. فهو بيسأل هل هو كان عملكم خدمة أم لا؟ ما هي النظرة بالنسبة لمقتل سليماني؟
أنا في ذاك الوقت لا أمارس السياسة.
At that time I was not in politics.
وليد كل جيتي نتحدث عن المستقبل إيش راح نسوي.
In my visit, I'd like to talk about the future.
شبعانين من ماضينا القديم.
We are fed up with the past.
Late night television is structurally a zero-sum game. Every viewer watching Colbert is, in the strictest rating sense, a viewer not watching Kimmel that same night, and vice versa. For over a decade, these two men had been direct competitors, going head-to-head in overlapping time slots for the same advertisers, the same A-list guests, the same fleeting moments of cultural relevance that late-night television lives and dies by. There was a version of this story where Kimmel simply absorbed Colbert's displaced audience and said nothing, and nobody in the industry would have blamed him for it. That's how competition normally works. He chose the opposite. He used his own platform, on the exact night the news was breaking, to publicly shame the people responsible, at a moment when doing so meant painting a target on his own back. 2 months later, that target got hit. And this time, the machinery of solidarity Kimmel himself had helped set in motion was already running before the FCC even finished its threat, ready and waiting for exactly this moment. Hit subscribe if this kind of breakdown is what you're here for, because there's plenty more of it coming. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect any of these dots for you, so somebody has to. And 2 months later, the message landed on Kimmel directly. In September 2025, ABC suspended him for 6 days after FCC Chairman Brendan Carr publicly threatened broadcasters with the easy way or the hard way. Trump gloated, posting that Kimmel should rot in his bad ratings. But this time, the pressure campaign backfired spectacularly. Over 400 celebrities signed an ACLU letter. There were protests outside the network. Even Republicans said the FCC had no business there. And Kimmel came back with an 18-minute monologue about free speech that drew 6.3 million viewers and more than 26 million views online. He choked up. He bashed Brendan Carr by name. He refused to grovel. The same playbook that took Colbert permanently off the air ran into a wall when they tried it on Kimmel, and the wall was, in no small part, an industry and an audience that had already watched what happened to Colbert and decided not to let it happen again quietly. And Kimmel has kept the material coming ever since that suspension, night after night, refusing to let the audience forget what happened to his friend and rival, or what nearly happened to him. He's the one who named Trump's "we shouldn't even have an election" comment for what it was.
He stood on the stage with the Spanish team. He refused to get off the stage. The Spain team wanted him gone. Gianni Infantino had to go on the stage and then move him off. I'll talk about that in a second. But Trump was getting mercilessly booed, as you saw there in the first clip. Let me show you as Donald Trump was walking out to try to make the World Cup trophy presentation ceremony about himself. Listen to the boos. Play this clip. Now, the fans were giving Donald Trump the middle finger. They were booing him, and they were giving him red cards for being there. You can see right over here a fan giving Donald Trump a red card now.
Over the weekend, it sunk in that they're killing off our show. But they made one mistake. They left me alive. And now for the next 10 months, the gloves are off. I can finally... I can finally speak unvarnished truth to power and say what I really think about Donald Trump, starting right now. I don't care for him.
Excellent job on terrorizing and traumatizing our federal workforce. And again, I go back and thank the chairman and so many.
And then finally, we heard from Democratic Senator Elsa Brooks from Maryland. That's what she had to say. Let's play it.
Director Vogt, I have been waiting to have the opportunity to come back face to face with you, to ask for an explanation for what I regard as absolutely depraved, I use that word again, and draconian actions to decimate our public institutions, politicize federal grant programs, to stall funding for NIH and for CDC public health programs, harming our research institutions, dismantling the CFPB. And I have to tell you, I couldn't wait to get here. On behalf of the 160,000 federal employees in my state, the actions taken toward our federal employees has been evil, absolutely evil. And it is the most galling aspect of what I regard as shameful tenure.
If there's one thing we've learned about this guy is that he doesn't joke, he insults people. The same instinct for dismissing genuinely alarming statements as just a joke that got Caroline Leavitt sent out to defend it with a straight face, calling him her lady chipmunk for the trouble. He's the one who roasted Don Jr. .S wedding, dubbing him the prodigal son, and catching Trump skipping his own son's nuptials to supposedly love the United States. He's the one still standing, still swinging, on the exact stage this administration tried twice to take away from two different men, and he shows no sign of running out of material anytime soon. And I think the outcome difference between these two cases is the single most important data point in this whole story, and it's worth sitting with directly because it's a genuine, measurable, natural experiment. Same administration, same underlying goal. Remove a critical late-night voice from the national conversation. Same general toolkit. Pressure a corporate parent through regulatory leverage. Threaten a broadcast license. Apply just enough public and private pressure to make the safest corporate choice the one that ends the critic's career. And two completely different results. Colbert's show is permanently gone. Its cancellation now a documented case study cited by senators and media analysts alike. Kimmel's show is still on the air, arguably stronger, louder, and more emboldened than it ever was before the suspension happened. What changed between those two outcomes wasn't the administration's tactics. The tactics were nearly identical in both cases. It was the reaction. Colbert's cancellation happened relatively quietly at first, absorbed by an industry and a public that hadn't yet fully processed what was happening or how to respond to it. Kimmel's suspension happened after Colbert, after the warning shot, after Kimmel himself had already told the country to pay attention, and the public reaction was instant, massive, and impossible for ABC to ignore or wait out. If you're getting value from this breakdown, the membership is $9 a month, less than a cup of coffee, and it fuels independent journalism while the corporate networks settle lawsuits and cancel the hosts who tell the truth week after week without much resistance from the audiences that ought to be pushing back. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can. Now let me bring you exactly where things stand this morning, because the instinct that took Colbert off the air and tried to take Kimmel off the air is the same instinct now running an actual war. And this is genuinely somber news that deserves to be treated with the gravity it demands, not folded casually into a running list of statistics the way this kind of update sometimes gets delivered. I track every wire report, so here's exactly what's happening on the ground right now. U.S. Central Command confirmed this weekend that 3 American service members have now been killed, with one soldier's status still listed as missing, following Iranian strikes connected to a base in Jordan. The first American military fatalities from Iranian fire since March, a genuinely significant escalation in the human cost of this renewed conflict. I want to be plain about this before we go any further. 3 families are grieving right now, tonight, in real homes across this country, and no amount of strategic framing or political spin changes that basic human fact. Trump paid tribute to the fallen service members, saying American forces launched another round of strikes in honor of them.
And as Donald Trump's up there trying to make the World Cup about himself, there are U.S. strikes taking place in Iran right now. Iran has responded by striking a tanker in Oman that was trying to leave. That tanker is now blown up. Ukrainian drones are attacking Moscow. Moscow is attacking Kyiv. Iran has launched missiles into Kuwait and Jordan. The Iran-aligned militia Islamic Resistance in Iraq has warned it will resume attacks in Iraq unless the United States stops its attacks in Iran, but the United States is not stopping its attacks in Iran. So the Iraqi resistance, they're going to be involved now in Iraq. The war is going to spread there. And new reporting from the Washington Post paints a sobering picture of the growing cost of the Iran war for the United States, as American officials warn the U.S. military is absorbing heavy damage while facing mounting constraints if the fighting escalates further. Military experts cited in the report caution that the U.S. is not prepared for a ground conflict, despite Donald Trump threatening one. The U.S. military is running short on air defense systems, long-range munitions, troops, and aircraft needed to sustain a major expansion of the conflict. Another soldier said, "We're getting beat up across the board." Let me just play the clip of Donald Trump. Then Donald Trump brags about inflation, and he said, "Look how great we are. 3.5% headline inflation, everybody." Okay, that's more than it was under former President Biden. Play this clip.
But the report was incredible. Inflation is way down. That means prices are coming way down, and we're doing a great job. Remember that for the midterms. I say to that camera, remember that, because nobody else could do it. Prices are way down. Prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them much lower yet.
Also, the United States currently has the largest inflation of all G7 countries. Let's show that graph. Then Donald Trump is asked about the fee that he says he wants to charge tankers in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which today he backed away from. And then Donald Trump says, "I don't like the concept of a fee, but at the same time, they're going to make trillions of dollars of investments, trillions of dollars of investments." Here, play this clip.
On the prior question, the Hormuz Strait hold idea for you, that's dead now. That's completely gone.
No, I just told you, you have Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait, primarily, and then others. I spoke to all of them, and they would love to invest more money in the United States at record amounts, and that would be very acceptable. And this way, there's no fee. I don't like the concept of a fee, but at the same time, it's not fair that we're protecting this strait for the entire world, for China and everyone. I don't mind protecting it for China. I don't mind protecting it for anybody, but it's unfair that we're not in somehow compensated. And we've been doing this for many years. It's bothered me 25 years ago. It bothered me. During my first term, I was doing things like you have to invest in the United States. But by doing it that way, there's no fee. They're investing and they're getting a return on their money, and it's good. But they're going to be making massive investments into the United States, and I like that much better.
That round extended the campaign into a 9th consecutive night of strikes as of Sunday, with CENTCOM saying the strikes would continue degrading Iranian military capabilities used to attack commercial vessels and civilian mariners transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has now suspended its commitments under the original agreement entirely, and Iran's own supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, called Trump's signature worthless and unreliable in a statement Saturday. An Israeli security source says Khamenei is no longer even in the country, a detail that, if accurate, suggests the Iranian leadership itself may be preparing for further escalation or personal safety concerns of its own, an unusual and genuinely notable development in its own right. Iran fired missiles toward the Jordanian city of Aqaba, close enough to Israeli territory that shrapnel from an intercepted missile landed just north of Eilat, with Israel's own air defenses assisting in intercepting some of the missiles fired at a neighboring country rather than at Israel itself. A reminder of how quickly a regional conflict can spill across borders that were never meant to be part of it. The U.S. Embassy in Bahrain warned this weekend of possible Iranian attacks on unspecified locations in the capital, Manama, urging Americans there to remain vigilant and review the latest guidance. Language that suggests genuine, specific concern rather than routine boilerplate. And in comments to reporters, Trump said, according to one account, that he couldn't care less whether Iran follows the agreement at all, while separately telling a news conference the war represented the beginning of building a new country, a comment that suggests ambitions well beyond the original stated goal of degrading Iran's ability to threaten shipping. Think about that phrase, the beginning of building a new country. Next to everything Colbert and Kimmel have spent this entire war mocking week after week, month after month, without ever running short on material. A president who once called the deal complete is now describing an open-ended nation-building project on the 9th consecutive night of strikes after 3 American deaths, while his own Pentagon posts on social media that we have only just begun to fight, a statement that directly contradicts every earlier claim that this campaign was nearly finished. That is precisely the kind of gap between the official story and the actual scale of what's happening that both of these men have built entire careers pointing at. Colbert with a bribe he named out loud on the air that got him canceled, Kimmel with a scapegoat quote Trump handed him for free at the G7, both of them proving in their own way that the gap between what this administration says and what it actually does is the single richest, most reliable source of material either one of them has ever had. And there's a genuinely uncomfortable dynamic emerging around Israel's role in all of this too, one that deserves its own attention separate from the headline strike counts. 2 Israeli sources told CNN last week that the Trump administration doesn't want Israel involved in this latest phase of fighting, out of concern about losing control of the conflict, even though a joint U.S.-Israeli operation is what originally kicked off this entire war back in February, with both countries coordinating closely at the outset. A U.S. official pushed back on that characterization, insisting Washington remains in close coordination with its ally, but the reported daylight itself is worth tracking because it suggests genuine strategic tension between 2 governments that have for years.
I'm not going to play what happened during the national anthem because that's part of the footage of Fox, so I'm not going to play that. We can just show the screenshots there. But what happened was Donald Trump was getting booed when the camera panned to him after the national anthem. He got mercilessly booed. So then Fox had to cut away to do an overhead shot of MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, where this game was taking place. Now on the iShow Speed, though, the stream, they were able to capture some of it. Here's the iShow Speed stream. Here, play this clip.
That was great. Jennifer Hudson killed that. No cap. No cap.
Then Donald Trump says that everybody at NATO likes him and that he's had this, everybody expressed their love for him in NATO. Here, let's play this clip right here.
I think we could go into this for a long time, and The bottom line is that we have a fantastic relationship with many countries now. I just came back from NATO. Many of you were there and you saw how that worked out. It was a phenomenal, it was a love fest, to be honest. And they loved the United States. They even like me, but they love the United States. And we're going to cut costs there by hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe. But the NATO event was incredible. Today's event is incredible.
And then Donald Trump proceeds to post AI images of himself with NATO nations and European countries, where he manipulates it and has these AI footages of him conquering Greenland and conquering Canada. And then Donald Trump said, I used to always say, don't attack Iraq. We got the wrong country. Here, play this clip.
Because if you remember, even though I was a civilian and had no thought of running for president, I get a disproportionate amount of publicity, as you probably heard. And I used to say, don't go into Iraq. Don't attack Iraq. Frankly, they attacked the wrong country. And they did a lot of damage.
And then Donald Trump proceeded to make posts saying, back in 1988, I talked about conquering Karg Island. Here, let me just show you. The background of all of this is Donald Trump, through CENTCOM, announcing the 9th consecutive night of U.S. CENTCOM war crimes in Iran. Another wave of strikes taking place right now. CENTCOM says they're degrading Iranian military capabilities. Dude, get the hell out of the region. Stop committing war crimes. You're crashing the global economy. More importantly and significantly, you're killing American troops. You're killing people in Iran. You're killing people in the region. Get the hell off the stage. Get out of the Middle East, you warmonger, genocidal maniac. Get the hell out of here, you freaking fascist weirdos. Get out. No one wants.
Presented a unified front on exactly this kind of regional confrontation. Now, because you know I do this, let me give you my prediction and clip this so you can check me. First, watch the new country language closely because it represents a genuine, significant expansion of stated war aims beyond anything discussed even a week ago. And it deserves to be tracked as its own distinct story rather than folded quietly into the general noise of nightly strike updates. A shift from degrade shipping threats to build a new country is not a small rhetorical drift. It's a completely different mission with completely different implications for how long this might actually last. Second, watch the reported sidelining of Israel in this latest phase. 2 Israeli sources told CNN the administration doesn't want Israel involved out of fear of losing control of the conflict, which is a genuinely unusual dynamic worth following closely, especially given that a joint U.S.-Israeli operation is what started this entire war in the first place. And any real rupture between the two governments would be its own significant story. And third, the Colbert-Kimmel-specific prediction I'd bet on. Every time this war produces a moment this significant, 3 American deaths, a new country comment, an Israeli ally getting shrapnel on its own soil, Kimmel is going to be the one still standing on a stage to say it out loud because they tried to remove the 2 biggest voices capable of saying it, succeeded with one and failed with the other, and the one who's left isn't going anywhere, no matter how many more difficult news cycles this war produces between now and whenever it actually ends. Trump's history of trying to silence his critics runs directly through this exact story, spanning both networks and both men, across more than a year of the same underlying instinct applied to different targets. Paramount paid $16 million and CBS canceled Colbert 3 days after his big fat bribe monologue. ABC suspended Kimmel under FCC pressure from Brendan Carr, who has openly gloated about the crackdown on critical media. Bari Weiss gutted 60 Minutes. PBS and NPR were defunded. And now the same instinct for domination and control shows up as an open-ended new country ambition, 3 American deaths described as honored by more bombing, and a president who says he couldn't care less about the terms of his own agreement. A strategy that worked once on one late-night host and completely failed on the other, in a pattern that keeps repeating itself across every arena this administration touches. The cultural and political opposition to this presidency is full spectrum, and it keeps growing week after week, with no shortage of fresh material to draw from and no sign that any of these voices are planning to stay quiet anytime soon. Whoopi Goldberg deballed America. Sunny Hostin and Ana Navarro. Rosie O'Donnell, 2 decades running, the original target of it all. Cher calling him a liar on camera in 2016. Robert De Niro calling him a monster. Bruce Springsteen, who stood on Colbert's finale stage and named the billionaires by name to their faces on their own network. George Clooney, war crime. Bill Maher, Trevor Noah, Howard Stern with 17 years of tapes, Jim Carrey's Extinction Level event, Alec Baldwin's Emmy, Taylor Swift, Tom Hanks, Arnold Schwarzenegger's Day of Broken Glass, Meryl Streep, who named The Instinct to Humiliate.
What's this? Stop it. And now we learned that there was a missing soldier in Jordan. The remains, the body parts of the missing soldier were just found, bringing the death toll from the end of last week up to 3 service members that we know about being killed in Jordan. I still think the fatality number is higher than that, and it's being covered up by CENTCOM. I also am confident that the seriously injured number is much higher than they're saying, but we know dozens of American soldiers were injured. We know 50 to 100 Iranians were killed. A lot of Iranian civilians have been killed. Another soldier actually was killed in northern Iraq during what CENTCOM says was a controlled detonation of an unexploded ordnance from an Iranian one-way attack drone. So a 4th death actually took place at the end of the week, and a controlled ordnance explosion is what they're saying. Now, as Donald Trump continues to panic. I mean, he's posting some of the most deranged things while all of this is taking place. I mean, let me show you the scenes of the war. We could just run the B-roll, folks. Here's smoke rising in Manama, Bahrain after Iran's strikes. Several missiles launched from Iran right here into various areas. Iran launched a large-scale surprise attack on Kuwait earlier with 3 ballistic missiles directly impacting the U.S. ATACMS ground-to-ground missiles in Kuwait. More strikes by Iran. Take a look over here. Iran was able to hit numerous other, U.S. military sites in the region as well. Iran's IRGC announced full destruction of fuel tanks and Patriot air defense systems at the U.S. Ali Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait, and an FPS strategic radar system at the Ahmed Al Jabar Air Base in Kuwait in the 3rd phase of its response last night. Iran's IRGC announced the destruction of helicopter maintenance and repair centers at a P-8 electronic warfare aircraft hangar and the command and control center of the U.S. military drone fleet at the U.S. Sheikh Issa Air Base in Bahrain. These protesters walking to Senator Collins' office. Play this clip. And then here are protesters who are obviously livid at what went down in front of Senator Collins' office. Let's play it. The shooting was also, you could hear the shooting on this Ring camera that Laura Peters was able to take. Let's play this clip right here.
Oh, is that a car? Oh, is that a car?
Michelle Obama, who never even needs to say his name, Barack Obama, who calls his own fixation a strange thing, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who Trump branded a traitor after she defended Epstein's victims, Ben Mazelis, Richard Wolff explaining exactly who pays for the tariffs, and Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel, one silenced, one still standing, both refusing to let the silencing pass as though it were normal, both leaving a permanent record that this administration cannot quietly erase. And here is why this particular pairing matters more than either man's story alone. And I say this as somebody who studies the whole board, watching every angle of this fight play out over more than a year now. Colbert's cancellation is the clearest case study we have of how this administration's pressure campaign actually works. The lawsuit, the payment, the merger, the removal of the critic, all timed within days of each other, dressed up as routine corporate decision-making that anyone not paying close attention could easily miss. Kimmel's survival is the proof that the same playbook can fail spectacularly when an audience refuses to let it succeed quietly. Put those two stories together and you get the whole picture. This administration has a real functioning method for silencing critics, and that method only works when nobody's watching closely enough to object. This week, with a war expanding toward open-ended ambitions and 3 Americans dead, the absence of a comedian who might have told the country the truth about it, plainly every single night with the specific reach and cultural weight Colbert once had, is its own kind of evidence of what was actually lost. And I think there's a genuinely important lesson buried in the difference between these two outcomes. One that goes well beyond the narrow world of late-night television entirely, and speaks to something bigger about how public pressure actually functions in a democracy, especially under an administration this willing to test the limits of what it can get away with. Pressure campaigns like this one depend on isolation, on each target facing the machinery alone, without the rest of the industry making noise on their behalf, without the public having been primed to recognize the pattern before it repeats itself against someone new. Colbert, in a sense, took the hit that made the pattern visible for everyone who came after him. His cancellation and the specific damning timeline behind it became public knowledge in a way that armed everyone who came after him with the language and the awareness to fight back before the same machinery could finish its work a second time. Kimmel didn't survive his suspension by pure accident or good luck. He survived it because Colbert's story had already taught an entire industry and an entire audience exactly what to watch for and exactly how loudly to object when they saw it happening again in real time, right in front of them. Drop a comment with the Colbert or Kimmel moment that hit hardest for you. Was it Big Fat Bribe, said on CBS, about CBS's own parent company, Live on the Air, in front of a studio audience who erupted the moment they realized what he was actually saying? The go yourself eloquence cam, delivered with a straight face and a clipped accent that somehow made it land even harder? I hope the people who did the pushing feel ashamed of themselves. From a direct ratings rival with nothing to gain by saying it and everything to lose, Bruce Springsteen naming the Ellisons on Colbert's finale stage, to their faces on the network they owned.
Donald Trump getting booed was captured on the iShowSpeed stream. iShowSpeed apparently thought that there was a fight that was breaking out. Listen for yourself. You can hear what happened and you can see what happened. Here, play this clip.
Who was fighting after the game? That's Trump? That's the president here. Donald Trump is here. Look at a Secret Service.
Now, and then Trump says prices are coming down along with lowering of oil and gas. By the way, even with all those short positions that I talked about, and even with the manipulation from the strategic reserve, and our strategic reserve has now hit functional tank bottom, we're at the emergency level. The prices are going up right now for crude, up 5%, 7% over last night, and they continue to go up. As you know, gas prices, the price that you pay at the pump is going up. Donald Trump posting these weird images of fighter jets and of the Qatari Air Force One surrounded by fighter jets as he fears that Iran is going to kill him. And then, you know, while he's posting that, I mean, you have these images of war, the massive plume of smoke rising from Keshem Island near the Strait of Hormuz following the U.S. airstrike there. That may be one of the areas that the U.S. is looking to invade. Large explosion reported after U.S. airstrike in Sirak the other night. And so, you know, we'll keep you posted every step of the way, of course. But that's where we're at right now. We're covering this from every angle, giving you the data, giving you the facts. Next, I want to show you the cross-examination of Russ Vought, this despicable creature, by Democratic Senator Tina Smith. Here, let's play this clip.
Example, I want to ask you about. I'd like your response to this. So top researchers in Minnesota recently made a breakthrough in detecting and treating cancer in kids with a National Cancer Institute grant. And what the study did is it looked at what makes African American children more likely to die from blood and bone cancer. So it seems to me, according to your proposed rule, this kind of research wouldn't be allowed. You wouldn't fund it because you believe that studying why American children with African ancestry get cancer and would die from it would conflict with your anti-DEI rules. So is it true that that's how you see this rule being imposed here?
How are DEI policies, of which we are against DEI policies. We have intended to get rid of DEI policies wherever we possibly can.
So what impact would it
How
have?
that would impact with that particular grant would be a decision for a political official, policy official at NIH. That is why the NIH director would be making that determination.
Or the simple, underappreciated fact that two ratings competitors in a genuinely cutthroat industry chose solidarity over self-interest at real cost to both of them? Tell me. Every one of those moments is on tape. Everyone is part of the historical record. And everyone is proof that this administration's plan to pick off late-night hosts one at a time ran into exactly the kind of resistance it wasn't expecting from exactly the people it assumed would stay quiet and protect their own turf instead. Hit subscribe if you want more breakdowns like this. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect the dots. Paramount paid Trump $16 million and canceled Colbert 3 days after he called it a bribe. ABC's parent Disney paid Trump and suspended Jimmy Kimmel under FCC threats. Barry Weiss gutted 60 Minutes, and PBS and NPR were defunded one after another in a pattern too consistent to be coincidence. The institutional cowardice is real, and it's documented, and it keeps repeating itself across every major network regardless of who's running it. But the independent and defiant voices, the Colberts, the Kimmels, the Streeps, the Whoopies, the Navarros, the Springsteens, the Obamas, the Rosies, the Chairs, the Clooneys, the Baldwins, the Mahers, the Noahs, the Sterns, the Hankses, the Carries, the Arnolds, the Conways, the Meiselazes, the Wolfs are the only voices doing this work. And we're not stopping. Not while there's still material to cover and a story to keep telling accurately. Donald Trump is, this Monday, the President of the United States whose war has now claimed 3 confirmed American lives, with a soldier still missing, extended into a 9th consecutive night of strikes, expanded in stated ambition toward what he himself called building a new country, and reportedly sidelined Israel out of fear of losing control of the conflict entirely. Even though a joint operation with Israel is what started this whole war back in February, when both governments were still presenting a unified front. And Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel are the 2 men this administration tried to remove from television, one through a corporate payment and a conveniently timed merger, the other through an FCC threat dressed up as regulatory concern. One of them got taken off the air. The other refused to let that silence pass without comment, and stood and stayed and kept the material coming precisely because he understood what was actually being tested, and has never once let up since. And maybe the simplest way to understand why this pairing matters is this. An administration that can successfully remove one of the 2 biggest names in American comedy from the airwaves, using nothing but a lawsuit, a settlement, and a well-timed merger, has demonstrated a genuinely alarming capability, one that should worry anyone who cares about a free press regardless of their politics or which network they happen to watch. But an administration that then tries the exact same trick on the other one and watches it collapse under the weight of public attention has also demonstrated something else, that the capability has a limit, and the limit is visibility, sustained attention, and an audience willing to actually show up when it matters most, rather than assume someone else will handle it. Every single script on this channel, every monologue we've broken down, every quote we've verified exists to make sure that visibility never fades, especially not now, with the stakes measured in American lives rather than ratings, in strikes rather than time slots, in body counts rather than viewership numbers. Both stories are part of the historical record now, and history folks is going to remember that when this administration came for the #1 show in late night, the next biggest name in the business didn't stay quiet. See you in the next one.
Donald Trump just blew up the peace talks taking place in Switzerland before they even began. He's destroyed any chance of these negotiations succeeding. He started to attack the Iranian leadership who was there to negotiate by saying he was going to kill them before they returned to Iran. He then said that the United States would take over the Strait of Hormuz and start charging a toll. This caused the Iranian leadership that was in Switzerland.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. From a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous.
I have a request to make, guys. Hit subscribe, like this video right now, subscribe to the channel, and join the membership, most importantly, because we need to keep independent journalism alive. We are just 29 members on this channel right now. We need at least 1,000. We are far from our goal. Please join the membership right now. It is just $9 a month. And this way you can support us and we can keep the great work alive. Subscribe to America Facticity, guys. Let's go back to the topic.
Barack Obama destroyed Donald Trump on live television this week, and Donald Trump's response was so unhinged that it tells you everything about the man currently sitting in the Oval Office. Today is Friday, June 19th, 2026. This morning, Obama sat down with NBC's Today Show co-host Craig Melvin, and in his calm, measured, professorial way, the 44th President of the United States took apart the entire foreign policy of the 47th President of the United States in about 3 sentences. We've now fought a war, spent billions and billions of dollars, put enormous strain on our military, Obama said. A lot of people have died, and it feels like we're back where we were before we started the war, except maybe a little bit worse off. Worse off. From the man who in 2015 negotiated the original Iran nuclear deal that Donald Trump tore up in 2018. From the man whose deal kept Iran from developing a nuclear weapon for years, until Trump pulled the United States out of it and started the chain of events that led to the war, the $100 billion, the 13 dead American service members, and the humiliating surrender deal Trump just signed at the Palace of Versailles. And here is how Donald Trump responded to Barack Obama's measured criticism. 2 days ago, at the G7 summit in France, Trump stood in front of the world's press and called the former president of the United States, by name, a stupid son of a bitch. His exact words, "You know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and said he's a stupid son of a bitch." The President of the United States, at a multilateral summit on foreign soil, calling his predecessor a stupid son of a bitch because Barack Obama had gently pointed out that Trump's Iran war accomplished nothing. Think about what it means that a sitting president would say that out loud into a microphone in front of the assembled leaders of the world's largest democracies. There is no precedent for it. Presidents have disagreed with their predecessors. Presidents have criticized their predecessors' policies. But standing at a G7 podium and calling a former president a stupid son of a bitch, putting the obscenity in the mouth of the Iranian regime as cover, but saying it himself on camera for the world is a breach of every norm of presidential conduct. And it happened in the same news cycle in which Trump threatened to drop bombs right smack in the middle of their head, in which his own Republican senators called his deal the worst foreign policy blunder in decades, in which his vice president was publicly warning Israel not to criticize him. The whole thing reads like the behavior of an administration in freefall. And the calm voice of Barack Obama, cutting through all of it on the Today Show with a simple, "We're worse off," is exactly what made Trump lose his composure so completely. That is the contrast. Obama, calm, factual, devastating. Trump, raging, profane, unhinged. Obama destroyed Trump with 3 sentences on the Today Show. Trump went nuts in response, and the whole exchange is now in the historical record for everyone to see. We're going to walk through every piece of it. Pull up a chair. There's a lot here. If you appreciate this kind of breakdown,
to lodge a formal protest against the United States, Iran made it very clear they will not be talking about the nuclear file at all at these discussions in Switzerland. Iran will only be discussing how the United States intends to restrain Israel to implement a full ceasefire in Lebanon as required by Article 1 of the Memorandum of Understanding, and to release all sanctions and provide all necessary waivers to Iran. The head of the IAEA wasn't even attending these talks in Switzerland. Then Donald Trump had Lindsey Graham and other MAGA stooges go on the various networks this morning to also threaten Iran and say that the United States would take over the Strait of Hormuz and start charging tolls. Lindsey Graham also told the people of Lebanon, "Don't you worry, help is on the way," the same message that Donald Trump told the Iranian people in January, which again I interpret as yet another threat by this Trump regime. The status of the Strait of Hormuz right now is that it is closed. Iran has shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is able to move its oil tankers.
Those extreme views were not in my White House. I wasn't embracing them. I wasn't empowering them. I wasn't putting the weight of the United States government behind extremist views. And that is when we have the weight of the United States government behind extremist views, we've got a problem.
Marco Rubio wants J.D. Vance gone. Marco Rubio wants J.D. Vance humiliated. Marco Rubio wants J.D. Vance destroyed. The headlines are not doing it justice right now. I mean, there are headlines like this: Rubio lets Vance take the fall as Iran deal questions mount. Or this headline: Rubio gives Iran deal the silent treatment by the Washington Examiner. But let's examine this more closely. The job of the Secretary of State is to literally be involved in these types of high-profile negotiations, and Rubio doesn't want to touch it. It's not simply an abdication. It is a trap being set for J.D. Vance, knowing that Donald Trump can comply with any agreement at all. So as these negotiations are now taking place on the so-called technical details to implement the Memorandum of Understanding in Switzerland, the entire crew that's there on behalf of the United States is now J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, like the three biggest losers. And the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that's quite literally what your job would be.
The membership is $9 a month, less than a coffee. No corporate parent, no FCC license to renew, no merger to negotiate with this White House. Just us and you. Jump in if you can, share the video if you can't. Let me start with what Obama actually said, because the precision of it is what makes it so devastating. Obama gave 2 interviews this week, both timed around the public opening of the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago, which was dedicated on Thursday, June 18th. The first interview was with ABC's Robin Roberts on Good Morning America, taped at the Obama Presidential Center, which aired in part on June 13th and June 17th. The second was with NBC's Craig Melvin on The Today Show, which aired this morning, Friday, June 19th. In both interviews, Obama was asked about Donald Trump's Iran deal. And in both interviews, Obama delivered the kind of calm, surgical, fact-based assessment that only a former president with actual foreign policy expertise can deliver. On Good Morning America, before Trump's deal was even formally announced, Obama told Robin Roberts that he was doubtful that any deal the Trump administration put forward would be significantly different or a significant improvement from the 2015 deal Obama's administration had negotiated. His exact words: "It is doubtful that any agreement that arises is going to be significantly different or a significant improvement from the deal that we had in the first place and had worked for a long stretch of time before we, the United States, pulled out of it." Read that carefully. Obama was saying, I already made this deal. It already worked for years. And then Trump pulled out of it for no reason, started a war, and is now scrambling to negotiate his way back to roughly the same place I already had us, except now with a war. $100 billion spent, 13 Americans dead, and Iran more dangerous than before. Then Obama delivered the lesson. On a lot of difficult foreign policy problems, he said, the notion that we can just bully our way or bomb our way to solutions may sometimes seem appealing. But the fact of the matter is that taking the time to explore diplomacy and exhaust the possibilities of coming up with deals that don't solve 100% of the problem, but solve 80%, 90% of the problem while avoiding the necessity of going to war, that, Obama said, is the actual work of foreign policy. Then the kicker. You'd think we would have learned that lesson by now, but it seems like every so often we have to relearn that lesson. You'd think we would have learned that lesson by now. From Barack Obama. About Donald Trump's entire approach to the world, delivered with the patience of a professor explaining something to a student who refuses to do the reading. Subscribe and share the video if you appreciate this kind of breakdown. And then this morning, on The Today Show, Obama went further. He laid out the entire timeline in a way that makes the failure unmistakable. Iran had agreed not to develop nuclear weapons, Obama said, referring to his 2015 JCPOA agreement.
Out from Karg Island, and it has been able to move out somewhere in the range of 20 to 30 million barrels. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed to the United States and to other countries at this time. The Iranians also refused to pose for the photo op that J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, who were in Switzerland on behalf of the United States, wanted. I've never seen the United States look so weak and pathetic on the international stage before. So what happened was there was a press conference that was taking place before the negotiations were set to take place in earnest. And at the same time, Donald Trump started threatening to kill and destroy Iran and kill the negotiators who were there in Switzerland. The United States was there in the room first, which is always a sign of weakness in the negotiation, waiting for Iran to show up. And then Iran's like, we're not going to take photos with J.D. Vance and Witkoff and them, so they can do it on their own. And so just the level of weakness to see the U.S. on the international stage. We're also getting a statement from MB Ghalibaf that was just released in response to
A belief in the intrinsic dignity and worth of all people, and that no one is above the law or beneath its protection. A belief in checks and balances in our government and an accountability that comes with it, an independent judiciary and a robust free press. A belief that our military and law enforcement owe allegiance not to any president or political party, but to the people and our Constitution. A belief in the peaceful transfer of power after the people have spoken in fair and free elections, recognizing that in a large, complicated society like ours, no group or faction gets its way 100% of the time.
Refuses to show up to it, refuses to join J.D. Vance. On behalf of Iran, you have MB Ghalibaf, the most important civilian figure in all of Iran, along with some of Iran's top technical experts and leaders who are just there getting ready to outmaneuver J.D. Vance, Kushner, and Witkoff. I mean, Kushner and Witkoff said, a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, they were going to visit some nuclear facilities in the United States to try to learn how nuclear dilution and enrichment and downgrading works. And it was like out of a bad sitcom script or like a bad movie script. Two guys go to a nuclear facility to learn how to negotiate in the first place. And so Marco Rubio, I think, wants to see J.D. Vance get completely outmaneuvered in these technical discussions because I think Rubio sees that J.D. Vance would be a potential opponent in an upcoming 2028 Republican primary, and he wants to see J.D. Vance get humiliated.
This administration, or a prior version of this administration, pulled out of it, which caused then Iran to develop more nuclear capacity. That is the whole story, told plainly. Obama made a deal in 2015 that stopped Iran's nuclear program. Trump pulled out in 2018. Iran responded by building more nuclear capacity. That expanded nuclear capacity is what Trump went to war over in 2026. The war that Obama just described as leaving America worse off than before it started. Trump created the problem he then went to war to solve, and the war made the problem worse. Obama laid it out in chronological order, calmly on morning television, and the logic was airtight. We've now fought a war, spent billions and billions of dollars, put enormous strain on our military, Obama continued. A lot of people have died, and it feels like we're back where we were before we started the war, except maybe a little bit worse off. Then, characteristically, Obama added a note of grace. I am very happy to see a ceasefire, and I'm hopeful that it holds. Even in destroying Trump's foreign policy, Obama expressed hope for peace. That is the contrast in temperament that defines this entire story. Obama criticizes the policy while hoping for the best outcome for the country. Trump responds by calling Obama a stupid son of a bitch on foreign soil. Hit subscribe if this kind of breakdown is what you're here for. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect any of these dots. Now let me give you the full context of Trump's meltdown, because it is genuinely one of the most unhinged moments of his entire second term. On Wednesday, June 17th, at the G7 summit in France, as the entire world was turning against his Iran deal, as Republican senators were calling it the worst foreign policy blunder in decades, as Iran's own parliamentary speaker was calling it a record of America's failure, Donald Trump tried to make his deal look better by attacking Obama's 2015 deal. He tried to bribe his way out. I didn't do that, Trump said of Obama. Nobody mentions that. $1.7 billion and hundreds of millions of dollars, they tried to bribe their way out of it. And you know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and said he's a stupid son of a bitch. The projection in that statement is staggering. Trump attacked Obama for the $1.7 billion that Obama's deal unfroze, which was Iran's own money frozen in U.S. accounts. Meanwhile, Trump's own deal, according to Iran's Revolutionary Guard, gives Iran half of its $24 billion in frozen funds up front. And some estimates put the total figure being discussed at $300 billion. Trump attacked Obama over $1.7 billion of Iran's own money while signing a deal that hands Iran vastly more. He called Obama a stupid son of a bitch for a deal that worked while defending a deal that his own Republican senators say accomplished nothing. The conservatives who wanted Obama impeached over the $1.7 billion are now silent about Trump's far larger concession. As the New Republic put it, if Obama had done what Trump just did on Iran, he'd be crucified. And the experts who actually negotiated the original deal have been blunt about what
Donald
Trump's
threats to kill him and to kill the entire Iranian negotiating team. Ghalibaf just wrote, "Don't they think to themselves that if their threats had any result, they wouldn't have reached today's desperation? We do not take the Americans' threats into account at all. It would be better for them to watch their statements carefully. Our armed forces are ready to respond to them in a different way. No matter how much they talk, it is we who act." This is what the United States has become on the world stage under the Trump regime, incredibly weak, and the Strait of Hormuz remains closed right now as a result of Israel continuing to strike inside of Lebanon, killing over 100 people in Lebanon, and it was innocent women, children, and people who were a lot of the casualties that have been there, by the way, in Lebanon. Meanwhile, Netanyahu says that he has no interest in ever leaving Lebanon. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, says, nope, we're going to keep on blowing up Lebanon right now. And so Israel's saying, we don't care about your memorandum of understanding, Donald Trump.
And a belief that qualities of character, honesty, integrity, kindness, compassion, a sense of duty and honor, those things matter in our public dealings, just as they do in our private lives. These are not, these are the values and traditions I believe in. And they are not Republican or Democratic values. They're American values we can all share, regardless of party. Values every president here today, as different as we are, has tried our best to uphold. Values that John McCain and Mitt Romney believed in, no less than I did. It is our greatest inheritance, the story of America at its best, because it reflects a basic faith in the decency of our fellow citizens and the possibility that, despite all of our differences, we can see each other and understand one another and make common cause together. That's what I hope every visitor to this center takes away from their experience.
You have J.D. Vance getting on this small Gulfstream C-37 all by himself. I mean, just think about that. I mean, this isn't even the vice president's plane. He gets on a small Gulfstream C-37 to go to Switzerland. I mean, just even the optics of it look horrible. But J.D. Vance realizes what's going on here. As J.D. Vance was getting on the plane, he kind of blamed Marco Rubio for the fact that there was not a ceasefire that's really been able to be effective in Lebanon. And J.D. Vance tries to blame Rubio for that, as Rubio tries to set up J.D. Vance for the Memorandum of Understanding. They're both kind of going after each other, not necessarily so overtly, but it's pretty obvious if you pay attention to what's going on. I'll give you this example. So J.D. Vance, as he was getting on the plane, he blames basically Marco Rubio and saying, well, Rubio's the one who's dealing with Lebanon. So I'm going to go and I'm going to try to negotiate two narrow issues. Listen to what he says. I'm going to try to deal with some of the nuclear issues, and I'm going to try to deal with the Lebanon issue. That's what I'm going to focus on. But I'm only going to be there for a day or so because I know Rubio's going to be the one. You see how they're like trying to pass the blame back and forth? Let's take a listen to what J.D. Vance said. And hat tip over here, this Ryan Rosani account, try to lift up J.D. Vance's voice because it was in front of all the turbulence of the plane. Listen to what Vance says here. Listen very carefully. Let's play this clip right here so you can hear for yourself.
Robert Malley, the Middle East Program Director at the International Crisis Group, who helped negotiate the Obama-era Iran nuclear deal, said Trump's decision to pull the U.S. out of that deal in 2018 was a completely reckless and absurd one. Malley pointed out that the Trump administration is now renegotiating many of the same issues it walked away from, and worse, pushing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran did not previously control. Think about that. Before Trump's war, Iran did not control the Strait of Hormuz. After Trump's war, controlling the Strait of Hormuz is one of the concessions Iran extracted. Malley's conclusion: we should never have been in the position we're in now. Trump took a working deal, tore it up, started a war, and ended up in a worse position than the one he inherited. That is exactly what Obama said on the Today Show. The expert who negotiated the original deal and the president who signed it are saying the same thing. America is worse off, and the comparison between the two deals is devastating for Trump. Under Obama's 2015 JCPOA, Iran agreed not to develop nuclear weapons, submitted to International Atomic Energy Agency inspections, and the deal held for years. Trump, in his first term, withdrew from it, calling it horrible, defective at its core, one-sided, a road to a nuclear weapon, and one of the worst and dumbest agreements ever made by the U.S. He spent years telling the country Obama's deal was a catastrophe. And now, 8 years later, Trump has signed a deal that even the Washington Post notes is still an early outline, with key questions yet to be addressed. A deal that reopens the Strait of Hormuz and commits Iran to no nuclear weapons development, which were, as the New Republic pointed out, 2 points that already existed before Trump went to war in February. Trump fought a war to get back to roughly where Obama already had the country. Obama said it plainly: we're back where we were, except worse off. And the same morning Trump was raging about Obama, he was also threatening to drop bombs on their head if Iran didn't comply with the deal he had just signed. A reporter at the G7 asked, "Is the text of the agreement final?" Trump replied, "No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head. If they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head, because they've misbehaved for 47 years, all right? Bombs right smack in the middle of their head." From the President of the United States, about the same deal he was, in the same breath, calling a historic peace agreement. Obama talked about exhausting diplomacy to avoid war. Trump, in the same news cycle, threatened to drop bombs on people's heads and called his predecessor a stupid son of a bitch. The contrast could not be more total. Now bring it to the present, because the news from the last 24 hours keeps proving Obama exactly right. Trump signed the U.S.-Iran agreement Wednesday night during dinner at the Palace of Versailles with French President Emmanuel Macron. Iran's President Pezeshkian signed remotely from Tehran. The MOU was signed in both English and Farsi. At Iran's insistence, Iran demanded
we're going to continue to move forward and continue our invasion of Lebanon. And here's what Donald Trump posted. Let's just go bring out the receipts. Trump writes, "Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon from causing trouble. If they don't, we will hit Iran very hard again, just like we did last week. Only harder, Donald J. Trump." This again, as the Strait of Hormuz is closed right now because of Israel strikes inside of Lebanon. And Donald Trump posted that right as the negotiations were supposed to take place in Switzerland. I mean, Donald Trump seems intent on causing a global depression, right, and destroying these negotiations. Donald Trump then called up state regime media, which calls itself Fox, and then Donald Trump told one of the Fox correspondents the following. He said, "You close the Strait of Hormuz, you ain't gonna have a fucking country, Iran. You hear me?" I mean, Donald Trump is so unhinged. Here's what he said. Let's play it.
President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, "You close it and you won't have a country." He went on to tell these officials, "You won't even make it back to your effing country."
It's what we can achieve when we embrace our shared responsibilities as citizens. And since we're a few weeks away from America's 250th birthday, it is worth remembering just how radical the whole idea of self-government really was back in 1776. To that point, human history was a tale of conquest and caste and rigid hierarchies. A world where the strong dominated the weak, where power and wealth and status flowed through lineage, and the many were ruled by the few. But out of the fire and steel of a revolution, a different story took flight on this continent. A declaration that we are all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that in the newly independent United States, there will be no kings or lords, no serfs or subjects, but only citizens, each of us free to pursue our own version of happiness.
Look forward to start technical talks with the Iranians, the Pakistanis, and the Qataris. Our understanding is that the Iranians just landed, the Qataris and Pakistanis, and some of our technical negotiators have been on the ground. But look, we'll have a couple days of talks. We're going to get this thing kicked off in the right way. There's a lot to discuss, but we're going to go through it all.
Sir, the fighting in Lebanon seems to continue to upend the entire process. What do you plan to do about that?
Well, Marco and the entire team have been actively managing what's going on in Lebanon, despite the headlines. Things are actually getting better there. Things have calmed down a little bit. It's going to be something we're just going to have to continuously manage to ensure that, Israel and Lebanon are both safe and secure. That's fundamentally the goal of this, to make the whole region safe and secure. The big problem is that you have somebody will do, and then somebody will respond, and you try to have a chicken neck problem where you've just got to stop speaking for long enough to get the sparks to hold. That's what we're going to try to do. We'll keep on looking at it. Things have got better.
Sir, what if you can more specifically about your schedule and something like that? What would get you success in check for you?
Well, I think number one, just getting things set up in the right way and getting the actual structure of the negotiation in place. So the way that we're going to do this is that we're going to have a principal level political leadership at the top, and then obviously expecting teams to stay on the ground. As much as I might like to stay in what appears to be a beautiful place, I can only be there for a day or two. I think we're hopefully making progress on the nuclear issue, make progress on the Lebanon ceasefire issue. Those are the two big things that I think we're going to be focused on. Obviously, the Iranians are going to have this
parallel Persian version for transparency, because Iran did not trust the United States to honor the English text. The agreement does not eliminate Iran's nuclear program, does not deplete Iran's ballistic missile stockpile, does not end Iran's support for regional proxies. A former Israeli consul general in New York, Alon Pincus, told CNN, "I fail to see even one of the 14 points that makes America, Israel, indeed the entire region, better off than we all were on the 28th of February when the war started. Not one of the 14 points. Exactly the assessment Obama delivered. Worse off." Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, a Republican, wrote, "This is the worst foreign policy blunder in decades. Reagan is rolling over in his grave. Before the war, the Strait was open, Iran was being crushed by sanctions, and 13 service members were still alive. Now 13 Americans are dead, families have paid billions at the pump, sanctions will be lifted, and the bombing has stopped." Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, also a Republican, told reporters, $100 billion has been spent since the first kinetic strike. We've lost 2 F-18S, several other airframes. And the contradictions keep multiplying. Vice President J.D. Vance is now taking flack from conservatives after criticizing Israeli opposition to the deal. When asked about reports that Netanyahu was angry over the deal, Vance said, "Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world." The Vice President of the United States publicly warning Israel's own cabinet not to criticize Trump. The same J.D. Vance, who once called Trump America's Hitler, is now the enforcer demanding loyalty from America's closest ally. Today, Trump's pick to be acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte, showed up to work a day early and asked for a list of every employee in his office so he could decide who to fire. He caught everyone off guard, including the outgoing director, Tulsi Gabbard. Pulte had alarmed intelligence officials the week before when, in his only prior briefing with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, he asked if he could bring the president's daily brief, which contains sensitive, classified national security information, to his house. This is the man Trump put in charge of America's intelligence community. Meanwhile, Trump canceled the Senate confirmation hearing for his other intelligence nominee, Jay Clayton, via a Truth Social post hours before it was set to take place. And the cultural vandalism continues. A federal appeals court ruled Thursday that the Trump administration will be allowed to replace an exhibit on slavery at George Washington's home in Philadelphia. An exhibit documenting the lives of the people Washington enslaved, torn down to comply with Trump's executive order on restoring truth and sanity to American history. The 6-panel display had been unveiled in 2010 after years of community advocacy.
Then Donald Trump told the Fox host, "We're going to bomb the shit out of you. I'm going to blow the shit out of them." You understand? I mean, just think about Donald Trump. He's in Camp David right now, panicking around the room. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. We're about to hit tank bottom on oil, and he's out there cursing to a Fox host. Here, play this clip.
An important point here is what the president is leaving on the table as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz. He says, "We may take over the strait if we have to. I'll blow the S out of them."
Then Donald Trump said, "You know this deal, this MOU, it's not even a deal at all. You see, it's an option. And after 60 days, I think I'm just going to go and return to blow the shit up out of them." This is what Donald Trump is saying this morning. And by the way, the optics of what's going on in Switzerland tells a very different story right now about the weakness of the United States. But let's play this clip.
And also, President Trump talked about the broader memorandum of understanding, indicating this is just a ceasefire extension. This is not the final deal with the Iranian regime. And the president says he holds the cards and maintains a variety of options if the Iranians don't make these serious commitments at the negotiating table. He said, "I have a 60-day option, and I can do whatever I want after that option." So again, President Trump
Now, you saw Marco Rubio's face at the G7, right? Marco Rubio was there as Donald Trump was signing the MOU in Versailles. But Rubio, tried to remain basically emotionless and try to show visually his displeasure. So, look at Rubio behind Donald Trump as Trump was talking about this. Let's play this clip.
Iran's waiting for them. They're waiting for them. And they never saw them. 1 o'clock in the morning, they never saw them. They're stealth. And we just ordered 22 more. The newer, upgraded version, which I guess is better. I don't know how the hell you get better.
And then Rubio leaked to the press, along with John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, the following. Ratcliffe isn't the only skeptic in Trump's team. Secretary of State Rubio and Hegseth expressed concerns and raised questions about the deal in internal discussions, while VP Vance and U.S. envoys Witkoff and Jared Kushner advocated for it. And of course, you know who they went with. They went with Barack Ravid to share that story.
Trump's National Park Service tore it down. A lower court ordered it restored. The appeals court just said the administration can keep it down. The Senate, meanwhile, buried in its annual defense authorization bill, is moving to officially rename the Department of Defense as the Department of War. changing the titles of the Secretary of War, Assistant Secretary, and Undersecretary, and rewriting every law and record that uses the word defense. And Trump said this week that the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool, the historic pool where Marian Anderson sang in 1939, where Martin Luther King delivered the I Have a Dream speech in 1963, currently filled with algae and going viral, will probably be drained. The erasure of the slavery exhibit at Washington's home, the renaming of defense to war, the draining of the reflecting pool where King spoke. This is the America Trump is building while Obama's presidential center opens as a reminder of what America is. The contrast is the entire story. One man builds a monument to civic responsibility. The other tears down the exhibit about the people George Washington enslaved. If you're getting value from this breakdown, the membership is $9 a month. Less than a cup of coffee, and it fuels independent journalism while the corporate networks settle lawsuits and cancel the hosts who tell the truth. Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Now let me give you the deeper Obama-Trump history, because this week's exchange is just the latest chapter in a feud that goes back 15 years. The Obama-Trump feud did not begin in politics. It began with the birther conspiracy. For years, starting around 2011, Donald Trump was the loudest public promoter of the racist lie that Barack Obama was not born in the United States. Trump demanded Obama's birth certificate. He sent investigators to Hawaii. He claimed they couldn't believe what they were finding. It was a complete fabrication, a racist conspiracy theory designed to delegitimize the first black president of the United States. And Obama, in 2011, got his revenge in one of the most famous moments in modern American political history, the White House Correspondents' Dinner. At the 2011 WHCD, with Donald Trump sitting in the audience, Obama roasted him to his face. He joked about Trump's birther obsession. He joked that now that the birth certificate issue was settled, Trump could get back to the real questions like, did we fake the moon landing? He showed a fake image of what the Trump White House would look like, a gaudy casino with women in bikinis. He mocked Trump's celebrity apprentice decision-making, deadpanning that on a recent episode, Trump had to fire Gary Busey. And these are the kinds of decisions that would keep me up at night. Well handled, sir. The entire room laughed at Donald Trump. The cameras caught Trump sitting there, stone-faced, humiliated, furious. Many historians and journalists have argued that the humiliation Trump suffered at that 2011 dinner is part of what drove him to run for president in the first place, to prove Obama and the entire Washington establishment wrong. Obama destroyed Trump on live television in 2011.
Then, pursuant to the Memorandum of Understanding, Iran is not required to completely give up enriched uranium. The MOU, if you want to look at the provision, specifically paragraph 8, talks about down blending, which, by the way, was in the JCPOA, although the JCPOA had enforcement mechanisms. So naturally, Iran's president, Pezeshkian, says we're not going to give up our right to enrichment. By the way, that's in the Memorandum of Understanding, that they don't have to give up their right to enrichment. They said no nuclear weapons, but they can enrich. They just have to downgrade. I don't know, Donald and Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance, I don't know, maybe you want to know a little bit about the way nuclear material works. I don't know, before you go and you do these deals. Then Donald Trump says he better watch his mouth because we're going to take over the rest of the country. Here, let's play this clip.
It's also reacting to that. Take a listen.
We will not give up our right to enrichment, and they, too, will be forced to accept it. You all know what the so-called President of the United States was saying. He had made a complete 100-degree turn. He was saying that Iran must surrender unconditionally. Iran has no right to do this. It has no right to do that.
This is the latest polling data, though, right now, and Rubio's paying attention to this as well. That Rubio, his polling is increasing while J.D. Vance right now is decreasing, just as J.D. Vance is more associated with this Memorandum of Understanding. Here, let's play this clip.
This is the general electorate, but Vance's net favorability rating in Ohio, you go back to the 2024 election, he was at plus 5 points. Even in Ohio, in J.D. Vance's home state, among the electorate overall, he is underwater among independents. Look at this. He's 27 points underwater. J.D. Vance, not so popular in the Buckeye State.
Problems at home.
Yes.
How about his net approval overall?
Yeah, how about his net approval rating overall? There's all this discussion. J.D. Vance writes essentially, the childless cat ladies, right? That was the thing he very much regretted, almost regretted more than anything else. You might say, okay, how's he doing among women, among men? Well, he's underwater with both of them. Among men, he's slightly underwater at -2 points. Of course, if you're a Republican, you need to be popular with men if you're going to win a national election. Among women, he is way underwater. He's 26 points underwater. And the gender gap in the Quinnipiac University poll, when you matched him up against other Republicans in the Trump cabinet, the highest, the largest gender gap, it actually belonged to J.D. Vance. He doesn't need to win women if he's going to win in 2028, but he can't be this unpopular among them.
And Trump has spent the 15 years since trying to undo that humiliation. And the birther story matters because it is the origin of everything. For years, starting around 2011, Donald Trump was the single loudest public promoter of the racist lie that Barack Obama was not born in the United States. He went on every television show that would have him and demanded Obama produce his birth certificate. He claimed he had sent investigators to Hawaii who cannot believe what they're finding. He tweeted about it relentlessly. It was a complete fabrication, a racist conspiracy theory designed to delegitimize the first black president of the United States to suggest that a black man could not legitimately hold the office. Obama eventually released his long-form birth certificate in April 2011, in part to put the lie to rest. And then, days later, at that correspondence dinner, he made Trump pay for it in front of the entire Washington press corps. The dignity of Obama's response, releasing the document, then calmly mocking the man who demanded it, versus the ugliness of Trump's original lie, is the entire Obama-Trump dynamic in miniature. One man operates with grace and competence. The other operates with conspiracy and grievance, and the grievance has never gone away. 15 years later, Trump is still calling Obama names on foreign soil. And throughout Trump's political career, Obama has been one of his sharpest, if most measured, critics. At the 2020 Democratic National Convention, Obama broke the long-standing norm that former presidents don't directly attack their successors, delivering a sober warning about Trump. I did hope for the sake of our country that Donald Trump might show some interest in taking the job seriously, Obama said. But he never did. He's shown no interest in putting in the work. He never grew into the job. At the 2024 Democratic National Convention, campaigning for Kamala Harris, Obama delivered his most cutting Trump material yet. He mocked Trump's weird obsession with crowd sizes and, in a moment that delighted the crowd, made a hand gesture suggesting Trump's insecurity about a certain part of his anatomy. The crowd roared. It was Obama, the master of the measured cool, allowing himself one perfectly deployed moment of mockery. He talked about Trump's childish nicknames and crazy conspiracy theories and the endless, exhausting drama. He said Trump had been whining about his problems since he left office and warned that the other party is counting on you to be exhausted. He warned that a second Trump term would be worse than the first. He was right. He was completely right. Everything Obama warned about at the 2024 DNC, the chaos, the cruelty, the drama, the incompetence, the endless, exhausting spectacle has come to pass in the 18 months since. The UFC birthday party, the Versailles dessert menu signing, the Meet the Press meltdown, the Madison Square Garden booing, the falling asleep on camera, the calling his predecessor a stupid son of a bitch. Obama described the second Trump term before it happened, and the country is now living inside his prediction.
President Trump, during our call, responded directly to those comments by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. President Trump told Fox News he better watch his mouth, he better shape up, or we'll take over the rest of the country. And so clearly the president reacting directly to these comments from Iran's President Masoud.
As I noted before, then Donald Trump had Lindsey Graham show up, and Lindsey Graham said, this deal's going to fall apart, and then we're going to take over the Strait of Hormuz, and we're going to invade Iran, and then we're going to do this for Israel. That's what Americans want. For Israel, everybody. No, we want for America right now not to be in these catastrophic and unlawful wars. Here, play this clip. Donald Trump's dark past is surfacing at the worst time for him as his approval plummets, as Americans are demanding the 25th Amendment. Donald Trump, desperate and flailing, trying to appoint his personal criminal defense attorney as the attorney general. And while Donald Trump may have complicit racketeering co-conspirators in the MAGA Republican Party who seem more than willing and in fact happy.
Donald, I have a great idea. Why don't we switch jobs? You take over TV because you're such an expert in ratings, and I take over your job. and then people can finally sleep comfortably again.
Thank you so much to everyone who has joined our membership. We are now 60 plus members strong. This is just $9 a month, and our goal is to reach 1,000 members so we can continue running America Facticity as an independent journalism platform without corporate funding, outside pressure, or influence. Your support helps us keep this work real, clean, and focused on the truth. If you haven't already, please like the video, share it, subscribe, and leave a comment so this video can reach more people who need to see this reality. Thank you again for standing with independent journalism.
Arnold Schwarzenegger destroyed Donald Trump on live television. And folks, as somebody who tracks every one of this man's feuds, I need you to understand why this one is different from almost every other celebrity fight we cover, and why it keeps mattering more with every escalation this war produces. Because Arnold Schwarzenegger is a Republican, an immigrant who came to this country with nothing, built a bodybuilding empire, became the biggest action star on earth, and then got elected governor of California twice as a Republican in a deep blue state at a time when Republicans in California were an endangered species everywhere else on the ballot. He is, by any honest measure, one of the most successful self-made immigrants in modern American history, with credentials no single insult can meaningfully touch. And when that man looks at Donald Trump and calls January 6th the day of broken glass, a direct, deliberate comparison to Kristallnacht, the night the Nazis shattered Jewish storefronts across Germany, that is not a Hollywood liberal taking a cheap, reflexive shot at a political opponent. That's a man who has spent his entire life studying real fascism, in his own family, warning America, as plainly as he knows how, exactly what he sees happening around him. Today is Saturday, July 18th, 2026, and there is a great deal of ground to cover. Let me walk you through the Arnold Trump feud, start to finish, and why the news breaking at this very hour, on the 7th straight night of strikes, makes his years-old warning look more urgent than it has ever been before. Because here's what makes Arnold's opposition so uniquely credible, and I want you to sit with this before we go any further. He is the real version of the self-made man Donald Trump only ever played on television. Trump inherited a real estate fortune from his father and built a media persona around The Apprentice, pretending to be a ruthless titan of industry. Arnold arrived from Austria with essentially nothing but a duffel bag and a set of barbells, worked his way to the top of professional bodybuilding through pure, obsessive discipline, built a genuine Hollywood career from scratch in an industry that told him his accent and his size made him unmarketable, made real fortunes in real estate and business along the way, and then won elected office twice in a state that despises Republicans. When Arnold Schwarzenegger calls Donald Trump out, he's not doing it as an outsider jealous of success.
To cover up child sex trafficking rings, it only highlights Donald Trump's sick and disgusting past and the horrible things he did at Mar-a-Lago and the horrible things he did to other people, in my opinion. And the American people see what's really going down. And let me talk about an exclusive that the Midas Touch Network got. You have Republican Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina saying that he would not confirm Todd Blanche as the Attorney General until Todd Blanche met with the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. So Todd Blanche did a check-the-box meeting with the Epstein survivors where he was rude, abrasive, dismissive, bullying, and behaved horribly in an intimidating way, perhaps an abusive way. I mean, he was like angry and mad and basically was psychologically torturing the Epstein survivors. I just want you to think about, after all the Epstein survivors have been through in their lives, with the PTSD they suffer each and every day, with the strength that they show, and you know how hard it is for them to get up every morning to show that strength and to keep on fighting. Blanche does a check-the-box meeting, crosses his arms.
Do you believe that the Republican Party is starting this?
No, Jake. There has been gerrymandering going on for 200 years. There is such extreme gerrymandering going on that in a state like Massachusetts, that has like 40% of the people voting for Trump, they have 0 representatives. The Republican Party has 0 representatives sent to the House. Think about that. In New Mexico, if 45% of the people voted for Trump and voted Republican, and 0 is sent to the House, 0 representative from the Republican Party. So there's gerrymandering, crazy gerrymandering going on all over the country, and we wanted to try to stop it in California, and we did stop it in California, and we went around the country. So I think this whole thing about finger pointing and saying they did it, so therefore we should doing it, that's not really the way to go. The one party should outperform the other party. It should be performance. And when it comes to midterm elections, as you know, always the party that is not in the White House usually wins by 20, 25, 30 seats. So what does 5 seats matter in the first place in Texas? It is crazy. We should outperform them. That is where the action is.
Let's talk about another issue you care passionately about. You met with Pope Leo earlier this month to discuss your efforts to
the release. In that first release, I found my name in 2 places. In that next release in January, my name appeared again, but this time the redactions were so far worse. The files displayed not only my name, but my phone number, my former addresses, where I worked, and other identifying information. When my name appeared in the 3rd file release, it became difficult to believe that this was not intentional.
Here's more from her testimony before the Senate.
We deserve to be heard directly, not dismissed and ignored. There are numerous investigative leads that must be followed, despite Mr. Blanche's claim that there are none. Epstein and Maxwell did not abuse women and children alone. They did not build their operation alone. Others enabled these crimes, exploited victims, and avoided accountability for decades. You do not have to take my word for it. Several weeks ago, after examining the evidence, Chairman James Comer directed Todd Blanche to open investigations into 2 men connected to Epstein. The Epstein files are not merely a collection of embarrassing names and politically damaging associations. They are records connected to the sexual exploitation and trafficking of girls and young women. They contain information about how Epstein's network worked, who assisted him, and whether additional crimes can still be investigated. The Department of Justice should pursue every credible lead, not just work tirelessly, not just to shut down the investigations. The survivors in this room know there are investigative leads because they are our stories. Mr. Blanche knows it too, yet he has chosen not to pursue them. Mr. Blanche's actions have destroyed survivors' trust. According to public reporting, Mr. Blanche spent approximately 9 hours meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He did not even spend 9 minutes meeting with a survivor. Afterward, Maxwell was transferred to what many have described as a summer camp prison.
He's doing it as a man who actually lived the story Trump only performed. And I want to spell out just how staggering that contrast actually is, because it's easy to say self-made man as a throwaway phrase without appreciating what it actually took year after year, decade after decade. Arnold Schwarzenegger grew up in post-war Austria in genuine material hardship, the son of a village police chief. He didn't inherit capital, connections, or a real estate empire. He built his body, brick by brick, into the most recognizable physique in the history of competitive bodybuilding, winning Mr. Universe and then Mr. Olympia 7 separate times. He then walked into an industry, Hollywood, that told him explicitly that a thickly accented Austrian bodybuilder could never be a leading man, and became one of the biggest box office draws on the entire planet anyway. Then he ran for governor of California, a state where Republicans regularly get crushed, and won twice, building a coalition broad enough to survive in one of the most democratic states in the country. Donald Trump, by contrast, started with a multi-million-dollar loan from his father, filed for corporate bankruptcy multiple times, and built his fame primarily by playing a fictionalized, more successful version of himself on reality television. We're going to walk through every single piece of it. Pull up a chair. There's a lot here, and it all connects, and it's moving fast. And before we dive in, let me tell you why I keep coming back to Arnold Schwarzenegger, even after covering a growing roster of critics, comedians, painters, and Republican defectors on this channel. Every one of them brings a different kind of authority. Streep's artistic credibility, De Niro's cultural stature, Wolf's economic expertise, carries slow-burning canvases, Arnold brings something none of the others can. Literal, inherited, personal proximity to the exact historical horror he's warning America is echoing again, right now, on a bigger and more dangerous stage than ever before. Most of the people on our list are worried about where this is heading. Arnold has actually seen, secondhand through his own father, where roads like this one end. That's not a difference of degree. That's a difference of kind, and it's why his voice keeps carrying more weight the further this situation escalates. If you appreciate this kind of breakdown, the membership is $9 a month, less than a cup of coffee. No corporate parent, no FCC license to renew, no merger to negotiate with this White House. Just us and you.
And then basically starts to like shoo away the survivors, looking at his watch, like, I'm just going to check the box and then I'll get confirmed and then I will just continue to cover up the child sex trafficking ring. And by the way, you know, these MAGA Republicans are such disgusting scum at this point that they may end up, you know, I'm sure they'll probably end up confirming this guy who's the least qualified, worst human being possible for this position. But the American people see what's going on. The American people know what's going on. The Midas Touch got the exclusive of what went down. The meeting lasted 1 hour because that's all Todd Blanche apparently had time for. Midas Touch learned new details of what really happened inside Todd Blanche's meeting with the Epstein survivors as he continues to cover up Donald Trump's dark and disgusting past. Hat tip to Aaron Parnas. Aaron's so incredible, right, everybody? Subscribe to Aaron's YouTube channel as well. Aaron got the exclusive for the Midas Touch Network inside the first ever meeting between Epstein survivors and Todd Blanche. So they have this meeting, happened on Tuesday. It lasts an hour. The survivors tell Aaron what went down. Blanche begins by saying the following. Just think, after all the survivors, so as the Trump regime has been panicking, they sent J.D. Vance to act like a tough guy in front of members of our military who were just incredibly bored and disengaged by this terrible speech. J.D. Vance was given the speech and he was like, do you all know we dropped bombs a couple of days ago on Iran? You know why? Because Iran was shooting at commercial ships that were using our route. And now there's complete transit through the Strait of Hormuz, not using the IRGC route, using our route. We did it, mission accomplished. That's not what's happening. And I implore everybody to look at the crack spreads right now. I know I may sound like a broken record about this, but the crack spreads are the delta or the difference between the crude prices that you see, which are below $70 a barrel, right? That's the WTI and Brent crude. But look at what the refiners are charging because our strategic reserves are hitting technical or functional tank bottom. And so the refiners see, wait a minute, we don't have the ability to provide this level of gasoline at the pump while something's going on with the market to manipulate it so it's lower right now than it was under former President Biden in like 2023 and 2024 when the Strait of Hormuz was open. But the refiners see what's happening.
Jump in if you can. Share the video if you can't. Let me start with where this feud actually began, because it's smaller and pettier than you'd expect. And that's exactly the point. It shows you who Donald Trump really is underneath the bluster. When Arnold took over as host of The New Celebrity Apprentice after Trump left the show to run for president, the ratings dropped, as ratings for almost any replacement host do. And Trump could not let it go. At the National Prayer Breakfast, a solemn bipartisan event meant for reflection, not score settling, Trump stood at the podium and said, "We'll pray for Arnold Schwarzenegger that his ratings didn't just tank." He turned a religious gathering into a venue for a ratings dig at a man who used to work for him. Arnold clapped back hard and fast on social media. There's nothing like being fired by your predecessor on national TV, especially when this show is your baby and your ratings are down 60% from mine. And then, in a move that showed exactly how petty Trump can be about credit, Trump insisted on keeping his own name attached as executive producer on the show even after leaving, meaning Arnold couldn't even escape him after taking over. Arnold's response to that was priceless. He suggested Trump should focus on his new job instead of obsessing over the ratings of a show he no longer hosted. And I think the National Prayer Breakfast detail deserves its own moment of attention, because it's a small thing that tells you something genuinely large about the man's priorities. That event exists traditionally as a moment of genuine bipartisan reflection. Presidents from both parties have used it to talk about unity, humility, shared purpose, the kind of themes that transcend ordinary political combat for at least one morning a year. Donald Trump used his podium time there to needle a former employee about television ratings. Not a policy, not a prayer, a ratings joke at a prayer breakfast about a man he'd fired from a reality show months earlier. If you ever want a single, small, almost comically petty data point that captures the scale of Donald Trump's priorities versus the scale of the office he holds, that's it. Arnold, to his credit, didn't let the absurdity go unremarked. He clapped back immediately and specifically with the actual numbers, refusing to let the moment pass as though it were beneath a response. Subscribe and share the video if you appreciate this kind of breakdown. But the real turning point, the one that transformed this from a ratings squabble into something much more serious, was Charlottesville in August of 2017. When white nationalists marched with torches and Trump infamously said there were very fine people on both sides, Arnold didn't equivocate for 1 second. He posted a direct message, and I want you to hear the specific weight of what he said because of who he is. Your heroes are losers. I know because my father and his generation of Austrians were the same, and it makes me sick when I remember the men my father brought home when I was a kid, drunk, crying, singing Nazi songs, and beating each other up. Arnold's own father served in the Nazi Party's paramilitary forces during World War II. This is not abstract history for him. This is his own childhood, his own father, the actual men who marched under those symbols, coming home broken and violent decades before Charlottesville ever happened.
Have been through after the torture and the further PTSD that Blanche and Bondi and all those crooked pieces of you-know-what caused the survivors. This is how Blanche opens up the meeting. I'm not asking you guys to commit to anything today. I don't expect that I have to commit to anything today. The survivor's like, what? I mean, if you're just a human being with a modicum of empathy, wouldn't you begin the meeting by saying something like, I just want to let you all know that I've heard what you have to say. I want to let you all know that it is a priority that we get to the bottom of what each and every one of you have been through. We know the pain you are feeling. I'm here for you. We have a staff. Look, I know with my job, I have a lot of things that I, of course, have to be focused on, but I care deeply about what you're doing. I will personally make sure that I spend the needed time to be helpful, and I'm going to have my staff and all the top people in the DOJ work to make sure you get justice, even if I can't do everything. I mean, wouldn't you do something like at the most basic level? I mean, I'd want to do much more than that, but
the charges are correct, then he's going to be in deep trouble. But at the same time, I have to say that, we're always innocent until proven guilty. So we will find out what the courts say in the future. But I mean, if the charges are right, I think that he's going to be in deep trouble.
This is where Caroline Levitt says the Epstein files are a classic Washington hoax, she says. Let's play it.
But if you look at how this Epstein story sort of evolved over the past week, it's classic Washington hoax.
Yes.
You have Democrats on the Oversight Committee leaking redacted information to their favorite reporter at CNN, who then pops the story with that redacted information and does not reveal that the unredacted version is available. And the unredacted version proves that the so-called victim in this email is a woman who is unfortunately deceased, but prior to her death said on numerous occasions that President Trump never did anything wrong and was always incredibly friendly in her interactions with him. And so it's a purposeful leak to try to manufacture this news cycle to drag the president. And we've seen this play out so many times. It is a classic playbook of the Democrats using their friends in the fake news to spin up a narrative about the president. And so we just don't tolerate it. We don't give in. We just call it out for what it is. And we move on and we focus on the issues that we know the president was elected on. And I would just add one more thing on Epstein. I mean, the Department of Justice has turned over tens of thousands of pages to the House Oversight Committee and to the American people. I mean, they released everything that's legally releasable online or to the House Oversight Committee. They also tried to move grand juries to unseal documents in various states. And unfortunately, those judges declined. And they've been fully cooperating with the House Oversight Committee. So this idea that there's files that the DOJ is hiding or that this administration is not being transparent is just totally false. It's a fallacy. And I understand people have questions, and when you're on the outside, you're skeptical of government, and people should be. But there is literally nothing to hide. And President Trump has maintained that this entire time. And so, again, this is a classic playbook being run by the Democrats.
Now, you can't have much faith in these Republicans at all because Republicans...
And I want you to dwell on that childhood image for a moment because it's genuinely harrowing when you actually picture it clearly. A young boy growing up in post-war Austria, watching his own father's generation come home drunk, sobbing, singing the songs of a defeated ideology, and then turning violent on each other in their grief and shame. That's not a history book abstraction to Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's a childhood memory, lived and remembered in detail decades later. He watched up close what happens to men who gave their loyalty to a movement built on hatred and dominance, and what it did to them and to the people around them once that movement collapsed under its own weight. So when Trump equivocated after Charlottesville, Arnold wasn't reacting as a partisan. He was reacting as someone who recognized instantly and viscerally exactly what he was looking at, because he had already spent a childhood watching the aftermath of the same thing play out in his own living room. Hit subscribe if this kind of breakdown is what you're here for. Share the video. The corporate media won't connect any of these dots. And that personal history is exactly why the Day of Broken Glass line, delivered after January 6th, hit as hard as it did. In a video message posted after the Capitol riot, Arnold held up a sword that once belonged to Conan the Barbarian and said, "This whole idea of being a Republican and a Democrat and independent, that means nothing if we are not Americans first." January 6, 2021 will be remembered as the Day of Broken Glass, right here in the United States. He compared the shattered windows of the Capitol directly to Kristallnacht, the night in 1938 when Nazi paramilitaries smashed the windows of Jewish-owned businesses across Germany, the night many historians mark as the true beginning of the Holocaust. Arnold went further, calling it the worst day in the history of the presidency of the United States, and adding that Trump was the worst president ever. And Arnold has never walked any of it back. He's continued in interviews and public appearances to call January 6th an attempted coup, to warn about the erosion of democratic norms, to insist that loyalty to the Constitution has to come before loyalty to any party or any man. He's talked about growing up around the rubble of a country destroyed by extremism, about being taught in Austrian schools explicitly and repeatedly what his own nation had done and why it must never be allowed to happen again. A kind of unflinching historical education Arnold has pointed out most American school children, by contrast, never really receive about their own country's darker chapters. That comparison matters to him because he sees a nation that hasn't fully reckoned with its own capacity for this as a nation more vulnerable to repeating versions of it on whatever scale the moment happens to allow. And the choice to hold up Conan's sword while delivering that message is worth understanding, because it wasn't just theater. It was Arnold using the language of his own career to say something serious. Conan the Barbarian is, in Arnold's filmography, the character most associated with raw strength used in defense of something worth protecting. By holding that specific prop while delivering the most serious political statement of his life, he was drawing a line between the strength his career had always celebrated.
He starts off and says, "I'm not asking you guys to commit to anything. I don't expect that I have to commit." What a dick. Like, honestly, what a piece of shit. I mean, what else? Excuse my language. You know, that's I always go. WTF. That's the book that I go. The WTF, pre-order it, by the way. WTF, what the heck is going on? Like, what the hell is this? And have empathy, have decency, behave normal. What are you doing? And then he goes on to, then the survivors asked him why he said there were no investigative leads. Blanche replied that he never said that. They pressed him, pointing out that he said it in the media. And then you had people saying, so what's going on with the former Prince Andrew? What's going on with this? I don't have any authority over that. I'm just the AG. This is what Blanche says. You need to talk to other people. I can't open an investigation. They can. I'm just the Attorney General. And then you have Sky Roberts, the brother of Virginia Giuffre, says, respectfully, Mr. Blanche, "What do you need from us to help you open an investigation?" Then Blanche said, "Well, I need testimony and evidence." Sky reminded him Virginia gave sworn testimony. They're photographed. There are the files. The co-conspirators are listed. What are you even talking about? To which Blanche was basically,
President Trump, I just saw your press conference with President Putin, and it was embarrassing. I mean, you stood there like a little wet noodle, like a little fanboy. I mean, I was asking myself, when are you going to ask him for an autograph or for a selfie or something like that? I mean, you literally sold out at this press conference our intelligence community, our justice system, and worst of all, our country. You're the president of the United States. You shouldn't do that. I mean, what's the matter with you? I mean, whatever happened to the strong words or to the strength of Ronald Reagan when he stood there at the Berlin Wall and he said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall"? What happened to all that?
But on state regime media, which is no different than North Korean propaganda at this point, they're saying everything is great, everything is amazing. Take a listen to what they were saying on Fox this morning after the horrible jobs report. Let's play this clip.
And Trump has been calling it the golden age. And I got to tell you, it certainly is feeling that way, Nancy. Once again, we've got strong economic growth. We've got a strong earnings period and a market that just won't quit. When you look at your own portfolio and what you're telling investors right now, Nancy, what would be an appropriate portfolio maneuver to do to ensure that we are participating in this euphoria?
Yeah, I think you want to be long stocks. I think Mark is 100% right about that. You put new money to work and you don't shy away from the tech trade because that is driving future growth.
And then they want to discuss the parade of horribles that would have happened if Kamala Harris was in office. And they said, all right, we understand that, things could be getting better. Things could be getting better. But then they go, but could you imagine if Kamala Harris was in office? Could you imagine? We would have blackouts. It would be the worst ever. No, it wouldn't.